On behalf of entire PIMR fraternity, I'm truly, truly delighted to welcome each one of you to the PICOM 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformations, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5.0. Please inaugurate this session with a big round of applause. Thank you. कहते हैं कि ज्ञान वो इन्वेस्टमेंट है जिस पे डिविडेंड यानी मुनाफा उम्र भर मिलता है. PIMR through this conference is offering you a golden opportunity to enrich yourself with the wealth of knowledge that will be flowing across these 2 days in different sessions. So let us begin our transformational journey of Chintan, Manan and Manthan with a big hand once again. Now, as a good host, I'm going to thank you all for sparing your valuable time and being here with us today. आप सभी ने अपना कीमती समय निकाला, आप यहाँ पधारे, आप सभी का तहे दिल से धन्यवाद, अभिनंदन. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a popular mantra from the Taittiriya Upanishad Shikshavali that suggests Matra Devo Bhav, Pitra Devo Bhav, Acharya Devo Bhav, Atithi Devo Bhav. We at Prestige believe, stand by and practice this adage. Today, we feel honored and privileged to have luminaries with us. Our chief guest, Honorable Professor Dr. Arpan Bhardwaj, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Ujjain. I request Dr. Devis Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation, to welcome our chief guest. Please, sir. Please welcome our guest with a big hand. I invite Dr. Dipin Jain, Vice Chairman. Okay. I request Dr. S.S. Bhakar, Group Director, PIMR, to welcome Dr. Suraj Singh. Sorry, he is also on the way. I request Dr. S.S. Bhakar to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Deepak Singh, Divisional Commissioner, Indore. He's also on the way. All right, all right. So I request sir to please welcome Mr. Ajay Sivakari, Managing Director at Prospera, India Automotive Products Private Limited. Thank you so much. I request Dr. S. Raman Iyer, Director PIMR UG Campus, to welcome Dr. Justin Paul, Dean of the School of Business Management and Provost of Management Education at NMIMS University. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Sanjeev Patni, CEO, AIC Prestige, to welcome Mr. Sahil Nagar, Senior Associate Director, KPMG India. Okay, okay, all right. I invite Dr. Sumita Sarkar, Dean, Department of Liberal Arts, to welcome Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Diplomat, Professor, Global Envoy, Prestige. Thank you so much. I invite Dr. Amitabh Joshi to welcome Mr. Shiv Shankar Chaudhary, Assistant General Manager from Punjab National Bank. They are our industry partners. Thank you so much. I would also like to request Dr. Murlidhar Panga to welcome Mr. Anirudh Sharma, Head of Training, Arihant Capital Market. Okay, I would request Dr. Anukul Haid sir to welcome Dr. Anil Bajpai sir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. Deepak Jarolia to welcome Dr. R.K. Jain, sir, Director, PIMR, Devas. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, in India, we commence So, ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Mr. Dipin Jain, sir, Vice Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation. Please give a big hand for him as well. Thank you. So, in India, we begin every auspicious occasion with the lighting of ceremonial lamp and invoking the blessings of Ma Saraswati. Here, I request and invite all the dignitaries to kindly light the holy lamp and mark the intellectual journey.
पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा विचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम् या
Thank you so much. I would like to mention that PICOM is powered by Arihant Capital Market Limited as our main sponsor and Punjab National Bank as our strategic partner. So we are extremely thankful to our partners. Moving ahead, I would invite our group director, Dr. S.S. Bhakar, to please come on stage for the welcome address. Please, sir. Yes, I request all the dignitaries to kindly come on the stage, please, on the dais, please. जी सर। Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have Mr. Sahil Nayyar with us. I request Dr. Ajit sir to kindly extend welcome to him. Dr. Ajit Upadhyay to kindly extend welcome to Mr. Sahil Nayyar. I request Bhakar sir to kindly come on the stage for welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Arpan Bhardwaj ji, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Ujjain. Honorable Guest of Honor, Shri Deepak Singh ji, Divisional Commissioner, Indore Division. Honorable Guest of Honor, Dr. Surat Singh ji, renowned commercial lawyer, Supreme Court of India. He is likely to join us in few minutes. Respected Dr. Davis Jain ji, Chairman PEF. Respected Sri Dipin Jain ji, Vice Chairman PEF. Distinguished Professor Dr. Justin Paul, Dean and Provost, Dean School of Business Management and Provost, NMIMS University, and keynote speaker representing academia in this conference. Eminent industry leader, Mr. Ajay Sevkari ji, Managing Director, Prospera, popularly known as Bridgestone, keynote speaker representing industry in the conference. Scholarly, Mr. Sahil Nayyar ji, TEDx speaker and HR influencer. Esteemed colleagues, Professor Anil Bajpayee ji, Group Director PIMR Bhopal, Professor Dr. Manoj Deshpande ji, Senior Director PIMR, Colonel Dr. Subramaniam Iyer ji, Director PIMR UC, Campus Dr. R.K. Jain ji, Director PIMR Devas, Dr. Sanjeev Patni ji, CEO AIC PIMR, Brajesh Gupta ji, Vice President, Prestige PEF, Shri Jiten Ratan Parki ji, CS, Siddharth Rajans ji, Professor Sumit Narula ji, Director Amity University Gurgaon, Deepak Jarolia ji, Director IKSC, Abhilash Thakur ji, Dean Admin, and our partners, Shiv Shankar Chaudhary ji from PNB, and Anirudh Sharma ji from Arihant. All the HODs, professors, and other faculty members and dear students. It's a great occasion when we are organizing our 20th International Conference on the theme Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5. Now, today when we stand at the cusp of revolutionary era where the boundaries between human ingenuity and advanced machines is blurring. This occasion is presenting us with unprecedented opportunities to reshape industries and redefine what it means to do business. European Council has been defining new industrial revolution eras from Industry 1.0 to we've reached 5.0. Though these industrial eras overlap each other, there is no clear distinction that one era is over and the other starts. There is always an overlap. Currently, if you look at Industry 3, 4 and 5, three eras are overlapping. There are some industries that are still in Revolution 3, some moved to 4 and some have moved to 5 now, are moving to 5 now, Industry 5.0 now. Now, every industry revolution has had its own definition, and these definitions are given by European Council. All revolutions, in fact, all industry revolutions have been defined by European Council, and those definitions have been accepted world over. For Industry 5.0, they have defined that the Industry 5.0 will be based on three pillars, and those three pillars are human-centric approach, business resilience, and environmental sustainability. So these are the three pillars on which Industry 5.0 will rest. Shifting the overall objective of the industry from generating economic value, that has been the major objective, from generating economic value to generating societal value. That's a major shift from the other industrial revolutions. Major objectives of all the revolutions has been to generate profits for the organizations. The Industry 5 has been defined to generate societal value along with the economic value and not in place of economic value. Industry 5 marks a shift from complete autonomous automation to a balanced collaborative approach. Industry 4 actually emphasized on complete automation. Industry 5 thus marks a shift from there, emphasizing a symbiotic relationship between humans and machines and recognizing the essential role of human workforce and creativity in manufacturing and services. Sustainability pillar of Industry 5.0 advocates a more sustainable approach to overall operations by reducing waste, limiting environmental impact. The ultimate objective is to transition towards a circular economy characterized by enhanced resource effectiveness and efficiency. Business resilience encompasses incorporating greater levels of robustness into industrial production processes to effectively address unforeseen challenges and ensure the provision of business, especially in times of crisis. Organizations that can adapt to changes swiftly and proactively foresee new challenges will be able to mitigate risk while maintaining business sustainability. As the industry is currently experiencing the coexistence of the three industrial revolutions, I3.0, I4.0 and I5.0, managing the full transition to new 5.0 paradigm requires understanding the connections, transitions and potential synergies between the three revolutions. I am sure the research papers being presented in the conference will clearly clarify the similarities and distinctiveness of the three revolutions, indicating a clear path for transitioning to I5. The understanding how the twin task of using advanced technology and empowering workers is going to take place and that the workers' environment is more inclusive. Now that requires that the workers are closely involved in the design and development of new industrial technologies, including robotics and AI. That requires highly skilled workforce. That means from Industry 4 to Industry 5, the major change will be that now the workforce requirement will be highly skilled. This means implementing and extending operators' capabilities with augmented reality, virtual reality, wearable devices, intelligent personal assistants, collaborative robots called cobots, big data analytics, or even exoskeletons. All these will support the manpower in taking operating decisions. With this approach, humans remain at the center of the production process, and technology maximizes the benefits for both the company and the worker. When we are discussing Industry 5 in this conference, we need to keep in mind that Industry 6 looms on the horizon, envisioning a future where industries are hyper-connected, data flows seamlessly across borders, and mass customization takes place. Mass customization means every single unit that is manufactured can be different. Therefore, while we discuss redefining business transformation under Industry 5, we must not forget that transition from Industry 4 to Industry 5 has to be non-disruptive, and also that we need to keep Industry 6 also in focus while setting up systems for Industry 5. The conference has been well received. We have received more than 350 abstracts till now, and close to 300 full papers to be presented in 20 different sessions in 2 days, today and tomorrow. My earnest request to all the delegates and the students is that everyone must attend maximum number of sessions, as many as possible, to learn maximum, to get maximum learning from this conference. I know that number of delegates generally come to the conference, present their own paper, and then quickly leave the session. Now that will not give you any advantage. Your paper is yours, you have prepared it, you don't need to listen to that. But what about the others' papers? You have not prepared them, you have not read them. So it is important that you attend all the sessions and listen to everyone making presentation. That is how you will get maximum benefit of this conference. Otherwise, you will only be knowing what you've already done, and that is written your research paper. Please take sessions seriously, and also I request to adhere to the timing. In the morning for this inaugural session, we were delayed by 20 minutes because a large number of you did not enter the hall at the right time. We at PIMR start everything as described in advance and adhere to the timing. So I request everyone that we should follow the timing in these 2 days always, and in these 2 days essentially a lot of outside people are also there, and everyone is looking at you whether you are punctual or not. So therefore you must be punctual. So with that, I wish you all a very, very happy and deeper learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. I would now like to take you all to the magnificent journey of PIMR.
Educating someone is the noblest effort anyone can do in his lifetime. Prestige Education Foundation was founded with the same motive in the year 1994. In its journey, this foundation is nurturing students from LKG till PhD, with the vision of developing students of society as front runners and to contribute towards national development. Prestige Education Foundation runs institutions offering courses in management, engineering, law, media studies, commerce, IT, to name a few. With its glorious voyage of excellence in quality education, research and consultancy, the Prestige Education Foundation now stands at a new threshold with its upcoming Prestige University. The man behind this vision is Padma Shri Dr. N. Jain, an entrepreneur, industrialist and philanthropist. Carrying the vision of Dr. N. Jain to new heights, Dr. Devish Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Chancellor, Prestige University, and Mr. Dipan Jain, Vice Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Pro-Chancellor, Prestige University, are spearheading this intellectual entity by following the footprints and vision of their father. Maintaining high standards as per the norms and directives of higher education and education bodies of state and central government, the institute was successful to get permanent affiliation from the prestigious Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore in the year 2000. It enjoys autonomous status thrice consecutively by UGC in 2006, 2012 and again in 2018. It is recognized by University Grants Commission under 2F and 12B. The institute is proud to have been accredited thrice with the highest grades by National Assessment and Accreditation Council UGC. Currently, Prestige Institute of Management and Research Indore enjoys NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.57, making it the only institute in Central India to do so. It is also an ISO 9001-2015 certified institute. PIMR provides suitable environment for academic research and currently has 49 PhD guides, 115 JRF and PhD awardees, and 91 research scholars at our PhD center, which came into action in the year 1994. The PhD center is a recognized research center of Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore. At present, close to 400 research papers of our faculty members have made their place in different and esteemed international and national research journals such as UGC, UGC Care, Scopus and ABDC. In the year 2019, PIMR was enlisted under UGC Paramharsh scheme where it assists other institutions for NAC accreditation purposes. PIMR Good Governance Cell has been actively involved in conducting various activities related to public-private relationship model and helps to accomplish various government projects. Department of Higher Education and World Bank initiated governance benchmarking project with international standards in which PIMR Indore is identified as a top-notch institute and has been suggested to offer suggestions and recommendations to other institutions. The year of 2018 brought another milestone for us as the foundation stone of Atal Incubation Center Prestige Inspire Foundation was laid, which is an initiative supported by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog and the Government of India. The concept of Prestige Atal Incubation Center is to give a shape with the notion of establishing startups in the agricultural sector of MP region and other promising sectors by budding entrepreneurs. The AIC currently has 12 startups that have won numerous awards at international and national levels. Beginning with 400 in 1994, the student strength now stands at over 5,000 and continues to rise in postgraduate courses, MBA full-time, MBA Financial Administration, MBA Marketing Management, MBA International Business, MBA Personnel Administration, MBA Advertising and Public Relations, Master of Mass Communication. The institute also offers BVOC, Bachelor of Vocational Studies, in Banking and Financial Services and E-commerce and Digital Marketing. In undergraduate courses, BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BCA, BCom Honours, BA JMC, and in law courses, BA LLB Honours, BCom LLB Honours, BBA LLB Honours, LLB Honours, LLM. The institute also offers a range of certification programs. Complacency leads to stagnancy. The institute continuously evaluates itself through participation in various external rankings conducted by external agencies. The institute has been consistently ranked in top business schools of India on a variety of parameters. The institute supports and promotes a range of developmental programs for faculty members and has successfully conducted many faculty development programs, research methodology workshops, curriculum development workshops, case study workshops, and international conferences ever since its inception. We are proud to host a galaxy of experts, luminaries, and delegates cutting across industries and sectors who have blessed, motivated, and inspired our students with their knowledge, experience, and expertise. PIMR's Research Consultancy and Training Wing conducts MDPs, EDPs, and many training programs for industry and several departments. Under the umbrella of best practices, PIMR prides itself in providing the students a holistic center, road track club, PIMR literacy mission, and our flagship program Rahat, a health camp organized to serve community. Anubhuti and village adoption are at the forefront of our endeavor to contribute meaningfully towards social causes. A sound infrastructure is one of the most crucial elements for creating a sound learning environment within an institution. Keeping this in mind, the institute has been maintaining its advanced infrastructure such as e-library, dedicated English language lab, computer-based simulation lab, and a well-equipped media studio that caters to all the requirements of film and television production. All these have led to the creation of award-winning productions. Department's community radio and Prestige International Film Festival help media students to get contemporary exposure. Apart from classroom teaching, the institute provides an array of activities and engagement initiatives for students. E-Shakti, a student-driven event, was a joint initiative of Madhya Pradesh Agency of Promotion of Information Technology, Bharti Airtel Limited Airtel, and Prestige Institute of Management and Research, which empowered 1,20,000 women of Madhya Pradesh by making them computer literate. Regular series of institute-industry interactions, student-driven clubs, Central India's biggest youth festival Manthan, are all platforms for students in the direction of experiential and hands-on learning. With our students, we have successfully achieved Guinness World Record of largest backward walk and many other records. We are proud about our supportive and meaningful MOUs with foreign universities and institutions such as University of Illinois Chicago UIC, University of California UC Davis, Brandeis University Boston, and ESSEC School of Management Paris and Lille. We also maintain a list of strong linkages and professional MOUs with industry. The institute offers global exposure to students through its international linkages in the forms of international internships, industrial visits, foreign certification programs, and short training courses. An institute is known by its students and their success stories. Placements at PIMR have been outstanding, attracting recruiters from diverse sectors. Alumni are the real brand ambassadors, and our institute feels immensely proud of PIMR alumni who are creating milestones in their respective fields. Having made their footprints domestically and globally, our alumni are associated with top leagues across industries. The next milestone in this enriching and engaging journey for PIMR is to be a degree awarding institute.
Thank you so much. अर्ज किया है, बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करो, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करो। बेहतर से बेहतर की तलाश करो, मिल जाए नदी तो समंदर की तलाश करो। टूट जाता है शीशा पत्थर की चोट पर, टूट जाता है शीशा पत्थर की चोट पर, टूट जाए पत्थर ऐसे शीशे की तलाश करो। तालियां बंद। All right, so such motivation is given to us by one and only visionary leader, the prestigious chairman of the Prestige Education Foundation, Dr. Devish Jain. So I would now like to take this opportunity, sir, to introduce you to the August gathering first. So can I have the AV, please?
Prestige University, President Prestige Group of Industries, National President Center for Education Growth and Research, New Delhi. Dr. Jain is a dynamic and forward-looking industrialist who has inherited the vision and foresight of his illustrious father, Padma Shri awardee Dr. N.N. Jain. He earned his MPhil degree and PhD from the Open International University for Complementary Medicine in affiliation with Zoroastrian College in the special consultative status of UNESCO and later conferred with the SC honoris causa and then with the Lit honoris causa. Dr. Jain has been conferred with various national and international awards for his distinguished contributions in the fields of agribusiness, industry and education. He has recently been honored with Jain Ratna Award in June 2023. He is recipient of an iconic educationist and agri-business leader of India 2023 award by Integrated Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Besides this, he was felicitated with the prestigious national award Atal Shastra Markanoni, Doyer of the Industry and Economy for his yeoman contribution to the agronomy, soya industry and education sector in November 2022. He has also received National Award for Achievers in Summit India on 26 August 2022. On 25 April 2022, he was conferred with the coveted Madhya Pradesh Ratna Pratibha Alankaran Award by His Excellency Mangubhai Patel, Governor of MP. He has been conferred with Outstanding Educationist Award and a Special Speaker Award for the year 2021, 2022 and 2023 at CSW 65, CSW 66 and CSW 67 event at UN by the Russian Center for Science and Culture in Mumbai. Sir was honored World's Greatest Brands and Leaders Award by India and United Research Services International Asia 1 in 2017. Sir earned the title of Man with a Vision and Mission by a leading journal, Oils and Fats Industry in South Asia. Dr. Jain has also authored 3 books titled Golden Insight Enterprising Soyabean, Golden Insight Enterprising Knowledge and Golden Insight Enterprising Life. He is also invited as keynote speaker at numerous national and international forums. Sir is a great thinker, an educationist and a social motivator. We welcome you, sir.
So we request you to kindly address us.
Prestige Pranam. Good morning. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Arpan Bharadwaji, who's the Vice Chancellor of Vikram University, Ujjain. Dr. Suraj Singh ji, who is on the way, joining us shortly, an eminent legal luminary of India, graduated, postgraduate from Harvard and Oxford. Mr. Ajay Sevakari, Mr. Sahil Nair, Professor Sumit Narula, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Dr. Justin Paul, my brother, Vice Chairman of Prestige Education Foundation, Mr. Dipin Jain, Group Director and Conference Chair of PIMR Indore, Dr. S.S. Bhakar, Conference Co-Chair, Dr. Subramanian Iyer, Dr. Nishant Joshi, directors from our PIMR institutions, from Indore, Dr. Deepak Jarolia, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Group Director of PIMR Bhopal, Dr. Anil Bajpai, Senior Director of Prestige Institute of Engineering Management and Research, Dr. Manoj Kumar Deshpande, Dean of PIMR Bhopal, Dr. Abhilash Thakur, Deputy Director PIMR Devas, Dr. Ashima Joshi, my colleague on the board of Prestige Education Foundation, C.S. Jitendra Ratnaparki, our Vice President of Finance, Mr. Brajesh Gupta ji, the convener of the PIMR conference, Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, conveners, conference coordinators, delegates, researchers, and dear participants. On behalf of Prestige Education Foundation and the founder of Prestige Group, my revered father, Padma Shri Dr. N.N. Jain, I warmly welcome you all to the 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5.0. At Prestige Education Foundation, we believe in fostering intellectual growth, pioneering research, and academia-industry collaboration. PICOM 2025 is more than just an academic gathering. The age of intelligent machines driven by technologies like artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, cloud computing, biotechnology, nanotechnology, and quantum computing, and so on. I'm sure you have heard the phrase, man behind the machine. Well, the topic says human-machine synergy. Let me now, before I get into the matter of the topic, let me define the word synergy. Synergy is the ability to making 1 plus 1 equal to 11. In plain words, one man plus one machine together is more than the sum of two. What I mean to say is Industry 5.0 is not just about automation, it is about synergy between humans and intelligent systems. Imagine a world where AI predicts business challenge before they arise. Automation enhances creativity rather than replacing it. Industries operate with unparalleled efficiency and adaptability. Recently, while setting up this very event, I interacted with a voice assistant. It struck me how seamlessly technology has woven into our daily routine, yet the true potential lies in how we as humans guide and collaborate with these true innovations. Our industrial journey has been marked by significant transformations. The first industrial revolution introduced mechanization. The second harnessed electricity for mass production. The third brought automation, and the fourth, Industry 4.0, integrated digital technologies and the Internet of Things. Industry 4.0 introduced automation, data analytics, and artificial intelligence, reshaping manufacturing and services. However, Industry 5.0 goes a step further. It recognizes the irreplaceable value of human ingenuity and emphasizes collaboration between intelligent systems and skilled professionals. Take, for instance, the transformation of manufacturing. Companies like Tesla have integrated AI-driven robotics into their production lines, but they have emphasized the critical role of human oversight in precision, quality control. The result is not just increased efficiency, but a more responsible, adaptable, and resilient manufacturing ecosystem. Industry 5.0 is not just about automation or efficiency, it's about synergy. It is about redefining the relationship between humans and machines, where technology enhances human creativity, intuition, and decision making rather than replacing them. Consider the case of Toyota Global Design Studio. Traditionally, automotive design has been a labor-intensive process requiring multiple iterations. Today, AI-powered generative design tools assist designers in developing innovative car prototypes. However, the final design choices, emotional appeal, and the user-centric adjustments are made by human designers. This synergy has accelerated the design process, where, while preserving the creative essence that makes each model unique. A similar transformation is occurring across financial services, where algorithmic trading models are guided by economic intuition and ethical considerations. In agriculture, precision farming employs drones and AI-driven analytics to monitor crop health. Farmers receive actionable insights, allowing them to make informed decisions on irrigation and fertilization, leading to increased yields and sustainable practices. A prime example of human-machine synergy in the soybean industry is John Deere's See and Spray technology. This AI-driven system uses computer vision and machine learning to distinguish between crop and weeds. This is to target the application of herbicides. While the technology minimizes chemical use and boosts sustainability, farmers still play a vital role in interpreting field conditions, adjusting strategies, ensuring the best possible harvest. Now, reflecting on the PIMR journeys, over the last 3 decades, PIMR has served as a hub for intellectual exchange, uniting brilliant minds from academia and industry. As we embrace Industry 5.0, it's essential to understand not just the technological advancements, but the profound shift towards human-centric innovation. Consider the automotive industry. Traditionally, assembly lines were dominated by machine performing repetitive tasks. Today, companies like BMW have introduced collaborative robots or cobots equipped with sensors and AI to work safely alongside humans. These cobots handle tasks such as welding and component assembly with precision, while human workers oversee quality control and make real-time decisions. In healthcare, robotic surgical systems assist surgeons in performing intricate procedures. The robot provides steady precision movements, while the surgeon's expertise guides the operation, resulting in minimally invasive procedures with the faster recovery time. These examples underscore the human contact which enhances manufacturing by understanding automated processes. Workers can quickly adjust parameters, solve unforeseen problems, ensure product quality, and encourage innovation. India's vision for Industry 5.0 aligns with the broader government initiatives focused on technological advancements, sustainability, and human-centric industrial transformation. Programs like Digital India, Make in India, and Atmanirbhar Bharat emphasizes integrating artificial intelligence, automation, and human collaboration to drive innovation. The government's focus on AI through the National AI Strategy and institutions like Niti Aayog and India AI showcases efforts to develop AI-driven solutions while maintaining ethical and inclusive growth. Now, talking about the future action, the path forward is clear. Businesses and institutions must embrace Industry 5.0 with a balanced strategy that involves reskilling the workforce, investing in digital literacy and hybrid skill sets that allows professionals to work alongside intelligent systems, ethical AI and decision making, ensuring that machines complement human values, empathy, and ethical reasoning, agile and adaptive business models, encouraging organizations to adopt flexible innovation-driven approaches where human creativity remains at the core. As we delve deeper into the discussions of this conference, I encourage each of you to think about how you can harness the power of human-machine collaboration in your respective fields. Rather than a competition between humans and machine, it is a partnership that amplifies human creativity and decision making. I urge you all to consider how you can apply these insights in your work to shape a world where technology enhances human potential, leading into a prosperous and sustainable future. Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing from your wealth of experience and knowledge. Thank you once again. I would now request Dr. Nitin Tanted to extend welcome to our guest Dr. Sumit Narula, who is Professor and Director, Amity University, Gurgaon. Please, sir. Please give a big hand, everyone. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Alok Bansal to welcome Dr. Brijesh Gupta, Vice President, International Business Prestige Group. Thank you so much. I request Dr. Prayatna Jain to welcome Dr. Manoj Deshpande, Director, PIMR. Please welcome them with big hands, students. Thank you so much. I invite Dr. Vipin Chaudhary to welcome Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Director, Admissions, Prestige. Thank you so much. I invite Dr. Rupal Chaudhary to welcome Dr. Ashima Joshi Ma'am, Deputy Director, Chairman Office and PIMR, Devas. Please, ma'am. Thank you so much. कहते हैं कि काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए, हर कदम ऐसा चलो कि एक निशान बन जाए। काम करो ऐसा कि एक पहचान बन जाए, हर कदम चलो ऐसा कि एक निशान बन जाए। यहाँ जिंदगी तो हर कोई जी लेता है जनाब, यहाँ जिंदगी तो हर कोई जी लेता है जनाब। जिंदगी जियो तो इस कदर जियो कि एक मिसाल बन जाए। थोड़ी जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं प्लीज। Thank you so much. So with these lines, I take the privilege to introduce our chief guest, Professor Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj ji, Vice Chancellor, Vikram University, Ujjain. AV, please.
Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj is a distinguished academician and leader, currently serving as the Vice Chancellor of Vikram University in Ujjain. Prior to this role, he was the principal of Madhav Science College in Ujjain, where his leadership earned the college an exceptional A++ grade from the National Assessment and Accreditation Council (NAC) in 2022. A seasoned professional with extensive experience in the field of chemistry, he previously headed the chemistry department at Vikram University and served as the additional director of higher education for the Ujjain division for a year. His academic expertise spans across organic reaction mechanisms, the synthesis of metal complexes, and spectroscopic techniques. An alumnus of the prestigious Vikram University, where he completed his MSc, MPhil and PhD in chemistry, Dr. Bharadwaj started his career as assistant professor at Madhav Science College in 1989. His relentless dedication to improving education has contributed significantly to the progress of the institution and its recognition in the field. Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj's impactful career and sustained contributions to higher education have made him a highly respected figure in the academic community. Sir is a recipient of Singhas Seva Award by Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh in 2016 and Lakshman Singh Gaur Memorial Award by MP Higher Education in 2012. We welcome you, sir.
So we request you to kindly address us.
सभी को मेरा नमस्ते. Good morning, respected dignitaries on dais and equally respected people in this hall. मैं बात यहाँ से शुरू करूँगा कि अभी 12 घंटे भी नहीं हुए भारत में और अगर विश्व में कहें तो अभी जारी है अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस. और इस मौके पर जबकि विश्व के किसी भाग में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मातृभाषा दिवस मनाया जा रहा है, मैं अपनी बात हिंदी में भी कहना चाहूँगा क्योंकि दिन केवल एक दिन के लिए न हो जाए, वह हकीकत में बदल जाए, ऐसा हम सभी लोग चाहते हैं. यह जो आज का विषय है बहुत ही मेरे लिए नवीन है. आपने मेरा अभी बहुत छोटा सा एक जीवन वृत्त देखा, एक मेरे बारे में आपने सुना कि आई एम ए मैन ऑफ केमिस्ट्री एंड आई एम टेक्नोलॉजिकली, ये जो बहुत ही गूढ़ विषय है, बहुत ही डिफिकल्ट विषय है. बच्चे यहाँ जो बैठे हैं वो इससे बहुत आजकल इसके अभ्यस्त हैं. लेकिन ये जो विषय है यह मशीन एंड ह्यूमन सिनर्जी की जो बात करता है, यह जब ह्यूमन मशीन सिनर्जी की बात करता है तो मुझे लगता है कि यह जो बात है एआई की बात है, रोबोटिक्स की बात है, बात होती है तो साइबर सिक्योरिटी की होती है, बात होती है तो क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग की होती है, बात होती है तो एज कंप्यूटिंग की होती है, बात होती है तो रोबोटिक्स की होती है. परंतु जब यह बात होती है तो क्या हमारे जहन में यह आता है कि यह हम किसके लिए कर रहे हैं? क्या यह बात उन सब के लिए है जो सब भारत को बनाते हैं? जब हम बात करते हैं एआई की, जब हम बात करते हैं रोबोटिक्स की, तब जैसा कि आदरणीय दाविश सर ने कहा कि हेल्थ केयर में यह बहुत उपयोगी है. रोबोट्स आजकल सर्जरी कर रहे हैं, रोबोट्स आजकल हेल्थ केयर कर रहे हैं, एआई हेल्थ केयर में काम कर रहा है. लेकिन तब जबकि भारत में प्रजनन के दौरान होने वाली मृत्यु दर और शिशु मृत्यु दर बहुत धीरे धीरे घट रही है, तब जब भारत में कुपोषण मिटने का नाम नहीं ले रहा, तब जब भारत में या भारत का कहिए हंगर इंडेक्स में स्थान बहुत धीरे धीरे ऊपर चढ़ रहा है, तब यह जो सारी सिनर्जी है, यह जो सारे एडवांसमेंट है, टेक्नोलॉजिकल एडवांसमेंट है, यह हमें इस बात के लिए मजबूर क्यों नहीं करते कि हमें, यह एक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विषय है, चिंतन का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय विषय है, इसमें कोई संदेह नहीं. और जैसा कि सर ने बताया, यूरोपियन काउंसिल जो है वो तय करती है इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशंस को, और जब स्टीम से इंजन जोड़ा, जब पानी से बिजली बनी और फिर उद्योगों की शुरुआत हुई, वहाँ से इंडस्ट्री 1.0 से इंडस्ट्री 5.0 में आने में जितनी यात्रा इस उद्योग ने करी है, इस क्रांति ने की है, मुझे लगता है वह मानव जीवन में कितना परिवर्तन लाई, विशेषकर भारत के संदर्भ में इसको हमें जरूर देखना चाहिए. और इसके जो बाकी तकनीकी हिस्से हैं वो तो खैर बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है ही, लेकिन जिस ह्यूमन मशीन सिनर्जी की बात हो रही है वो अल्टीमेटली क्या मनुष्य को मशीन से जोड़ती है या मनुष्य जाति को मशीन से जोड़ती है, यह हमको विचार. इज दिस बिटवीन ह्यूमन एंड मशीन और इट इज बिटवीन ह्यूमन काइंड एंड मशीन? दिस वी हैव टू डिसाइड टुडे. यहाँ जब ये आप शोध पत्र पढ़ेंगे, अभी 2 दिन शोध पत्र वाचन यहाँ पर होगा, पढ़े जाएंगे. सर ने कहा, भाकर सर ने कहा कि दूसरों के पत्र जरूर पढ़िएगा. आज अगर आप भारत के शोध पत्रों की संख्या देखें, प्रकाशित शोध पत्रों की संख्या देखें तो हम विश्व में तीसरे स्थान पर हैं. अगर आप पेटेंट फाइलिंग में देखें तो हमारा स्थान बहुत ऊपर चला गया है. लेकिन अगर आप यह विचार करें कि जो शीर्ष 4000 शोध पत्र पूरे विश्व में देखे गए हैं, उसमें भारत के कितने शोध पत्र हैं जिनको कि पूरे विश्व ने देखा, तो वह प्रतिशत मैं बतलाना नहीं चाहूंगा, लेकिन बहुत उत्साहवर्धक तो नहीं है, बहुत खुशी तो नहीं देता. तब यह जो शोध संगोष्ठी हम लोग कर रहे हैं, तब मुझे लगता है कि इस पर हमको जरूर विचार करना चाहिए. खासकर जो युवा यहाँ बैठे हैं, आप जरूर यह विचार करें कि आप जिस भारत को देखते हैं, आप जिस दुनिया को देखने की चाहत रखते हैं, आप जिस दुनिया को देखने के लिए पंख लगाकर अमेरिका उड़ जाना चाहते हैं, फ्रांस उड़ जाना चाहते हैं, यूके उड़ जाना चाहते हैं, वह भारत में कब आएगा? वह दुनिया भारत में कब लौट कर आएगी। और यह जो ह्यूमन मशीन सिनर्जी है, यह जब आगे बढ़े तो इसमें जो प्रोडक्ट्स और प्रोडक्शन प्रोसेस में जिस फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी की जरूरत है, when you talk about human machine synergy, you are talking about, basically you are talking about flexibility, which is the nature of basic nature of humankind. And the other thing which a humankind is required is sustainability. जब हम इंडस्ट्री की बात करते हैं, जब हम एरा ऑफ इंडस्ट्री 5.0 की बात करते हैं, तब हम यूरोपियन काउंसिल की जब हम बात करते हैं, तब हम संयुक्त राष्ट्र की भी बात करें. वी मस्ट टॉक अबाउट यूएन इट्स सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स. And if you look at them, you'll find that goal number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 13, 16, 17, they're all talking about betterment of a human being, betterment of humankind. So all the efforts which we are making are in the direction of sustainable development goals. The limit to achieve those goals has been increased by the United Nations. And where are we standing as a country in attaining those goals? You must look at all those things too when you design a paper, when you think of a research problem, when you think of a research output. You must always think that when this synergy comes, when this synergy happens, is it towards better health, which is SDG 3, I think this is good health and well-being. So when you come to well-being, you must remember that this is not that which can be traced by machine or by stethoscope. This is something which comes through mental peace. So is this machine good? Is this development? Is this advancement? Only then this era 5.0 has been introduced. Because what has happened in era 4.0, there was a load on human being. अभी आप पढ़ते होंगे, अखबारों में देखते होंगे, समाचार पत्रों में जानते होंगे, एक नया टर्म जो है संयुक्त राष्ट्र की जो वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, उसने एक नई बीमारी के बारे में सोचना शुरू करा. संभावना है वो किसी दिन उसको घोषित भी कर दे. जिस प्रकार से एक समय पर एड्स को एक बीमारी के तौर पर घोषित किया गया था, ऐसी प्रक्रिया विचाराधीन है, जबकि यंग डेथ सिंड्रोम नाम से एक नई बीमारी का प्रादुर्भाव हम हमारे बीच में देखेंगे. व्हाट इज ऑल दैट? वो क्या है? ये जो ह्यूमन मशीन सिनर्जी है वो है, या ह्यूमन इज बिकमिंग अ मशीन, इसके बारे में वो बात करती है. अभी यह अखबारों में पढ़ने की चीज हमारी गली और मोहल्लों में हो रही है. आप ट्रेन में, बस में घोड़े पे बैठे दूल्हे को भी लुढ़कते हुए देखते हैं, प्राणों से हाथ धोते देखते हैं, खेलते नाचते गाते युवा को जब आप दम तोड़ते देखते हैं, उसके वीडियोस बहुत देखे जाते हैं. लेकिन यह जो इंडस्ट्री 5.0 है, यह जो रिवॉल्यूशन है, दिस इज ऑल अबाउट ओनली दोज थिंग्स, अबाउट ऑल दोज कंसर्न which has come out of industry 4.0, because this was all about speed, it was all about data computing, it was all about cloud computing, this was all about AI, it was all about cyber security. But the element which was missing there was flexibility, humanity and kindness. So a machine, आप जानते हैं, युवा इस बात को ज़्यादा जानते हैं, जब उन्हें घर लौटने नहीं दिया जाता काम पूरा किए बगैर, या उन्हें घर पर भी फोन आते हैं जब ऑफिसेस से, एंड दे कैन नॉट शट डाउन देयर मशीन्स. दैट इज द प्रॉब्लम. You cannot shut your machines, you cannot leave your computers, you cannot leave your laptops, and you have to work continuously. So when this revolution will come, you will get a chance to relax. The machine will work automatically even when you are sleeping. Before you sleep, you have to give a command to sleep your machine. And what Industry 5.0 is saying, that this machine must it must work when you sleep. You must get a chance to relax, you must get a chance to enjoy your life. You are not a machine. So through this event, which is happening in 2 days here, I hope that we will get something which is really needed, which is need of the hour today. और ऐसा कुछ हमको जरूर करना चाहिए। इन चूंकि आप सभी उस क्षेत्र से भी हैं जिस मशीन की हम बात करें, जिस ह्यूमन मशीन सिनर्जी की आप बात करें, क्लाउड कंप्यूटिंग हैज कम नाउ टू एज कंप्यूटिंग, नाउ दे वांट टू वर्क एट द सेंटर ऑफ द information. So the information, when it comes with the cyber security issues, and at the same time we have to handle sustainable development goals, which start with zero hunger, zero poverty, good health, well-being, and quality education. So when it comes to the quality education, you can hardly see such kind of facilities which you have in PIMR. They are available in, I must not say in Pulakala or in Hatpipla or in Devas. So what human and machine synergy will lead to? Where should it go? It must go to the cheaper products. It must go to machine must move towards better society, and that is what this research meeting which is happening here, I wish that it will lead, and when you do young people, जो आप लोग पीछे बैठे हुए हैं बच्चे, उनको मैं जरूर कहना चाहता हूं कि आप एक ऐसा भारत देखें। आप देख रहे हैं, हम आपकी उम्र में जो भारत हमने जिया वो भारत बहुत अलग था, अभी से बहुत अलग था, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद बहुत कुछ नहीं बदला, अभी बहुत बदलाव की जरूरत है, और वो बदलाव आप लोग जरूर लेकर के आएंगे। और इस प्रकार की जो संगोष्ठियाँ होती हैं, सिंपोजियम होते हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस होते हैं, सेमिनार्स होते हैं, वो इसमें बहुत सहायक होते हैं। प्रेस्टीज इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ में मेरा बहुत पुराना एसोसिएशन है। I feel I am a part of this because whenever I am getting a chance to come to prestige campuses, I find that this is very pleasant too. So that is what has attracted me to this campus today. अभी देखिए, मैं आपको केवल इतना ही बतलाना चाहता हूँ। अभी मैम भी कह रही थी कि कुछ ऐसा चलो कि निशान बन जाए आपके चलने का। तो अभी आपने देखा था जब चांद पर भी विक्रम लैंडर उतरा तो वो निशान बनाता हुआ उतरा था, वो जब चल रहा था तो एक निशान भारत का बन रहा था। तो आपकी भी जिंदगी कुछ ऐसी हो जो आप किसी भी एरिया में काम कर रहे हो, चाहे आप एआई में काम करें, चाहे आप रोबोटिक्स में काम करें, चाहे आप एज कंप्यूटिंग में काम करें, चाहे आप जिस क्षेत्र में काम करें, आप ये जरूर विचार करें कि आपके द्वारा किया जा रहा कार्य किस प्रकार से मनुष्य की बेहतरी के लिए काम आएगा, और किस प्रकार से वह जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स है जिसके बारे में मैंने कहा कि वहाँ पर इनोवेशंस के लिए भी जगह है, वहाँ पर सस्टेनेबल सिटीज के लिए भी जगह है, बट दैट इज गोल नंबर 16, दैट इज गोल नंबर 15, लाइफ ऑन लैंड इज गोल नंबर 16. द फर्स्ट कंसर्न ऑफ UN or the world is about zero poverty, zero hunger, good health, well-being, quality education and all that. So this is a part of SDG 4. This event is part of SDG 4. I am happy to be a part of this event, and I thank organizers. I thank you all for patiently listening. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
थैंक यू सो मच सर। हम आपको और सुनना चाहते थे, वी एक्चुअली लॉस्ट द ट्रैक ऑफ टाइम। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग हियर। एक बार तालियां से फिर से थैंक यू करें सर का फॉर बीइंग हियर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, फैकल्टी एट प्रेस्टीज वर्क रियली हार्ड, एंड one such reflection is the release of our conference book. So may I now request the core team of PICOM to kindly come on the stage with the conference book. Yes. Okay, till the core team is coming here, I would just like to, मैं एक बहुत पॉपुलर कविता है उसकी एक लाइन बोलूंगी, एंड आई वुड लाइक एवरीबडी टू प्लीज आंसर दैट। आई एम श्योर यू नो इट। मुझे पता है, सर को तो पता ही है, आई एम श्योर। ओके, सो इट गोज लाइक दिस। लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, क्योंकि कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. ब्यूटीफुल. सो वन मोर लाइन. असफलता एक चुनौती है, स्वीकार करो. क्या कमी रह गई है, देखो और सुधार करो. जब तक सफल ना हो, नींद चैन को त्यागो तुम. संघर्ष का मैदान छोड़ मत भागो तुम. कुछ किए बिना जय जयकार नहीं होती, क्योंकि कैन आई हैव इट लिटिल लाउडर? कोशिश करने वालों की कभी हार नहीं होती. सो कैन आई हैव अ बिग हैंड फॉर ऑल द लवली ऑडियंस वी हैव हियर. Thank you so much. So till we are waiting for the conference book, I would now like to move on to another guest. We have our keynote speaker, and I'm very proud to introduce him to all of you. Siddharth Rajhans, diplomat, professor, global envoy, prestige. So here it goes.
Mr. Siddharth Rajhans is a diplomat, professor, global envoy, prestige group. A global diplomat, a world-renowned multilateral diplomacy, international relations and public policy expert, a Harvard-educated technology educator and investor, management thought leader, adjunct professor, and a distinguished TED speaker. As a speaker across the tech and cultural fests of all major IITs and National Institutes of Technology since the last decade, he has garnered a huge fan base among Indian students, especially in the engineering domain. He is known for delivering original content that resonates deeply with the youth struggles. This is largely the reason for his social media popularity and his image as a youth icon. In his career spanning across Singapore, India and Silicon Valley, Siddharth has worked across the tech, policy and management spectrum. His work life has evolved from humble beginnings in the tech industry, including Apple Inc., to a startup experience as a mentor and serial investor, to finally moving towards a career in foreign services, international diplomacy and public administration with the UN and government. As a former technocrat, he heralded the entry of Apple into India with CEO Tim Cook at Apple's Arcade in Delhi in April 2023. This was the first time an Indian was called to inaugurate an Apple vertical globally. His work in diplomacy has been regarded as an industry standard in economic diplomacy, trade diplomacy and multilateralism across bodies like the MEA, Government of India, United Nations and World Economic Forum. We welcome you, sir.
Before we invite Mr. Siddharth Rajhans to address us, I'm happy to share that an eminent personality is here with us. Yes, I'm talking about Mr. Surat Singh, Advocate, Supreme Court of India. So please welcome him with big hand. May I request Dr. Devish Chen to welcome him. Sir, just 1 second, sir. Yeah. Please, please, please. I request Arpan, sir, to kindly wait for just 2 minutes, sir. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much. Since Honorable Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj, sir, has to leave, so I request Dr. Dipin Jain to kindly extend memento to sir as a gesture of our respect. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. Dhanyawad. I now invite on stage Mr. Siddharth Rajan. Siddharth, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
So, a very good morning, everyone, and thank you so much, Nidhi ma'am and the PIMR family for that warm introduction. I'm very happy to address you all once again at PICOM. Last year was the first time I addressed you all at PICOM, so very happy to be a part of PICOM 2025. So thank you so much, the management and delegates on stage. Like to thank Dr. Davish Jain sir, Dr. Dipin Jain sir, Sher Singh Bakar sir, and all the incredible people on stage. The Vice Chancellor of Ujjain who just left, Surat Singh sir, Honorable Advocate at the Supreme Court of India, Justin Paul sir, Provost at NMIMS, and Sumit Narula ji, Sahil Nair ji, and my dear friend Colonel Raman Iyer sir, and along with him Ajay Sevakari sir from Bidstone, and everyone else off stage as well, all the familiar faces that I can see. Thank you all for coming to PICOM 2025. I think it's a very nice topic that you have selected this year. So I'm also eagerly looking forward to all the papers and everything that is presented here onwards. But I think when we talk of this, human machine synergy, this business transformation era of what we call as Industry 5.0, we must also reflect upon a particular term that is used concurrently with Industry 5.0, and that is Web 3.0. Because right now in the era of technology and how internet touches the lives of every single individual and industries, I think Web 3.0 is the most significant milestone we have achieved. So how this entire journey began is, if there has to be a Web 3.0, there has to be a Web 2.0 and a Web 1.0, my friends. And at the start of all of these, there was an Indian brain in some or the other way. So the very start of Google, that happens somewhere in 97, 98, when Larry Page and Sergey Brin were dorm room students at Stanford. There was a professor called late Professor Rajiv Motwani Saab. Not a lot of people know, but Rajiv Motwani is the man behind the version of the internet that you see today. Rajiv Motwani Saab was the HOD of the Department of Computer Science at Stanford, and he was working on something called as a page rank algorithm. He had a 736 pages of research already published. And along came Larry Page and Sergey Brin, his doctoral students, who in typical American fashion said that हम इसे एक वेबसाइट में तब्दील करेंगे. And what they do thereafter was Google, a part of the page rank algorithm thesis that Rajiv Motwani Saab published. Of course, Professor Motwani received a lot of shares because Google was in its initial days. By 2000, he had become a billionaire. Due to the excitement of having turned a billionaire, suddenly in the dot-com boom, Professor Motwani was one day partying, and tragically he drowned in a swimming pool at Los Altos in California. But his wife today, Asha Jadeja Motwani, is one of the serial investors who come out of that initial phase of the birth of the internet. So this marks the first decade of the internet, what I refer to as Web 1.0. Now इसमें एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, हर डिकेड के पहले 2-3 सालों में there is some हलचल that happens that becomes a industry leading entity by the end of that decade. So Web 1.0 में ऐसा क्या हुआ, आप लोग से कोई बताएगा मुझे? Something that happened in the first 2-3 years of the first decade of the internet, from 2000 to 2010. Anyone? .com burst के बाद there was something that happened, right? Some major website that came, and that is called 2001, 2 and 3 में क्या हो रहा था इंटरनेट पे? आप लोग एक वेबसाइट चला रहे थे जिसका नाम था Orkut. Social networking was born. In 2003, Mark Zuckerberg, a first-year student, gets an offer to build a website by the Winklevoss twins. He goes ahead and builds something called as Facebook. By 2010, it had become the very reason you log on to the internet. फिर आता है दूसरा दशक 2011 से 20 वाला. इस दशक के पहले 2-3 सालों में भी कुछ हुआ, वो क्या था, कोई बताएगा मुझे? The birth of, the entry of smartphones, Smartphones happened, and with smartphones came along an entire domain known as apps. The app economy happened. Again, there were two young boys, Kevin Systrom, figured out no one wants to click photos and store away in a locker at their house in an album. You combine that with social networking, that gives you Instagram. The birth of Instagram happened. At the same time, there were another two boys, Jan Kuam and Brian Acton, who realized that messaging, SMS and MMS are the most complex and time-consuming and costly modes of communication. So they went ahead and solved that using the power of the internet and on smartphones. Along comes what we call as WhatsApp. You build a product or service so competent it becomes a synonym of the industry you want to cater to. जैसे हर बड़ी बस एक Volvo है, हर washing powder निर्मा है, हर ग्लूकोज बिस्किट पार्ले जी है. वैसे ही मुझे आपको अगर आज टेक्स्ट करना है तो मैं कहता हूं आई विल. मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं वीचैट इट टू यू, वाइबर इट टू यू, काकाओ टॉक इट टू यू, लाइन इट टू यू, हाइक इट टू यू और स्काइप इट टू यू. Skype, the #1 video calling app around a decade ago. When the industry arose, when COVID happened, where was Skype? You suddenly started using Zoom and Google Meet and Cisco WebEx and Microsoft Teams. You build a product that becomes a synonym of the industry you want to cater to. First 2-3 years, Web 2.0, WhatsApp and Instagram happened. 2020, by the end of that decade, आप सुबह उठ के चेहरा धोने से पहले क्या करते हैं? आप WhatsApp चेक करते हैं, आप Instagram चेक करते हैं. पहले 2-3 साल में, हर दशक में, whether it was Web 1.0 or 2.0, there has been a major change that becomes an industry leading force by the end of that decade. Now comes the third decade, दोस्तों, जिसे हम Web 3.0 कहते हैं, from 2021 to 2030. एंड पहले 2-3 सालों में ऐसी कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी आई? Chat GPT. The domain is called generative AI. And I have a strong feeling, just like the theme of this conference, that by the end of this decade, the emergence and absolute prevalence of generative AI in our everyday lives would be at a altogether different level, from industries to our workplace to our everyday life. I think this synergy is what we must talk about. But my essential ingredient to this conference is that you must not miss out on the human element in this human machine synergy. Google Gemini, जो कि Google का AI chatbot है, उसका एक tagline है. The tagline is supercharge your productivity, and that is where I feel AI is needed. It is here to supercharge your productivity, to aid your human effort, not to replace human effort. And I don't think AI is here to replace human effort. The entire AI doomsday theory is nothing but a PR strategy rolled by Sam Altman and Elon Musk. Sam Altman, I knew him in the early part of the last decade. He was a young boy working at a founding and leading an accelerator for startups called as Y Combinator. While in stealth mode, as they call it in Silicon Valley, he was building what we know as ChatGPT or OpenAI. So this entire process of AIs replacing human jobs is nothing but a PR strategy that won't happen unless you don't let it happen. It is because of our over-dependence. Do not miss the human element. And it is this human element that makes us human, right? The prevalence of emotions and our value system and our ability to emote and empathize and feel for other humans. And that is something that is degrading day by day. That is why the entire conversation of machines and AI taking over human jobs and human beings is here to stay. And it is because this is degrading that the entire controversy around Ranveer Allahabadiya and India's Got Latent happened. You all saw what I mean by degradation of human values, of human intellect, of human ability to emote and empathize with other individuals. I think that is the essence of the human machine synergy that we are seeking. we do not miss out on the human element, and the machine transformation is here to stay. So I think that is where you must focus on. Look upon the right set of leaders as you tread this path around this human-machine synergy. The entire AI conversation has largely been around people taking sides from Elon Musk and his entire bandwagon of wanting to emerge on top as a singular power, and his entire thoughts on being a free speech absolutist, as he calls it. And the entire department called the Department of Government Efficiency that they have set up under President Trump. And all the reforms and rather in bad taste, all the rapid changes that they have done. There's a very internal stat that I don't know if I must quote or not, but the entire restructuring of a department called USAID, which is a federal agency called United States Agency for International Development, it was a big front runner in helping all of these countries in what we call as the global south to survive. Pakistan, as you know, last year took a loan from what we call as the International Monetary Fund. The loan was at $3 billion. It's a loan. So उस लोन की किश्त भरनी है, which would come to around 450K US dollars a month. How was Pakistan able to pay that monthly installment? It was from USAID. US aid to Pakistan was around $2 million a month, of which they would pay the EMI of 450K to IMF and keep the rest for themselves. That is how a large number of countries in this part of the world, in what we call as Southeast Asia or South Asia, have been able to survive. In times like these, and like excellent people like Bibek Debroy often, and I was very happy to see him having visited PIMR, he commented once that the US aid to India must stop, as it will lead to some transitional policy reforms. And our policy dependence, our policy independence comes from that. Because right now, because of that aid, a lot of it was being dominated by the US. So I think these are the areas that you must ponder upon. The human-machine synergy that we seek must not forget the human element, because I think that is where, all the transformation around Industry 5.0, around Web 3.0, all of these fancy buzzwords aside will emerge from. So with that, I wish you guys all the very best. Keep the human element alive, and I look forward to seeing you all once again. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, for such an energetic and interactive session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our core team is ready, so may I now request the core team to kindly proceed with the conference book. I request all the dignitaries to kindly help us unveil the conference book. This is the hard work of the core team put up during this PICOM. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, let's unveil the conference proceedings with a big hand. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations, core team. I would now introduce our special guest, Dr. Suraj Singh, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, with all of you.
Dr. Surat Singh is a Harvard and Oxford educated top lawyer of India. He practices at the Supreme Court of India and Delhi High Court. An international lawyer educated with 3 master's degrees in law from Delhi, India, Oxford, England and Harvard, America, and Doctor of Laws from Harvard, he is arguably the most educated lawyer of India. A contemporary of American President Barack Obama at Harvard Law School during 1980s, he attended both the first and the second inauguration ceremonies of Barack Obama's presidency. After his 7-year stint at Oxford and Harvard, he returned to India and started his law career in 1992 with the then Attorney General of India, G. Ramaswamy. He has served as President of Harvard Club of India twice, President of Harvard University Alumni Association of Asia, and Honorary Secretary of Oxford Cambridge Society of India. With his illustrious professional achievements, Sir has successfully handled complex legal cases involving land and real estate properties valuing more than $50 billion for state and federal governments, top corporate houses and government corporations. Dr. Singh works passionately along with other eminent Indian lawyers to improve the education, training and practice of law in the country, delivering lectures extensively in Indian and international law school campuses. A sought-after panelist on TV channels on national and international issues, his opinions, analyses and features are published regularly in the most prestigious newspapers and magazines. Sir has been bestowed with numerous awards and accolades. The Pride of India Award 2011, International Peace Award 2001, Social Scientist of the Year 1999 and Eminent Jurist Award 1997. Dr. Surat Singh is endorsed by leaders in law as our exclusively recommended commercial law expert in India. We welcome you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, sir, we will be talking about the award first, and then we will be requesting sir to come and address us. Yes, sir. All right, so PIMR proudly confers the Outstanding Luminary Award to Dr. Surat Singh. So please give a big hand to him. And to read the official citation, may I now invite on stage Dr. Pallavi Kapuria, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. So it's indeed a pleasure and a privilege to read the official citation of this award. So here it goes. Outstanding Legal Luminary Award hereby conferred upon Dr. Surat Singh, Advocate, Supreme Court of India, in recognition of his remarkable contribution to the legal field, specializing in commercial law, with an extensive practice in Supreme Court of India and the Delhi High Court. Harvard and Oxford educated legal expert, holding 3 master's degrees and Doctor of Law, SJD from Harvard University. Successful representation in complex legal cases involving land and real estate transactions, showcasing his expertise in commercial disputes and negotiations. Distinguished careers as an educator, regularly publishing articles in prestigious newspapers and magazines, further contributing to the development of legal knowledge. Serving as a contemporary of US President Barack Obama at the Harvard Law School, reinforcing the prominence in the legal community. Signed by Dr. Devish Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation, and Chancellor, Prestige University, Indore. Dated February 22 and 23, 2025, at the 28th International Conference organized by Prestige Institute of Management and Research. I would now like to request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honors and felicitate Dr. Surat Singh for this commendable achievement. Ladies and gentlemen, please a huge round of applause for this remarkable achievement, everyone. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Thanks for the kind words.
It's our honor, sir. Many, many congratulations, sir, on behalf of Prestige family. We now have the privilege to hear from the man of the moment himself. I would request Dr. Surat Singh to address the gathering. Over to you, sir. Sir, if you can stand.
उधर से थोड़ा.
Yes, sir. Sits there.
Honorable Chairman Dr. Devesh Jain, Honorable Vice Chancellor who has gone out, Gumnani ji, Bhaskar ji, other distinguished persons, Dr. Priyatna Jain, distinguished guests, friends, students. ये मेरा परम सौभाग्य है कि मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका मिला। पिछले बार जब मैं आया तो उस समय विजय वर्गीस जी, कैलाश विजय वर्गीस जी शायद इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर थे, तो वो कोई मैनेजमेंट का फंक्शन था जिसमें हम आए थे, तो उन्होंने कहा, मैंने सारा भाषण हिंदी में दिया तो उन्होंने कहा कि आप अंग्रेजी जरूर बोल के दिखाएं कि ये लगे कि हार्वर्ड गए हरिद्वार नहीं। तो इसलिए जरूरी था कि थोड़ा बहुत अंग्रेजी वो करें। देखिए, बात करने को यहां बहुत है, लेकिन जो सब्जेक्ट आपने चुना है, ह्यूमन एंड मशीन कोलैबोरेशन, मानव एवं मशीन में समन्वय, ये आज की सेंचुरी का सबसे बड़ा सवाल है। एक हिस्टोरियन है हरारे, उन्होंने होमो सेपियंस लिखी, ऑक्सफोर्ड में पढ़े वो हमारी तरह, और उन्होंने एक लेटेस्ट किताब लिखी है नेक्सस, उससे पहले भी लिखे 21 क्वेश्चंस फॉर 21st सेंचुरी। एक चीज जो उन्होंने मानव इतिहास को लगभग हम तो मानते हैं सदियों से चला आ रहा है, लेकिन अगर 5-6 हजार साल पुराना भी माने तो उनका कहना यह है कि मानवीय सभ्यता के साथ आज जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है वो ये है कि क्या आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ह्यूमन इंटेलिजेंस को तो हैक नहीं कर जाएगी, क्योंकि अभी तक जो मशीन आई थी वो हमारे कंट्रोल में थी। हम बताते थे मर्सिडीज आपके पास है, मर्सिडीज अपने आप नहीं चलेगी, आप चलाएंगे तो चलेगी। लेकिन सपोज करो लर्निंग मशीन में मशीन अपने आप अपना दिमाग लगाने लगे, तो उस समय सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज यह है कि जिस मानव को हम ईश्वर की सबसे बढ़िया, सबसे श्रेष्ठ कृति कहते हैं, द ग्रेटेस्ट क्रिएशन ऑफ द गॉड, उसी के द्वारा रचित ये मशीन कहीं उसको ओवर पावर ना कर ले। सुदर्शन जी ने बड़ा अच्छा याद दिलाया कि वेब 3, वेब 4 भी आएगा, वेब 5 भी आएगा, लेकिन मनुष्य के सामने सबसे बड़ा प्रश्न यही है, आदिकाल से ही। पहले हम उसको मोक्ष बोलते थे, किस तरह से मोक्ष का, किस तरह से सा विद्या या विमुक्तये, विद्या वो है जो आपको विमुक्त करती है। मैं इसको थोड़ा सा डॉक्टर जैन कहता हूं कि सा विद्या या आनंदमय, विद्या वो है जो आपको आनंद दे, क्योंकि अंततो गत्वा अगर जीवन में आनंद नहीं है तो आप करोड़ों कमा लें, अरबों कमा लें। अंबानी 2009 में जब बराक ओबामा से मिलना चाहता था, काफी कोशिश की, एक अभी वीडियो भी है, 4 लाख से ज्यादा, मीडिया तो थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ा चढ़ा के कहता है। कौन ऐसा व्यक्ति है जिसने अंबानी को अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति से इंट्रोड्यूस किया, जिससे अमेरिकन राष्ट्रपति के दरवाजे खुल गए। आज मोदी को जिसने नहीं बुलाया, ट्रंप, उसके यहां अंबानी कैसे बैठा है, और वो सारी कहानी वो हमारी 2009 की कहानी दिखा रहे हैं। इतना मैंने कोई अंबानी को एक रास्ता जरूर बताया था मैंने कि कैसे ओबामा से अगर मिलना चाहे तो मिल जाए। और देखो आप सब बिजनेस के मैनेजमेंट के हो, इनफैक्ट हमारे स्कूल का पीजीआई का नाम जो है ना, वो मैनेजमेंट के अलावा स्कूल ऑफ वेल्थ भी होना चाहिए, क्योंकि मैनेजर तो मैनेजर होते हैं, सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है वेल्थ क्रिएशन। जीवन के 4 लक्ष्य हैं, और चाहे वो हार्वर्ड हो, चाहे वो ऑक्सफोर्ड हो, चाहे कोई और यूनिवर्सिटी हो, उनसे बेहतर अभी तक नहीं जा पाए हैं, और वो है धर्म, अर्थ, काम, मोक्ष। लेकिन इनका अर्थ समझे, क्योंकि यह पोंगा पंडित बहुत है, और बहुत बड़ा डिस्टिंक्शन है ब्राह्मण ज्ञान में और ब्रह्म ज्ञान में। ब्राह्मण ज्ञान है वकीलों जैसा, जैसे वकील अपने स्वार्थ के लिए केस को मरोड़ते रहते हैं, और ब्रह्म ज्ञान है यथार्थ में क्या है। ब्रह्म ज्ञान मच मोर लाइक ए जजमेंट, अगर सही जज होगा तो निष्पक्ष देखेगा। तो हमें जो इस सेंचुरी में जो सबसे 3-4 क्वालिटीज जो डेवलप करनी है, जो बिलियनर्स प्रोड्यूस करती है, जिसने अमेरिका के 8 प्रेसिडेंट पैदा किए हार्वर्ड ने, ऑक्सफोर्ड ने 30 प्राइम मिनिस्टर किए। अगर एक शब्द में कहूं कि वो पढ़ाते क्या है हार्वर्ड या ऑक्सफोर्ड में, एक बहुत अच्छा आर्टिकल आया था ऑक्सफोर्ड के प्रोफेसर का, कि क्या कारण है कि जो वर्ल्ड की ओल्डेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी है, ओल्डेस्ट, वो आज भी जब आता है कि कौन सी यूनिवर्सिटी की क्या रैंकिंग है, उन रैंकिंग में आज भी टॉप है। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इंग्लैंड की, यूरोप की तो नहीं, इंग्लैंड की सबसे पुरानी यूनिवर्सिटी ऑक्सफोर्ड एंड कैम्ब्रिज है। मैं तो ऑक्सफोर्ड गया हूं, तो मैं ऑक्सफोर्ड को नेचुरली पहले करूंगा। ऑक्सफोर्ड ने प्राइम मिनिस्टर ज्यादा दिए, कैम्ब्रिज ने नोबेल प्राइज ज्यादा दिए, अलग ओरिएंटेशन। तो ऑक्सफोर्ड अभी भी टॉप पे, कैम्ब्रिज अभी भी टॉप पे। मैं जिस कॉलेज में गया था ऑक्सफोर्ड में, उसको बोलते थे न्यू कॉलेज, और आदमी सोचेगा न्यू कॉलेज का मतलब 100 साल पुरानी, 200 साल पुरानी, 300 साल पुरानी। न्यू कॉलेज ऑक्सफोर्ड की कितने साल पुरानी है? 600 साल पुरानी, 1379। इसी तरह अमेरिका की ओल्डेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी है हार्वर्ड। कब की है? जब अपने यहां ताजमहल बन रहा था। ताजमहल बना 1632 में और हार्वर्ड बनी है 1636 में। तो क्या कारण है, वो प्रोफेसर पूछ रहा है, और बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछ रहा है, और सभी एजुकेशनिस्ट को वो सवाल पूछना चाहिए कि क्या कारण है कि वर्ल्ड की बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी जो है, ओल्डेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी अभी तक है, क्या फार्मूला इनको ऐसा मिल गया जिसकी वजह से वो पिछले 600, 700, 300 सालों से लीड कर रहे हैं? और फार्मूला बड़ा सिंपल है, और वही फार्मूला मैं आपको आज बताने आया हूं। बचपन में मुझे गीता कंठस्थ थी, अब एक गवर्नर साइन नहीं कर रहे थे बिल पे, उसको गीता के श्लोक सुना के करा दिए। एक कानूनी सलाह हमने दी राजस्थान के गवर्नर शैलेंद्र कुमार सिंह को 2009 में, वो साइन नहीं कर रहे थे। वो हमारी ऑक्सफोर्ड कैम्ब्रिज के मेंबर थे, ही वेंट टू कैम्ब्रिज। तो मैंने कहा एसके, ये साइन क्यों नहीं कर रहे आप बिल पे? तो उसने कहा कि मैं थोड़ा कंफ्यूज हूं, मेरा कर्तव्य क्या है ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा। मैंने कहा ये तो बड़ा आसान है, अर्जुन भी महाभारत में कंफ्यूज था, और गीता में उसका सलेक्शन है। तो मैंने गवर्नर को कहा, कुतस्त्वा कशोलविदम विस्मय समुपस्थितम अनार्यम ऐस्वर्गम अकीर्तिकम अर्जुन। ऐसे विषम समय में तुम में ये मलिनता, ये कायरता, गवर्नर को कह रहा हूं, शोभा नहीं देती। अनार्यम, ये आर्य व्यक्ति को, श्रेष्ठ व्यक्ति को शोभा नहीं देती। ऐस्वर्गम, ना इससे स्वर्ग शांति मिलेगी। अकीर्तिकम, ना इससे तुम्हें यश और कीर्ति मिलेगी। क्षुद्रम हृदय दौर्बल्यम नहीं तत्व वही पद्धति। हृदय की क्षुद्रता और दुर्बलता तुम्हें शोभा नहीं देती। गवर्नर कहता है कहां साइन करूं? फिर राजस्थान में एक समस्या है कि वो कहने लगे अंग्रेजी तो ठीक है, हिंदी में कैसे? और 10 महीने हो गए। तो मैंने कहा देखो अंग्रेजी में लिखो डिले के लिए, that I was unable to sign this bill because there were certain doubts in my mind about the constitutional validity. Now I have consulted a constitutional expert and now I am satisfied, that's why I am signing. उसने कहा लेकिन यहाँ तो हर एक चीज हिंदी में चलती है। मैंने कहा मैं कौन सा लंदन और न्यूयॉर्क में पैदा हुआ हूँ, हिंदी में करो। ये विधेयक कतिपय विलंब हुआ क्योंकि मेरे मन में संदेह थे। अब मैंने विधि विशेषज्ञों से संपर्क कर लिया है और मेरे हृदय का डाउट, संदेह दूर हो गया, अतः मैं अपनी स्वीकृति देता हूं। हो गया, ठीक है। तो चाहे वो गीता हो, चाहे वो बाइबल हो, चाहे वो विवेक सार हो, समय सार हो, 4 लक्ष्य जिंदगी के और बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है उनको समझना। क्योंकि धर्म के नाम पर महाकुंभ हो रहे हैं, वो बड़ी अच्छी बात है, बट इट्स मोर एन एंटरटेनमेंट, इट्स नॉट। ये धर्म नहीं है, ये एंटरटेनमेंट। और भारत जैसे गरीब कंट्री को एंटरटेनमेंट चाहिए भी, और इस लेवल का तो ठीक है। तो पहला धर्म, धर्म का मतलब, धर्म का बहुत अच्छा अर्थ दिया है एलन मस्क ने। एलन मस्क कौन है? आज की डेट में रिचेस्ट पर्सन ऑन द अर्थ। तो उसने कहा मैंने तो 2 सिद्धांत अपनाए, उसने सारे नहीं अपनाए, धर्म और अर्थ। धर्म का मतलब वो फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स, वो मूलभूत सिद्धांत जिसके अनुसार ब्रह्मांड चलता है। इट मीन्स दैट द फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स, और वेदों में भी क्या है? फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स हैं। एक बार हम दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के अगेंस्ट केस आर्ग्यू कर रहे थे सुप्रीम कोर्ट में, तो मैंने कहा लॉर्डशिप माय केस इज सपोर्टेड बाय ऋग्वेदा। तो जस्टिस दवे ने कहा डॉक्टर सूरत सिंह ऋग्वेदा तो लैंड एक्विजिशन एक्ट से बहुत पहले नहीं कहते हैं, मतलब लैंड एक्विजिशन, लैंड अधिनियम तो बहुत 1894 का, अब 2013 में नया आया। तो कैसे वेद जो हजारों साल कैसे रेलिवेंट हो सकते हैं? तो हमने कहा 2 तरह की नॉलेज होती है। एक होती है कॉन्टेम्परेरी, सामयिक, जो आज के लिए रेलिवेंट है, जैसे न्यूज़पेपर ओनली वैलिड फॉर ए डे, और ए मैगजीन ओनली वैलिड फॉर ए वीक और फोर्टनाइटली। लेकिन एक और नॉलेज होती है जो शाश्वत है, जो इटर्नल है, जो 10,000 साल पहले भी सही थी, आज भी है और रहेगी, जैसे जियो और जीने दो। इट वॉज रेलिवेंट व्हेन महावीर जी सेड, इट इज रेलिवेंट टुडे। एंड सर, मशीन और ह्यूमन बींग्स का अगर इंटरएक्शन है तो उसका जवाब है जियो और जीने दो। मशीन हमें जीने दे और हम भी जिए, ये नहीं कि हमारी बनाई हुई मशीन हमें मार जाए। तो जियो और जीने दो का सिद्धांत मशीन और मानव के समन्वय पर भी लागू होता है। तो हमने कहा कि ऋग्वेद का पहला मंत्र कहता है अग्नि मीले पुरोहितम यज्ञस्य देव मृत्युजम होतारम रत्न धात्मम, अर्थात जिस प्रकार एक पुरोहित अपने यज्ञ की अग्नि की रक्षा करता है कि वायु उसको बुझा ना दे, जिस प्रकार पंचतंत्र मृत्यु से हमारी रक्षा करते हैं, ठीक उसी प्रकार धन्य धान से भरी हुई इस धरा की हम दुष्टों से रक्षा करें। और मैंने कहा डीडीए, दिल्ली डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी, डीडीए से बड़ा कौन दुष्ट होगा? तो तुरंत स्टे और वो सब हो गया। तो पहला है धर्म। धर्म का मतलब वो फंडामेंटल सिद्धांत, वो मूलभूत सिद्धांत, वो लॉज ऑफ नेचर, वो ईश्वर का सही स्वरूप, वो ब्रह्म का ज्ञान जो ब्रह्मांड को चलाता है। दूसरा है अर्थ। अर्थ का मतलब धन होता है, अर्थ का मतलब संस्कृत में शक्ति भी होता है। आपके पास पावर होनी चाहिए। पावर के बिना धर्म बेकार है, पावर के बिना धर्म गरीबों का धर्म है। तो दूसरा है धर्म। तीसरा काम, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। काम का मतलब इच्छाएं, डिजायर्स। मनुष्य इच्छाओं से बना है। इच्छाएं मर गई तो आप भी मर जाओगे। तो कोई अगर कहता है इच्छाओं को मारो, उसको कहे तू मर जा, तू जा। जीना है तो इच्छाएं होनी चाहिए, लेकिन इच्छाओं की पहले क्या आया? इच्छाओं से पहले धर्म और अर्थ। पहले कुछ कमाओ धमाओ, धर्म को समझो, है ना। वो एक बड़ी अच्छी मूवी आई थी, हरे कृष्णा हरे रामा, उसका एक गाना है, देखो ओ दीवानो तुम ये काम ना करो, राम का नाम बदनाम ना करो। तो उसकी एक लाइन है, राम को समझो, कृष्ण को जानो, नींद से जागो ओ दीवानो, जीत लो मन को पढ़कर गीता, मन ही हारा तो क्या जीता। लेकिन वो क्या, मन को कैसे जीतते समझो जरा, कंट्रोल करने से नहीं है। और एक चीज मैं और बताऊं, गीता में 700 श्लोक हैं, ओरिजिनल श्लोक भगवान कृष्ण के 72 ही हैं, 72 ओनली, 10%। वो तो बाद में लिपा पोती करके इधर उधर के पहली सेंचुरी में जोड़े गए। जो हैं उनकी एनर्जी अलग है। जैसे गीता के तीसरे अध्याय का जो 33वां श्लोक है, वो कहता है, भूतानी प्रकृति यान्ति भूतानी निग्रहम किम करियसति, कि सारा विश्व ब्रह्मांड प्रकृति के अनुसार चल रहा है, नेचर के अनुसार चल रहा है। निग्रहम किम करियसति, किस प्रकार का निग्रह, किस तरह का कंट्रोल करे बैठा है। तो जो आपको ये कंट्रोल और जो इस तरह की बातें करे, समझो वो लोग फंसे हुए लोग हैं, उनके चक्रों में नहीं पड़ना है। सबसे पहले तो आपको ये समझना है कि हम ईश्वर के रूप हैं, और अगर ईश्वर के रूप हैं तो हमें भी वो महानता है जो ईश्वर में है ना। सारी गीता को मैंने एक श्लोक में समराइज किया है, एक श्लोक गीता में जोड़ दिया, वो सुनिए जरा। सप्त शतम श्लोकेशु कृष्णस्य वाक्यम द्वम, 700 से भी ज्यादा श्लोकों में से भगवान कृष्ण के वाक्य दो ही हैं। कौन से? योग है कर्मशु कौशलम प्रसन्न चेत से बुद्धि परिवशिष्टे, कि अपने कामों को कुशलता से करने का नाम ही योग है, और प्रसन्न चेत से बुद्धि परिवशिष्टे। और मनुष्य जब प्रसन्न होता है तो उसकी बुद्धि ब्रह्म में स्थापित हो जाती है। इसका मतलब उसकी वेवलेंथ ब्रह्म के बराबर हो जाती है। तो अगर आपको उस लेवल पे वेवलेंथ रखनी है अपनी, तो आपको प्रसन्न रहना पड़ेगा। कोई अगर इसके अपोजिट बोलता है, समझो वो जो है अभी ना समझे। तो वापस आइए मशीन और मानव के समन्वय पे, जहां आपके चांसलर डॉक्टर देवेश जैन किताब लिख रहे हैं, एंटरप्राइजिंग सोयाबीन, एंटरप्राइजिंग एजुकेशन, एंटरप्राइजिंग लाइफ, एंटरप्राइजिंग आइडियाज एंड इनोवेशंस। वहां नेक्स्ट किताब डॉक्टर साहब आप लिखिए, एंटरप्राइजिंग आनंदा, कि किस तरह से जीवन में आनंद आ। क्योंकि जीवन का टेस्ट एक ही रहेगा, वो ये कि आइदर एट द एंड ऑफ योर गेम ऑफ लाइफ यू आर आइदर फुलफिल्ड और फ्रस्ट्रेटेड। मुझे हाई कोर्ट जज के लिए ऑफर किया चीफ जस्टिस ने 1997 में। अब हाई कोर्ट जज की प्रेस्टीज होती है, और अगर 97 में जज होता तो चंद्रचूड़ से पहले रिटायर होता। लेकिन मुझे पता था कि मेरा स्वभाव जज जैसा नहीं है। जज को बड़े आराम से सुनना पड़ता है, घंटों सुनना पड़ता है। मैं बोलने में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड हूं, सुनने में नहीं। मैं खुद तो मैंने कहा कि देखो चीफ जस्टिस साहब, ज्यादातर वकील 10% को छोड़ के नालायक है, तो वो इधर उधर की पिटीशन लिख के लाएंगे, ढंग की ड्राफ्टिंग नहीं करेंगे। मैं उनको कोर्ट में धमकाऊंगा हाई कोर्ट जज के रूप में, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ पिटीशन इज दिस, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ड्राफ्टिंग इज दिस, और वो कहेंगे किस गधे ने इसको जज बना दिया, तो आपका नाम आएगा। तो चीफ जस्टिस पुच्चे ने कहा ना ठीक है, फिर वकील ही ठीक है। और मैं बहुत खुश हूं, क्योंकि बहुत पाबंदियां होती है। चीफ जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ मेरे साथ क्लास फेलो थे, मैं उनकी क्लास का प्रेसिडेंट था। चंद्रचूड़ जो अभी रिटायर हुए 1981 में, उनका लगन थी जज बनने की, तो बन गए। तो एक तो सबसे पहले आपको लाइफ में यह देखना है कि आप पर अगर कोई नियंत्रण ना हो, किसी तरह का कोई कंट्रोल ना हो, कोई परेशानी ना हो, तो दिमाग को थोड़ा सा खोलो, इमेजिनेशन को आगे बढ़ाओ। तो आप क्या करना चाहेंगे? क्योंकि कंस्ट्रेंट तो दुनिया भर की है। क्योंकि किसी भी चीज में कामयाब होने के लिए मेहनत बहुत करनी पड़ेगी। ऐसा कोई प्रोफेशन नहीं है, ऐसा कोई काम नहीं है जिसमें एक्सीलेंस बिना मेहनत किया जाए। क्यों जन साहब? और मेहनत के लिए जरूरी है कि आप जो कर रहे हो उसको पसंद करते हो, उसको लाइक करते हो। क्योंकि अगर लाइक नहीं करते तो मेहनत बड़ी मुश्किल हो जाती है। जिस पार्टनर को आप पसंद करते हो उसकी गालियां भी सुन लेते हो, लेकिन अगर पसंद भी नहीं करते और गालियां भी सुननी पड़े तो फिर वो वकीलों के पास आते हैं। फेमस डाइवोर्स के फील्ड में फेमस सेइंग है दैट व्हेन लव गोज आउट ऑफ द डोर लॉयर एंटर थ्रू विंडो। कि जब लाइफ में से, जीवन में से लव चला जाए तो लॉयर आता है। तो लॉयर होना बड़ी बात है, लेकिन लवर होना उससे बड़ी बात है ना? तो इसलिए जीवन को क्लियरली समझना है, कंफ्यूजन में नहीं रहना है। अभी मेरी एक किताब आ रही है सुप्रीम कोर्ट पे, क्योंकि सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज तो सबको जज कर रहे हैं, तो अब जजों को कौन जज करेगा? अब उसके लिए एक तो ये है कि वैसे ही बिना रिसर्च किए कह दिया ये पॉलिटिकल है या ये है वो है, वो नहीं। एक यह है कि पहले उनको समझा जाए और फिर उसके बियॉन्ड जाया जाए। छोटा काम नहीं है। तो ईश्वर कृपा से हमने पिछले 75 साल के जजमेंट, 75 साल में कितने जजमेंट दिए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने? दिसंबर 2024 तक दिए 34,262। कितने? 34,262। सबको एनालाइज कर लिया। यह है हार्वर्ड ऑक्सफोर्ड की एजुकेशन। 4-4, 5-5 हजार पेज हम रोज पढ़ते हैं। 1000 पेज की पिटीशन को 2 मिनट में बताना होता है। यह है स्किल जो हमें मैनेजमेंट में सिखानी चाहिए। मशीन को मास्टर तब करेंगे, क्योंकि इस एज का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है? इतने इंटेलिजेंट सारे बच्चे हैं, इस एज का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है? एनी आइडिया? एनीबॉडी है क्या? ना रीडिंग करके क्या करोगे दुनिया भर की? नहीं, अटेंशन, दैट्स करेक्ट। लेकिन अटेंशन से भी ज्यादा अटेंशन क्यों डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो रही? सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है देयर इज ओवरलोड ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, टू मच इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टू लिटिल विजडम। टू मच इंफॉर्मेशन एंड टू लिटिल विजडम, टू मच वैरायटी एंड टू लिटिल वैल्यू, टू मच फैसिलिटीज एंड टू लिटिल रियल पीस। तो कहां जा रही है मानवता? क्या कर रहे हैं हम? किस तरह की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं? एआई आपको इंफॉर्मेशन पे इंफॉर्मेशन दे देगी, उसके लिए आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का लॉयर बताने के लिए नहीं चाहिए। अब मेरे पास जो जूनियर एसोसिएट आते हैं उनको मैं कहता हूं हाँ भाई ये केस आया इस पे, फटाफट वो कहेंगे सर किस पे? डाइवोर्स पे, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पे, प्रॉपर्टी पे। वो टप करके रिसर्च करके 6 जजमेंट निकाल देंगे। वो कितने रेलिवेंट है कि नहीं है, वो सेंस होती है कि नहीं होती है, वो जजमेंट का सही अर्थ क्या है, उसका कोई आइडिया नहीं है। तो टू मच इंफॉर्मेशन, ओवरलोडिंग एंड टू लिटिल क्रिटिकल एनालिसिस, वो मास्टरी नहीं है। अब मैं आपको उदाहरण देता हूं मेरी कैसे ट्रेनिंग। अमेरिका से इंग्लिश से मैं पढ़ाया। आई कम फ्रॉम ए सिंपल अनएजुकेटेड फार्मर्स फैमिली। तो जब मैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी आया रेवाड़ी से, तो मुझे हार्वर्ड और हरिद्वार में फर्क नहीं पता था। ये धनंजय चंद्रचूड़ मेरे साथ पढ़ता था, तो मैंने कहा, उसको हम डैनी बोलते थे, मैंने कहा डैनी व्हाट विल यू डू आफ्टर डूइंग लॉ? लॉ करके क्या बाद में क्या करोगे? उसने कहा आई विल गो टू हार्वर्ड लॉ स्कूल। तो मैंने पहली बार सुना, तो मैंने सोचा इसके फादर थे चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया, बहुत ही बढ़िया जज थे वो भी, अंकल चंद्रचूड़। तो मैंने सोचा जब चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया का लड़का कह रहा है हार्वर्ड जाऊंगा तो अच्छी चीज होगी। फिर मैंने कहा भाई वहां तो बहुत महंगी होगी। कहने लगा स्कॉलरशिप मिल जाती है। हमने कहा कैसे मिलती है? कि पढ़ाई में अच्छे होने चाहिए। मैं पढ़ाई में ठीक ठाक था, गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट टाइप था शुरू से, पढ़क्कड़ टाइप। तो मैंने कहा वो तो मैनेज हो जाएगा, और ईश्वर की कृपा रही पहुंचे। तो क्या जो है पढ़ा आए हार्वर्ड से, ऑक्सफोर्ड से, प्रैक्टिस शुरू की तो जी रामास्वामी अटॉर्नी जनरल, उसने शाम को 250 पेज दे दिए पिटीशन के, और साउथ इंडियन थे, आई रेस्पेक्ट हिम अ लॉट। तो उन्होंने कहा डॉक्टर है गेम है समरे अब जैसे टुमारो मॉर्निंग। अब मैंने 250 पेज की 5 पेज की समरी अपने 2 घंटे में बना के, मैं खुश की 250 पेज पाए। मैंने कहा तो वो आए कहने लगा हैव यू प्रिपेयर्ड समथिंग? मैंने कहा सर 5 पेजेस है। नो 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 आई वांट 2 लाइन्स, आई कांट रीड योर 5 स्टूपिड पेजेस। 2 लाइन 250 पेज की 2 लाइन कैसे बनाए? मैंने कहा सर इट कांट बी डन। व्हाई इट कांट बी डन? यू आर टोटली यूजलेस है, यू आर ए वाइड एलिफेंट, व्हाई आई एम पेइंग यू सो मच। खूब सुनाया, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे सिखा दिया। उन्होंने कहा अच्छा देखो 250 पेज की 2 लाइन कैसे बनती है। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का केस था, तो नेचुरली उन्होंने कहा कि ये बताओ कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो है वो क्या देखेगी इसमें। मैंने कहा सर सुप्रीम कोर्ट विल लुक एट कि हाई कोर्ट के जजमेंट में क्या कमी है। उसने कहा यस यस, तो क्या कमी है? मैंने कहा सर एट पेज 46 हाई कोर्ट हैज टेकन ए स्टैंड विच इज टोटली इनकंसिस्टेंट विद वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड लॉ। कि पेज 46 पे हाई कोर्ट ने जो लिखा है वो जो वेल एस्टेब्लिश्ड कानून है उससे नहीं मिलता। उसने व्हाट पेज 46 विच लाइन, लाइन भी बताओ जी, 9th। तो उन्होंने लिखा पेज 46 9th। व्हाई इट इज रॉन्ग? मैंने कहा सर अपनी स्पेशली पिटीशन में हमने 92 पेज पे 3 सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट पुराने साइट किए हुए हैं। व्हाट पेज? 92। वेयर? एट द टॉप 92 टॉप 3 पेज। अब लिख लिया और कहने लगा ठीक। मैंने देखा अब ये कैसे आर्ग्यू करेंगे। मैं उनके साथ सुप्रीम कोर्ट गया, 2 जजेस की बेंच थी। लॉर्डशिप काइंडली सी हाई कोर्ट गॉट इज टोटली रॉन्ग, इवन माई स्टूपिड जूनियर हैज फाउंड 3 केसेस, पेज 92। तो जस्टिस मोहन ने कहा मिस्टर रामास्वामी नोटिस एंड स्टे इन द मीनवाइल। ओके स्टे ऑल्सो ओके। अब 250 पेज की 2 लाइन हम 2500 पेज की 2 लाइन बना दें, क्योंकि आ गया ना क्रक्स क्या है। तो क्रक्स कैसे करना है, जीवन में सार क्या है। एक और उदाहरण, एक बार पंडित मोतीलाल नेहरू को कुछ पोंगा पंडितों ने घेर लिया और कहने लगे ये तो अंग्रेजों का चमचा है, ये अंग्रेजी बोलता है, शराब पीता है, ये पंडित है ही नहीं। तो 10-12 पंडित इकट्ठे होके और सोचने लगे सबके सामने इनको एक्सपोज करेंगे। मोतीलाल नेहरू बहुत इंटेलिजेंट थे, समझ गए चाल को। तो उन्होंने कहा पढ़ो जी मोतीलाल जी को, आप वेदों में विश्वास करते हैं? क्योंकि उसकी चाल ये थी कि अगर वो ये कहें नहीं करते तो तुम किस तरह के पंडित हो, और करते हो तो फिर ये पाश्चात्य सभ्यता में अपने लड़के को बाहर क्यों भेजा। लेकिन जो पंडित मोतीलाल नेहरू ने जवाब दिया उससे होता है कि कामयाब आदमी किस चीज पे फोकस करता है। मोतीलाल जी ने कहा मैं वेदों के मूल में जो सिद्धांत हैं उनमें विश्वास करता हूं। वेदों के मूल में जो सिद्धांत हैं उनमें विश्वास करता हूं। तो जो चाहे वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का कोई बड़ा वकील हो, चाहे वो मिनिस्टर्स हो, प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स हो, प्रेसिडेंट्स हो, सबका सार ये है कि जो मूल में चीज क्या है उसको समझ लेना। एलन मस्क से पूछा गया कि भाई तुम्हारी सफलता का क्या राज है। उसने कहा फर्स्ट आई मास्टर फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स, फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल किसी भी चीज के बारे में। ज्यादातर उन्होंने कहा ऐसे समझो कि नॉलेज इज लाइक ए ट्री। तो जो पेड़ होता है उसका सबसे पहले जड़ होती है, तना होता है, और उसके बाद बहुत सारे उसके पत्ते होते हैं, लीव्स होते हैं। तो जो डिटेल्स है वो लीव्स है। इंडिया में हम लीव्स पे पड़े रहते हैं, कभी जड़ पे जाते नहीं। अब कई बार मुझसे पूछा जाता है कि भाई मेडिसिन के लिए, इंजीनियरिंग के लिए अमेरिका इंग्लैंड तो जाना समझ में आता है, तो उन्हें प्रैक्टिस करनी थी इंडिया में। इंडियन लॉ और अमेरिकन लॉ अलग है, तो क्यों तुमने 6 साल अमेरिका में और 2 साल इंग्लैंड में खराब किए। अब उन लोगों को नहीं पता कि इंग्लैंड अमेरिका में क्या पढ़ाते और इंडिया में क्या पढ़ाते। इंडिया की एजुकेशन सिस्टम, मैं दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी का गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट हूं और दिल्ली टॉप की यूनिवर्सिटी है, कोई कमजोर नहीं है। यहां है मेमोराइजेशन, स्मरण शक्ति। भाई मेनका गांधी के केस में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा, आप पढ़ के अगर बता देते हैं टीचर को तो बड़े अच्छे मार्क्स आ जाते हैं। बाहर ऐसा नहीं है, बाहर वो अमेरिकन लॉ भी नहीं कराते। बाहर क्या कराते हैं, बाहर कराते कि किस तरह से लॉ के बारे में सोचा जाए, हाउ टू थिंक अबाउट लॉ, हाउ टू डू द थिंकिंग, किस तरह से क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग करें, किस तरह से समस्याओं का हल करें, किस तरह से नई नई चीजें सीखें, किस तरह से नेटवर्क करें। वो जो ऑक्सफोर्ड का प्रोफेसर जिसने कहा था कि ओल्डेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटीज क्यों आज अभी टॉप पे है, तो उसने कहा था 4-5 स्किल हम सिखाते हैं। एक सिखाते हैं कि लर्निंग बड़ी एफिशिएंटली कैसे करें, क्योंकि लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग चाहिए, यूनिवर्सिटी में लर्निंग खत्म नहीं होती। तो लर्निंग कैसे एफिशिएंट हो, नेटवर्क कैसे बनाएं। हमारे हार्वर्ड ऑक्सफोर्ड के नेटवर्क इतने हैं, ये समझिए कि ओबामा मेरे साथ पढ़ाई तो था, उसके बाद पढ़ने के बाद उसने इनॉग्रेशन में बुलाया, और एक हमारे कहने से एक आदमी को उसने फांसी टाल दी, पाकिस्तान में चला गया था इंडियन। वो नेटवर्क की ताकत है। तो नेटवर्किंग। तीसरे सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट, जो सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट स्किल है। हॉस्टल बोर्डिंग दूसरी जगह आप रहते हैं, उसका पर्पज ये है कि फ्रीडम आपको दी जाती है, लेकिन फ्रीडम कोई आसान चीज नहीं है। आज की जनरेशन ये अच्छी तरह से समझ ले, फ्रीडम विद रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, सिर्फ फ्रीडम फ्रीडम नहीं। तो वो जो है सेल्फ मैनेजमेंट आना चाहिए। तो ये कुछ स्किल्स हैं। एक टीम स्पिरिट, औरों के साथ मिलकर काम करना, कितने भी इंटेलिजेंट आप हो, बड़ा काम बिना टीम के कभी नहीं होता। एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग जो इंडिया में पहले थी, वैदिक टाइम में थी, अब 1000 साल से 2000 साल से नहीं है, वो क्या है? और जब लॉर्ड मैकाले ने 1835 में ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट के सामने एजुकेशन का रखा, तो अब यूं तो लॉर्ड मैकाले ने ये कहा, वो सब बेकार की बातें हैं। लॉर्ड मैकाले ने बाय द वे ये कभी नहीं कहा कि इंडिया में स्पिरिचुअलिटी इतनी ज्यादा है, इंडिया की बैकबोन स्पिरिचुअलिटी है, इसको तोड़ देंगे तब तक राज नहीं करेंगे, ऐसा कभी नहीं कहा उसने। उसने क्या कहा? क्योंकि इन्होंने ओरिजिनल पढ़ा नहीं है, ये प्रोपेगेंडा है। हाँ, क्योंकि जब तक 1832 तक वो आए तो भारत की स्पिरिट तो पहले टूट चुकी थी। वो अगर कहता 1196 में, वो बात अलग है, और लोगों को पता नहीं है। लास्ट पिछले सब बच्चों से सबसे मैं एक सवाल पूछता हूं कि पिछले 2000 साल की अर्थव्यवस्था ले, आप तो मैनेजमेंट में हैं, तो वर्ल्ड का रिचेस्ट कंट्री 1200 साल तक, यानी 60% ऑफ द टाइम कौन था? कौन सा कंट्री था? वेरी गुड। कितनी हमारा वर्ल्ड की जीडीपी का कितना परसेंटेज हमारे पास था? एनी गैस? आज तक अमेरिका नहीं कर पाया, आज तक इंग्लैंड नहीं कर पाया जितना परसेंटेज जीडीपी का हमारे पास था। कितना था? 30। वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। एनीबडी एल्स? 34%। 1 AD से लेके और 1200 ईस्वी तक, यानी जब तक पृथ्वीराज चौहान नहीं आ रहे थे, तब तक वर्ल्ड की जीडीपी की 34% हमारे पास थी, जो आज तक अमेरिका या इंग्लैंड या कोई भी कंट्री नहीं कर पाया। और दूसरे 24% चाइना के पास थी। तो 34 + 24 58% से ये 2 कंट्री वो कर रहे थे। मुसलमानों के आने के बाद कम हुई, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा कम नहीं हुई। 34 से वो 25% हो गई, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं हुई। लेकिन अंग्रेजों के बाद, जो अपने आप को बहुत फन्ने का समझते और समझते हमने भारत को ज्ञान दे दिया, एजुकेशन दे दी, और वो सब अंग्रेजों के आने के बाद 1800 से लेके 1950 तक 150 सालों में वो 25% घट के 2.5% आ गया। तो इसको रूल कहेंगे अब? ये तो क्लियर मिसरूल है। उस एजुकेशन को हम ढोए जा रहे हैं। लॉर्ड मैकाले ने क्या कहा, मैं जरा आपको एग्जैक्ट सुनाता हूं। Now the question comes, what kind of education we should provide to natives? ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट के सामने कह रहा है। Now the question comes, what kind of education we should provide to natives? They can't be taught in their own language because Sanskrit has produced only beggars. त्यागी जी ध्यान रखें, Sanskrit has produced only beggars and Persians has produced only fakirs. ये लॉर्ड मैकाले कह रहा है, जो हिस्टोरियन अपने आप को कहता था, प्रथम कोटि का महामूर्ख, वो कह रहा है, जिसने हमें लॉ और एजुकेशन दिया, भारत के बारे में महामूर्ख था। सो इट्स सेटल्ड दैट इट्स द वेस्टर्न एजुकेशन एंड प्रेफरेबली द इंग्लिश एजुकेशन व्हिच वी शुड प्रोवाइड टू दिस नेटिव्स। Let's create a class of people who will be working as interpreter between we, the ruler, and millions whom we rule. Let's create a class of people कि इस तरह की एक जमात पैदा करते हैं, क्लास पैदा करते हैं, जो हम जो रूलर हैं और जो रूल्ड है मिलियंस, उनके बीच अनुवादक का काम करेगी। यानी हमारी गाथा गाएगी कि इंग्लैंड कितना महान है। फिर वो कहता है, बट द क्वेश्चन कम्स, वी कांट टीच इंग्लिश टू एवरीबडी। तो उसका वो खुद ही जवाब देता है, वेल यू डोंट हैव टू टीच एवरीबडी, लेट्स क्रिएट ए क्लास ऑफ पीपल, जो फेमस उनकी लाइन है या इनफेमस लाइन है, लेट्स क्रिएट ए क्लास ऑफ पीपल हु इन वैल्यूज, इंटेलेक्ट एंड एथिक्स वुड बी ब्रिटिश बट इन कलर एंड ब्लड इंडियन। तो वो दोगली संतान जो न खुदाई मिला, न वसाले सनम, न इधर के रहे न उधर के रहे। इंग्लैंड इंटेलिजेंट लोग हैं, मैं पढ़ा हूं ऑक्सफोर्ड में, मैकाले खुद कैम्ब्रिज का पढ़ा हुआ था, ट्रिनिटी कॉलेज कैम्ब्रिज का। लेकिन ऑक्सफोर्ड कैम्ब्रिज में क्या सिखाते हैं? क्या वो सिखाते हैं कि तुम अनुवादक बन के जाना इंग्लैंड की तरफ से इंडिया के लिए? ना, वो सिखाते हैं कि स्वतंत्र चिंतन का विकास कैसे हो। क्या सिखाते हैं? इंडिपेंडेंट थिंकिंग, इनोवेशन, लीडरशिप, नेटवर्किंग, रूलिंग द वर्ल्ड, दुनिया को राज कैसे करें, वहां तो वो सिखाते हैं। और यहां के अंग्रेज हमें क्या सिखा रहे हैं? तो ये चैलेंजेस है। बाहर जाने का फायदा ये होता है कि आपको वहां जाके पता चलता है कि भाई ये अंदर क्या सिखा रहे हैं। हार्वर्ड और ऑक्सफोर्ड ने इंडियन लॉ के बारे में सही अर्थ में क्या व्याख्या होनी चाहिए वो सिखाया। ये हार्वर्ड और ऑक्सफोर्ड की ट्रेनिंग थी कि 1998 में मैं नरसिम्हा राव ब्राइवरी केस आर्ग्यू कर रहा था। मुझे तो 3 साल 93 से प्रैक्टिस शुरू की तो 5 साल ही हुए थे, और मुकाबले में सारे 5 जजों के सामने ये महारथी जिनके आपने नाम सुने, कपिल सिब्बल भजनलाल की तरफ से हार गए, सोली सोराबजी वीरप्पा मोइली की तरफ से हार गए, नरसिम्हा राव की तरफ से पीपी राव हार गए, सरकार की तरफ से अटॉर्नी जनरल अशोक देसाई हार गए, और ईश्वर की कृपा रही सिर्फ हम जीते। हमने क्या कहा? मेरे पास 5 मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट थे, प्रतापगढ़ के राजा और दूसरे, कहने लगे सर 45 लाख और पेट्रोल, एक पेट्रोल पंप लेके हमने अपनी वोट नरसिम्हा राव को बेच दी। रिश्वत तो हमने ले ली, बचाना आपका काम। बचाया, सारा कानून ही बदलवा दिया। वो थिंकिंग कहां से आई? वो इंग्लैंड से, हार्वर्ड से। मैंने जजों को कहा, 5 जज थे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के, दैट अस्यूमिंग फॉर द सेक ऑफ आर्ग्यूमेंट विदाउट कंसीडिंग, सपोजिंग वी सोल्ड आवर वोट्स फॉर मनी, now that is bad, but the question is which is the right forum to take action against us. We are member of parliament. If we do anything wrong, it's a breach of privilege of parliament. Only parliament can take action against us, not the courts. With great respect, you have no jurisdiction, you have no power. Article 105 of the Constitution says no member of parliament can be prosecuted for anything said or vote given in parliament by any court of law. Any court of law means any, including Supreme Court. So with great respect, you have no jurisdiction. अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज इतनी आसानी से थोड़े मानने वाले। 5 जजों में से एक जस्टिस एस आनंद जो बाद में चीफ जस्टिस बने, उन्होंने कहा, डॉक्टर व्हाट आर यू टॉकिंग? आर यू सेइंग देयर इज ए फंडामेंटल राइट टू टेक ब्राइबरी इन दिस कंट्री? अब सवाल तो उनका जायज है कि क्या आप कह रहे हैं कि आपके क्लाइंट रिश्वत ले ले, 45 लाख पेट्रोल पंप घर में रख लें और हम उन पर कोई भी एक्शन लेने का अधिकार नहीं रखते? तो इधर इज ए फंडामेंटल राइट टू टेक ब्राइबरी इन दिस कंट्री। अब बड़े वकील का पता तब चलता है जब वो जजेस सवाल करते हैं, और क्या आप उनको रेस्पॉन्ड करते हो? बड़े वकील जजों को दबा देते हैं, छोटे वकील दब जाते हैं। हमने कहा, जब उन्होंने कहा इज देयर अ फंडामेंटल राइट टू टेक ब्राइबरी दिस इन कंट्री, मैंने कहा यस फॉर मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट, नो फॉर जजेस, यू रिमेन ऑनेस्ट एंड पुअर, लेट मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट टेक ब्राइबरी, यू रिमेन ऑनेस्ट, यू रिमेन पुअर and be happy in your poverty. फिर हमने धीरे धीरे उनको बताया कि ये जो पार्लियामेंट्री प्रिविलेज का लॉ है वो इंग्लैंड में 1689 में बना था, और क्योंकि हमने सारा स्ट्रक्चर वहां से लिया है तो इसलिए हमारे यहां भी ये लागू होता है। 5 में से 3 जज ने कहा ये इंटरप्रिटेशन सही है। इस सारी गाथा सुनाने का मतलब मेरा ये नहीं है कि मैंने ये कर दिया, मैंने वो नहीं, वो छोटी सी चीज है। उसका तात्पर्य ये है कि नंबर 1, कि इंडिया की टैलेंट वर्ल्ड में किसी से कम नहीं है। मेरी और ओबामा की क्या दोस्ती थी? सिंपल, वो जितने भी अमेरिकन थे उनका टॉपर था। ओबामा क्या था? जितने भी अमेरिकन थे उनका टॉपर था। पहला ब्लैक प्रेसिडेंट था हार्वर्ड लॉ रिव्यू का, हार्वर्ड की हिस्ट्री में। और मैं ये जान के आपको खुशी होगी और गर्व भी होगा, और मैं जितने भी वर्ल्ड के स्टूडेंट थे 70 कंट्रीज उनका टॉपर था। और मुझे 1985 में, कब? 1985 में, ज्यादातर तो बच्चे कई पेड़ पौधे बने हुए होंगे, उस समय मुझे $1.25 लाख का वजीफा मिला था। कितना? $1.25 लाख स्कॉलरशिप हार्वर्ड से, है ना? क्या? तो भारत के टैलेंट का वर्ल्ड में कोई जवाब नहीं। ये समझ लो, कोई अगर कहे कि हमसे कोई सुपीरियर, चाहे वो अंग्रेज हो, चाहे वो अमेरिकन हो या कोई और हो, तो समझो कि उसने इतिहास को सही नहीं पढ़ा। तो पहली बात, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, भारत महान तब था जब भारत में 2 क्वालिटीज थी। अब एक है, दूसरी लाने की जरूरत है। जीवन में तरक्की के लिए आपको 2 क्वालिटी चाहिए। एक तो तरफ चाहिए श्रद्धा, रेस्पेक्ट, क्योंकि रेस्पेक्ट नहीं करेंगे तो जो हजारों साल की हमने जो विजडम है वो बेकार तो नहीं है। लेकिन अगर सिर्फ श्रद्धा ही श्रद्धा है तो इससे महान नहीं बनेंगे आप, भक्त बनेंगे, सिर्फ भगत जी बन जाएंगे, वो नहीं, गुलाम बन जाएंगे, वो नहीं। मैं मुंह रखल कामी कृपा करो भरता, किस तरह की आरती है ये? किस मूर्ख ने लिखी है ये? ओम जय जगदीश हरे। वेदों में क्या इस तरह की प्रार्थना है? वेदों में प्रार्थना है, अग्ने आयाई बीतिए राणो गव्य दातिए निहोता सच्ची बरसी। हे प्रभु, हम उत्तरोत्तर उन्नति को प्राप्त करें, जिस तरह अग्नि हमेशा उत्तर जाती है, प्रकाशित करती है, हमारा हृदय हमेशा प्रकाशित और प्रेरित रहे। ये प्रेरणा है कि उसकी, वहां गुलाम बने जा रहे। तो पहला श्रद्धा, और श्रद्धा के साथ साथ दूसरा है साहस, करेज। गीता में भगवान कृष्ण का है, देव का पहला गुण होता है अभय, फियरलेसनेस। डरे पड़े हैं हम, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में कुछ नहीं बोल पाते, कोई कुछ कह जाए बोल नहीं पाते, पुलिस को ज्यादा अधिकार है बोल नहीं पाते। क्या, किस तरह की सभ्यता है? क्या मरे हुए, क्या मैनेजमेंट करेंगे? मैनेजिंग फियर। तो इसलिए श्रद्धा, रिस्पेक्ट एंड साहस, क्वेश्चनिंग। तो हार्वर्ड ऑक्सफोर्ड एक ही चीज सिखाता है, रेस्पेक्टफुल क्वेश्चनिंग। और वही हमें फिर से, मैं हार्वर्ड ऑक्सफोर्ड का एग्जांपल इसलिए ले रहा हूं कि आज की डेट में वो हमसे कई गुना ज्यादा है। कोई कहे कि हम हार्वर्ड यहां खोल देंगे, किसी को आइडिया है कि हार्वर्ड का बजट, इंडिया का जो सारा नेशनल एजुकेशन बजट है, सारा पहली से लेकर पीएचडी तक, उससे 10 गुना ज्यादा है। कितना है? 10 times of the entire national budget of India, education budget of India। 17,000 स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं वहां, $40 बिलियन की एंडाउमेंट है। तो रफली स्पीकिंग एक बच्चे पे वो $2 मिलियन, यानी 8 का अगर आंकड़ा ले तो 16 करोड़ एक बच्चे पे खर्च करते हैं वो। हम फीस कितनी देते हैं? 50 लाख, 1 करोड़। तो चीजों को समझो, दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है। मैं भी देशभक्त हूं, मैं भी कहना चाहता हूं सारे जहां से अच्छा हिंदुस्तान हमारा, लेकिन है नहीं ना। मतलब वो जो है, एक बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज ने जस्टिस रामास्वामी को कह दिया, मिस्टर रामास्वामी, आर वी फूल्स? सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जज कह रहा है। तो रामास्वामी ने कहा, जी मुझसे क्यों झूठ बुलवाते हो? अगर मैं कह दूं नहीं हो तो मैं झूठ बोलूंगा, और अगर मैंने कहा कि हो तो मेरी कॉन्टेम्प्ट ऑफ कोर्ट हो जाएगी। तो इसलिए नाम आएगा तुम्हारा, ये कहानी फिर से ही। तो लेट्स कंक्लूड, और कंक्लूजन में ये है कि इट्स ए ग्रेट प्रिविलेज टू कम हियर। आई एम स्पेशली ग्रेटफुल टू माय फ्रेंड त्यागी जी, क्योंकि इन्होंने डॉक्टर दिनेश जैन से परिचय कराया। उसके माध्यम से मुझे PIMR इतनी बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूशन है, इतना काम कर रही है, इसका पता चला। और ये तो प्रारंभ है, लेकिन मेरा दिल दुखता है जब मैं भारत की स्थिति देखता हूं। मैं अमेरिका में रह सकता था, छोड़ छाड़ के तो इसलिए आया कि यहां कुछ चीजें करेंगे, लेकिन यहां करने में जो है, तो एक जो सबसे बड़ी देन आप दे सकते हैं, बिजनेस स्कूल, और एक जो संविधान का, क्योंकि मैं संबंधित हूं संविधान से, तो एक जो सबसे बड़ी देन आप दे सकते हैं सबको, उसको मैं बोलता हूं राइट टू शेयर्ड प्रॉस्पेरिटी, समृद्धता। और शेयर्ड ये नहीं बाहर के पैसे वालों में, इंडिया के पैसे वालों में माफ करना, आप तो अपवाद हैं, वरना क्या है कि वो कमा लेंगे अपने अंबानी जैसे अरबों, और कोई बड़ी इंस्टीट्यूशन या वो बनाने की बजाय, टाटा एक्सेप्शन है, अपने बच्चों के नाम छोड़ेंगे, ये नहीं। शेयर प्रॉस्पेरिटी, खुद धनवान बनो और दूसरों को धनवान बनाओ, जैसे जियो और जीने दो, तो आपका नारा होना चाहिए धनवान बनो और बनाओ, है जी। इसी के साथ, और आप शुरुआत मुझसे कर सकते हो। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring words. धर्म, अर्थ, ज्ञान और मोक्ष के ब्राह्मण ज्ञान और ब्रह्म ज्ञान के बीच का फर्क हमको इतनी सरलता और सहजता से साझा करने के लिए हम सब आपका आभार प्रकट करते हैं। Your wisdom on entrepreneuring, Ananda, will surely be a ever valued asset for each one of us, sir. Thank you for sharing your wisdom with us. So formally taking forward the proceedings from here, I, Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria, I have an absolute privilege to be your host for the next segment of this grand opening ceremony of PICOM 2025, proudly presented by Punjab National Bank and powered by Arihant Capital Market as our strategic partners. So we have exciting lineups ahead, filled with some inspiring insights, deliberations, and some more unforgettable moments to cherish. So let's keep the momentum going and dive right into the next segment of yet another special moment. The moment of announcing the prestigious PIMR Management Excellence Award. This award recognizes the outstanding contributions to the field of management, education, research, and thought leadership. This year, we are privileged to confer upon this honor to remarkable leader, visionary academician, and a globally renowned scholar, Dr. Justin Paul. Dr. Paul's dedication, thought leadership, and passion for academic brilliance truly embody the essence of this award. Let's turn to the screen and witness his remarkable journey. AV team, kindly play the profile. Dr. Justin Paul.
Dr. Justin Paul, originally from Kerala, holds 3 PhDs from the University of Brighton, England, IIT Bombay, and Calcutta. He is the chief editor of A-ranked International Journal of Consumer Studies, the Consumer Research Journal with the highest impact factor and Scopus site score in the world with Q1 status on Web of Science. With 37,000 citations, ranked among the top 70 highly cited professors in business and economics in the world, and with citations increasing at a record rate of 1,000 per month with an H index of 92, Dr. Paul has also published 4 case studies with Ivy and Harvard. Currently, the most cited author in business and social sciences subjects based in India, Dr. Paul is an author of over 200 articles in SSCI Web of Science journals and has over 75 papers in A or A-star journals on the ABDC list. He has visited over 90 countries and 500 universities for speeches. He has transformed IJCS as a journal with 2,600 submissions in 2023 from 575 in 2019. Dr. Justin Paul is a former faculty member with the University of Washington, serves as Provost and Dean, NMIMS University, and has been a professor of MBA and Director Research at the University of Puerto Rico, USA, with a 3-year professorship at the University of Reading, England. He has also served as MBA Director at Nagoya University, Japan, and as Department Chair at IIM Indore. Dr. Paul introduced the Mastige model and measure for branding, the CPP model for internationalization, the SCOP framework for small firms, the 7P framework for international marketing, ADO, TCCM frameworks, and SPAR4 SLR protocols for literature reviews. Dr. Paul holds Honorary Distinguished Professor, Professor of Eminence titles from University of Budapest, Hungary, Korean University, Seoul, Lebanese American University, IIM Kozhikode, MS University, and the University of Warsaw, Poland. We welcome you, sir.
So to announce the official citation, I would request Dr. Nidhi to do the honors.
Thanks, Dr. Pallavi. So I here take this privilege to read the official citation. So PIMR Management Excellence Award hereby conferred upon Dr. Justin Paul, Provost and Dean, NMIMS University, in recognition of his extraordinary contributions to academic research, publishing over 200 articles in SSCI Web of Science journals and more than 75 papers in A or A-star journals on the ABDC list, visionary leadership in the field of international business, management and consumer studies, groundbreaking work in international marketing, services marketing, export-import management and the management of banking and financial services, inspirational impact on global education, having taught in over 90 countries, delivered keynote speeches in 200 plus conferences and held distinguished academic positions at top global institutions. Unmatched contribution to the development of global branding, international marketing and entrepreneurship frameworks. Signed by Shri Sher Singh Bhakar, Group Director and Conference Chair. Signed by Dr. Devis Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Chancellor, Prestige University, Indore. Signed on 23rd February 2025. So may I request now the dignitaries to kindly confer this special award on Mr. Justin Paul. So let's celebrate this moment with a loud round of applause. Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. Justin Paul to kindly address all of us. Please, sir.
Distinguished guests on the dais, off the dais, Dr. Devis Jain, Dr. Bhakar, ladies and gentlemen. Let me take this opportunity to thank PIMR and Prestige Group for conferring this award on me. I would like to congratulate Prestige Group for taking a lot of initiatives in the education sector with an affordable tuition fee to the people in this country. We live in a smart world, and smart has become synonym for everything that we do in our daily life. This is an era of smartphones, this is an era of smart watches, And this is an era of smart people, this is an era of smart cars, and this is also an era of smart homes. Advancement in technology and digital transformation have profound influence in business and society in different ways. And this today's conference theme, also dealing with technology and people, we have to also understand that this is an era of mobile apps, and this is an era of artificial intelligence, and this is an era of social media and ChatGPT of late. We think about technology, and we have to also understand the impact of technology with two sides of technology, negative as well as positive aspects. We have also seen how technology shape up at a fast pace, from floppy disk to USB pen drive to Google Drive to iCloud, from gas-based cars to petrol cars to hybrid cars to electronic vehicles. Technology is helping us in many different ways. These days, people can contact and link each other instantly at the speed of light using social media, and people spend a lot of time on mobile apps. We live in an interdependent world, and we have to also understand how we communicate each other using technology. It could be email, it could be platforms such as LinkedIn, Facebook, and so many platforms these days. And India and China has also grown substantially with the status as the largest and second largest economy in the world, with income in the hands of people increasing substantially. I was in Indore 2004 to 2007. At that time, my salary at IIM Indore was 20,000 rupees. And when I got a job in Japan at that time, my salary in Japan was 4 lakh rupees. I didn't have a second thought. I moved to Japan from 20,000 rupees to 4 lakh equivalent Japanese yen. But today, IIM professors have opportunities to make 1 crore rupees in a year. They are paying 10 lakh rupees to publish a paper in a journal like International Journal of Consumer Studies, where I serve as chief editor. And they also use technology to leverage the benefit. I would like to talk about 2 examples because I have limited time, but just with a couple of examples I would like to wind up this speech. And one example is that there is an IIM in my own home state. And one day, these days, even if you haven't met people, you can contact each other using Facebook and LinkedIn. You can send messages. And they give, IIMs gives, as I said, 10 lakh rupees for a research paper to be published in our journal. And a fine morning, I got a LinkedIn message. Sir, he didn't call me with my first name. I would have preferred if he had called me with first name. But he said that, sir, I will get 10 lakh rupees. You just accept a paper in your journal, research paper. You're all researchers, that's what I'm talking about. And we also have a Supreme Court and Vice Chancellor is also here, former Vice Chancellor Dr. Buckner and all, and Government University Vice Chancellor also left and who was also here. So he said, he's a faculty member in an IIM. And this happened to be in my own home state, IIM. I don't know where I come from now, but you can guess. And he said that his father's side relatives are vice chancellors in the country, and mother's side relatives are judges in the country, Supreme Court judges sitting here. So with great respect, I would like to talk about this example. He said that he wants the research paper to be accepted to make 10 lakh rupees from IIM. IIM gives 10 lakh rupees bonus. And he said, accept my paper, not my paper, his paper in 2 months, as against the standard 1 year time. And his offer is that he will give me 3.5 lakh rupees as honorarium. He used the fantastic word honorarium instead of using the word bribe. And out of 10 lakh rupees, he will get bonus. And next example, what he says that if I don't want honorarium, 3.5 lakh, because 7 lakh out of taxes, after taxes, he will get only 7 lakh rupees. And next offer is that all his father's side relatives are vice chancellors and IIM directors in this country. And if I want to be a vice chancellor in this country, just tell him he will appoint me as vice chancellor in return to the paper acceptance in 2 months' time. He will appoint me as VC in 2 months' time. And next offer is that he says that all his mother's side relatives are high court judges in this country. He didn't use the word Supreme Court. Supreme Court is sitting here. So, and so he said that any court case for me or any of my friends who is sitting here, court case, it can be civil court or criminal court, he will settle in my favor with a decision in 2 months if I accept his research paper in 2 months. So technology is amazing. So he contacted me on LinkedIn because LinkedIn is a social media platform these days. Anybody can network and send this kind of message and fantastic messages. And technology also helps. I would like to also talk about because China, because India and China are fantastic countries, emerged as the most successful countries in the world. Just 1 minute of your time, I will read a message from China. This is Wan Yu typing from China. I am running an education company in China, helping Chinese universities and Chinese professors to publish in SSCI listed journal. I want a cooperation from your journal. We will provide high quality article. You just need to help us publish and speed up the review process and publication process, and we will revise the articles based on reviewer comments. Every article you accept in 3 months time, I will pay you $2,000 for each paper. I can recommend 20 to 30 papers every year. This is China. So just similar examples of India and China. So we need technology, but we also need the human side. Human side. We need a little bit ethics in our life. And we know that, countries like corruption is more in emerging countries like India or China, but we need to try lowering the corruption when we transform our country with technology examples. It is important, and it is also important to manage technology in a better way like Japan and Korea. Having lived and traveled in about 100 countries, I just would like to draw your attention to Japan and Korea in 5-minute time. I will not take more than 5 minutes, even though originally I was given 20-minute time. The best innovation and R&D development I have ever seen is in Japan. I lived in Japan for about 3.5 years. And Japan and Korea are a classic example. Everything, India is talking about Viksit Bharat. Viksit Bharat is a great concept. I would like to admire the government and people. But how do we achieve that? I would like to draw your attention to Japan and Korea. Everything was destroyed in Japan in 1940s during the Second World War. But Japan emerged as a successful and second largest economy in the world, overtaking Germany by 1970s. And how did they achieve? Technology, the topic of today's conference. Every 1 out of 2 technologies and innovation in the world is emerging, is born out of Japan. Japan and Japanese had toilets, not ordinary toilet, automatic toilets in every apartment, in every household. In 2008, when I went to 2008, March, when I moved to Japan, I had seen everywhere automatic toilets, everywhere automatic sliding doors. And last 8 months, I've been living in America for 16, 17 years, and I just returned to Bombay when they gave me a provost. Provost is equal to vice chancellor in America. America has no terminology called vice chancellor. They call vice chancellor as provost. When a deemed university gave me that terminology, that designation to me, I decided to move to India and to try that. But I have retained my American job. I don't know whether I will go back or live in India. So because I've taken up US citizenship with OCI status, I don't know whether it is good for this country, but I'm a patriot in this country as well. So I would like to talk about Japan and Korea to motivate you to think about how we can achieve Viksit Bharat with technology. Every new technology, as I said, is born in Japan. They spend less amount for defense and maximum amount for research and development and innovation. They believe in high technology and consumerism based on technology. And they have 5 principles for managing their technology. They implement technology based on continuous improvement mechanism. My former Japanese dean Kobayashi sensei told me once, we go everywhere in the world. We go to the West to learn the best technology from the West and implement back in Japan. We also try to unlearn the West from the West, and we unpack the West from the West in Japan. Learn the best from the West and unlearn the West from the West. That is what is Japan. And that is the reason, with dedication, determination, and government support, with the involvement of Japanese companies, Japan achieved the status as the second largest economy in the world. And Korea is another example. I used to frequently visit Korea. I visited Korea 3 times and my brother lived in Korea for 5 years. And Korea was an underdeveloped country. Believe me, it was classified, it was a developing country. Today, Korea is officially classified as an advanced economy. Everything in Korea is technology oriented. Last year I went to Korea. I was a keynote speaker in a conference organized by Yonsei University and Korea University jointly. And Korea has AI parts like ATM kiosks in this country. We have ATM kiosks everywhere. Korea has AI solution prescribing, booths and kiosks in every kilometer in Seoul city these days. Their Seoul Incheon airport is the most advanced airport in the world. No policeman comes and asks you unnecessary question. Everything is machine based, including passport scanning and entry to the country. A lot of things technology based. We need such technology. There are certain auspicious aspects in this country too. We have amazing technology called Digi Yatra these days. If you are flying, download Digi Yatra and you will save time at the airport. Digi Yatra is something that India has implemented as a role model classic development in this country. Another development in this country is the UPI. UPI. You don't need to carry your wallet these days. Even 75-year-old auto rickshaw wala is asking you GPay. So you don't need to carry. If you have only 500 rupees note, don't worry. Use GPay. So even when I went to Allahabad, I went to IITM Allahabad, and auto rickshaw fellow even in Allahabad is using GPay. I mean, we can understand if people use in Bombay, Bangalore, New Delhi, but even in every place in this country, people are using, even illiterate people are using GPay. This is something that is adorable in this country. But there are more things to achieve in this country with technology and human interaction. I would think in such a direction that Indians learn insight from Japan and Korea and try to implement the best practices from Japan and Korea in this country so that we can achieve a lot of things. In Bombay, I've been given 3-bedroom apartment, car and driver, but I don't have automatic toilet. In 2007, 2008 onwards, I've been using automatic toilets in Japan. So what I'm trying to say is that we just have automatic toilets in this country only at the airports. I'm not sure whether Dr. Jain has automatic toilet, but Japan, every poor man and woman has automatic toilets, and that is also part of their cleanliness, so this is very important. And I just would like to reiterate 5S principles of Japan before I wind up my speech. Japanese believe in 5S philosophy: Seiri, Seiton, Seiso, Seiketsu, and Shutsuke. Seiri means sort it out, Seicho means set in order, Seiso means clean and shine, Seiketsu means standardize, and Shutsuke means sustain. They believe in sustainability. They also try to implement the human aspect. Every now and then they use 2 words, Konnichiwa, Arigato gozaimasu. Whenever they meet you, they would wish you with Konnichiwa. Whenever they part you, even if you are not their friend, they would say automatically, it comes from their tongue, Arigato gozaimasu simply means thank you very much. They never stop at arigato. Arigato means thank you. They always add gozaimasu, that means thank you plus very much. And that is the human part of Japanese life. Technology with human part of Japanese life. The synergy between technology, the Industry 5 with the human part of Japanese life. Every now and then, arigato gozaimasu. If we can practice that arigato gozaimasu in our life, we will not fight each other. I tell you two stories from my own life. I had to sort out a trickling issue between 2 single ladies in my institute the other day. This is again relating to the food delivery and online mechanism and how we leverage technology. We have become lazy. We are no longer interested in cooking, whether you are a man or woman. And 2 single ladies, 2 faculty members were staying in the same apartment, and this was given by the university. And what happened was that they were not getting along. The reason was that one lady wanted to cook, another lady wanted to order food using online online delivery mechanism. And they were fighting. Complaint came to me, complaint came to everybody, and then one lady was influential with some decision makers because she was like a butterfly. Butterfly people can be influential, And she was the one who complained again to the other lady. And what was the issue? She said in the complaint that the other lady, junior lady, is bringing men, MEN, to the apartment, MEN. You know, MEN, bringing men is a criminal offense. Supreme Court is sitting here. So, and then we all believed that the other lady is bringing men. And then what was the reality? In America, if you have an apartment in a hostel with 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom maybe boys, 1 will be girl or 2 will be girl, and the other one will be girl. This is a boy. So, but again, and that boy may not be boyfriend of the girl staying in the next rooms. That girls will be having another boyfriend who may be visiting them at night also. That is a different story. But so what I'm trying to say is that doesn't mean anything. But then this girl in her official complaint is complaining against the other girl bringing men. And actually what was the outcome? And everybody thought the other girl is very bad, her character is bad. And what was the man who came there? Finally, after investigation, after appointing committee and all, the committee found that the men who came are food delivery boys to deliver food online, Zomato, Uber Eats, and all these, we order food and they come to deliver. That was the complaint. You know what I'm trying to say? Technology also bringing some changes. So they do not enter to the inside the apartment. They are standing outside the apartment. So fabricated stories. I don't know whether people fabricate many stories in this world, but many stories are fabricated. I'll also tell you one more story, how we use and misuse the emails. This is we are in Indore. If I don't come to Indore and after receiving this award, if I don't tell this story, it will be, it will, I'll not do justice to that. So my message is that don't try to fabricate story. This online food delivery and bringing men was a fabricated story because of whatever. And I also suffered sometimes, so we all suffer from fabricated stories sometimes. When I was with IIM Indore, I had a colleague, I was only 29 at that time. I had a colleague who was 37-year-old, and I wrote a book on business environment, and my book was sold like a hot cake within 1 year. Hindustan Times published a news that IIM Indore professor's book is bestseller, like with the title. And at that time, my senior colleague from Orissa, who was the chairman of research committee at that time, and now he is nowhere because of his character, and he was so jealous because somebody who is 29, 30-year-old, how can he write a best-selling book? And he tried to misuse the email, You can use and misuse email. At least when you misuse email, check use with Grammarly. You will be better off. Or, use ChatGPT these days. You can do a better job. He sent an email to the director and he was so close and he sent a copy. Email can be copied and BCC'd to many people. He copied to some 6-7 senior guys stating that he cannot write a book, 30-year-old man cannot write a book because unless and he has copied this. And it has to be investigated by a committee with 3 members. Chairman of research committee says just because of jealousy. Jealousy has no medicine. Please don't try to be, jealous with others. Okay. Jealousy, of course, I feel jealous when you achieve something if you are my junior. But don't try to be jealous. Jealousy will not take you anywhere. Try to gel with maximum people in a better way. That is what we need. And try to build a culture with konnichiwa and arigato gozaimasu. I'm proud to say that with that book, I still earn substantial amount of royalty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justin Paul. In Japanese, as you said, arigato gozaimasu, और भारतीय परंपरा के हिसाब से आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. You talked about the ethical fiasco, and I think that is a very genuine concern which needs an immediate attention, and the balance of human and technology is a key to cater to that. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom with us, sir. So let's move ahead for some more insights and some more inspiration. Every industry has its pioneers who don't just adapt, but they drive the change forward. Today, we have the privilege of hearing from one such visionary whose experience and insights have set new benchmarks in the automotive and manufacturing industry. It is an absolute pleasure to introduce you all to our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Ajay Sevikari, a name synonymous with strategic leadership, operational excellence, and transformative growth. Before we welcome our esteemed keynote speaker to the dais, let us take a moment and have a look at his incredible journey and the accomplishments. AV team, to please roll the profile.
Mr. Ajay Sevikari is the Managing Director of Prospera, formerly Bridgestone India Automotive Products. He has been working with the Bridgestone Group since 1997 and has handled various responsibilities during his long tenure before taking over the current role in February 2020. He had a glittering academic journey as a graduate in chemical engineering from MIT Manipal and MBA from Pune University. He started his career as Senior Class 1 Officer with Government of India, Department of Atomic Energy at Nuclear Power Corporation before moving to the private sector. Before joining Bridgestone, he worked with Asai Glass. His tenure with Bridgestone led to the company's phenomenal growth in the Indian tire industry, claiming leadership position in passenger car tire segment. He was also instrumental in setting up a 190 acres greenfield tire plant in Pune with an investment of Rs 2600 crore in 2010. Despite several challenges, the plant started ahead of its schedule, generating large employment and revenue for the government, for which he was felicitated by the government of Maharashtra. Soon after taking over the current responsibility of Bridgestone's anti-vibration products business, a struggling company with a history of consistent losses, he faced a challenging period as the COVID-19 pandemic struck, crippling the economy and the business scenario. However, through his strong conviction, commitment, ability to overcome challenges, and vast experience across the various leadership roles, he turned around the company to make it profitable in 2021, which has been growing in revenue and profits since then. Mr. Ajay Sevikari is a change leader and has expertise in coaching and mentoring high potential talent. He firmly believes that there is no shortcut to success and that honesty, integrity, commitment and teamwork are important to achieve any milestone. We welcome you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause in inviting me to the stalwart. Stage is all yours, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me at the back? Okay, thank you very much for inviting me, Dr. Jain, Sumit Singh, and dignitaries on the dais. It has been a pleasure listening to you all. And I represent a slightly different field, but related to the manufacturing itself, because all the distinguished speakers so far have been from academics, legal, and diplomats. So it has been a different perspective which they have given, and I would like to talk about what we have been facing in manufacturing. But see, the industrial revolution which it has got a lot to do with the manufacturing itself, other than the entire business perspective that we call. But manufacturing industrial revolution started with the invention of steam engine by James Watt. So allow me to start my presentation. It actually gives, these are the topics which I will be covering: history of industrial revolution, industry 5. Sorry. Okay, it's gone. It's not working. It's not working. It's not. No, it's not working. Okay, so then Industry 5.0, what's the next step? Then objectives, how this synergy is transforming the process. ठीक है, no problem. Yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah. Then what are the benefits? Of course, we all know what are the benefits. Our speakers have also highlighted them. And most importantly, what are the risks and challenges? Which one? Okay. So we just quickly going to the history which we have had. The Industry 1.0 mechanization with the invention of the steam engine, and it lasted for almost 100 years from 1765 to about 1869 till when the electric motor was invented. Then again it ran for another close to 100 years when the programmable logic control PLC systems were invented in late 1960s or early 1970s. But after that, the progress has been very fast with the invention of internet. So we have had Industry 3.0 when automation started. Then suddenly the Industry 4.0 came with Web 3.0, which our earlier speaker was talking about. So with IoT, big data, we started working with the data crunching started. So data became the big thing, whether 5G, telecom systems, the latest computers, latest gadgets, smartphones, everything. Everybody started talking about data started ruling the world. Now comes Industry 5.0, which is not entirely unknown, but which gives a lot of perspective about human-machine collaboration. As one of my speakers said, that machine should not overtake human, and that's the challenge which we are going to face going forward. So what is the difference between Industry 4 and 5? So we were focusing more on automation and efficiency, but now we are focusing on AI, ML, and robotics integrated with human intelligence. So basically what has been changed is that we have got focused on more human and AI collaboration, but it is more of augmentation and sustainability. What we are going forward is how we can augment the capability of AI and have a sustainable future for us. So key features, human-centric workplaces with AI and ML-powered decision making. So we have got people, but we have got robots along with us. So new business model with sustainable processes, global impact with smart cities and connected world, hyper-personalization. Everything is becoming personalization. What I want every time, anytime, whether it is quick commerce or whether it is our work life, smart cities, operating our home from anywhere in the world. So 5.0, what are the major features of the same? Artificial intelligence and machine learning, Internet of Things with edge computing. Then we have got 5G connectivity. Yes, now we are going towards 6G now. Blockchain and transparent supply chains. We have got digital twins or augmented reality. This is the augmented of the day. And sustainable energy solutions. So these are the major features for Industry 5.0. What are the applications which we can talk about? We have already heard a lot of application, manufacturing. We have got cobots, collaborative robots, which we call, with universal robots create cobots at the workplaces for, again, alongside factory workers. So they work alongside the human. But how do they augment? Cobots handle the repetitive and physically demanding tasks. For example, lifting heavy parts or operating mundane routine tasks, fitting the machine parts into it. But humans are focusing morely on the thinking ability of precision task and quality control. In customer service, AI chatbots and human agents which are there. So AI chatbots like ChatGPT, IBM Watson handle the routine customer queries. But the complex issues are again dealt with by the humans. So AI filters out the simple tasks, allowing the humans again to focus on personalized and emotional interactions. This is actually augmentation, which how the AI helps. Then we have got healthcare. One of our early speakers already mentioned about how healthcare is making it changes. So doctors are no more required to go through the detailed process of analyzing. The AI is helping them out with all the data crunching, giving them the information which is available for them. But at the same time, doctors are taking the decision what is required to be done at what time. So the thinking ability which the human has got, it is being dealt. So it is improving the efficiency of the doctors, because now with lot of healthcare issues coming up, doctors are overstretched. So they also need to manage their own time as well as efficiency in order to treat the patients in the best way possible. We have got in retail sector, we have got examples of Amazon Go stores, AI to track purchases and manage inventory, but human handle the customer service and store operations. Even many of the store operations are automated, but what is required to be done, how much is required to be kept in inventory, that human has to understand. So how do they do is that they optimize the stock levels, but while humans handle the customer engagement and store maintenance of the same. Going forward to education, we have got AI-powered learning assistants. We are into Prestige Institute, where we have got a lot of education systems available for us. So platforms like Duolingo or Coursera use AI to provide personalized learning paths, while teachers focus on creative engagement and mentoring. So at one point, entire information, the teachers don't have to remember any information. The entire information is laid out by these available tools. But teachers have to see that the students remain engaged. If students have got certain questions, probably teachers can support them in order to answer those queries. Going forward, finance, we've got fraud detection and risk analysis being helped by AI, Industry 5.0. So what happens is that AI-driven systems in banks like JP Morgan and Coin, they scan financial transactions to detect the fraud patterns. Because the millions and millions of transactions are happening, like we just talked about GPay handling billions of transactions per day. So what happens is that if there are any frauds which are likely to happen, these banks have to be aware about it, because any single fraud with the current today's world of scams and frauds which is happening, the banks or the clients can lose millions in a fraction of a second. So they have to depend upon it. So they flag the suspicious transaction, they go through all the data, but humans try to verify and make the final decision what is required to be done in that case. As far as agriculture is concerned, we have heard one of our speakers has mentioned about John Deere. So smart tractors like John Deere, AI-driven models where use sensors and AI to optimize the planting and irrigation. So the people are able to use the AI insights to make better decisions, but human expertise is required for overall farm management. You can't leave it that to AI, because you have to understand what is required to be sown, what, when, and how it is to be reaped. So at aviation also, modern aircraft like Boeing and Airbus are using AI autopilot system, but pilot oversee and control flights during the critical moments. Like AI handles the routine flying, but in case of emergency, in case of engine failure, in case of, you have seen recently there is a spate of accidents have taken. I'm sure all of you must have seen the movie Sully, where when both the engines failed, the pilot decided to land it on the water. AI cannot decide that you can land it on the water. It has to be the fraction of a second human intelligence which can take place. So although all these systems are helping, human brain or human intelligence cannot be overcome by AI at all. Law, our distinguished lawyer was here. He has also mentioned about how he has been dealing with the cases in the past, but the tools like Ross Intelligence and LexisNexis analyze the legal documents. So he mentioned about reading 4,000, 5,000 pages in a day, which is a humongous task. Not everybody is as successful or as intelligent as him. So for helping those lawyers, these are the systems that are available. So what it can do is that it speeds up the research, so the lawyers can focus on arguing the cases and interpret the findings in the court. But there are also risks and challenges. It's not everything is hunky-dory. So what are the risks and challenges? We all talk about Elon Musk of the world or the Sundar Pichai of the world. They are, causing some amount of flirtation in the people's mind that probably people are going to lose jobs. Believe me, the people are going to lose jobs for sure. But which are the jobs they are going to lose? They are going to lose the jobs which are mundane in nature. So what we are going to do is that we need to develop the skill gap. Worker may struggle to keep up with the AI driven. So these are the issues which people have to understand. So what got us here will not get us there. That is something which people have to understand. So we need to have, the companies need to focus on in reinventing the training programs. They need to have the, make the employees or the students to make aware about what are the new requirements of the rules. So some jobs may disappear, but while others will be created. You cannot replace human in everything by AI. Okay, whatever the mundane jobs were there, you had somebody who was all the time answering your calls whenever you had any issues. That will go away. That is being done by chatbot. But human interface is almost always necessary. Cyber security and data privacy. You see lot of ransomware attacks, lot of scams taking place. You have to consistently talk about data privacy, cloud computing. There are a lot of investments are going on by the big tech companies in order to ensure that your data is safe. Still, we face a lot of attacks. So hacking is something which is going to happen. It will be the norm of the day, because as the technology progresses, it is good for the people who want to use it for the betterment. It's also useful for the people who want to hack the computer. So hackers can exploit AI driven decision making. You know, today we hear a lot of, at the moment you make a call today, we get a lot of messages from the telecom companies that beware about such and such attack. People are trying to defraud you. People are trying to scare you with many things. So that is something which is being used by the hackers. So what we need to do is that, you know, who controls the massive data generated in human-machine collaboration. That we need to find out. Ethical and bias connections in AI. So decision-making bias, like AI models may reinforce biases in hiring, productivity, tracking, and task management. The talent acquisition is going to use the AI, because, you know, you are used to only there are thousands and thousands of applications coming on LinkedIn or any other job portals. So they can form your AI can be used to make the job description. So AI will be used when you receive thousands of resumes. It is not possible for a human to go through all the thousands. So AI will be used to go through all the resumes, because everything will be online. So they will only capture the keywords, and if it is good or bad, the resumes which do not find relevant will be thrown out. So what we use is that overuse of AI monitoring could lead to ethical concerns and privacy, because there is a possibility that data of all the people who have applied might be misused. So if a human machine system fails, then who is responsible for human operators, companies, and AI developers? That is something which we need to find out. Psychological and social impact on workers. Mental stress, for example, constant interaction with intelligent machines could lead to cognitive overload. Consistently you are facing the machines, consistently you are talking about what is required to be done. It is going to happen, the stress is going to develop. So job security anxiety, people will always feel. Today the people in every sector are feeling that, oh, am I going to keep my job or not? Even the students which I met somewhere outside, they were talking that whether they are going to get the jobs in market or not. But believe me, unless and until you reskill yourself, the current jobs probably may not be there. So jobs will be there, but will change the form. So over-reliance on AI, if humans are overly dependent upon AI decision making, they reduce the critical thinking skill. So everything, like, you know, today you prepare, if you want anything, you want to have a project, you just put it in chat GPT, your project report comes out. That will help you to secure marks, but that will not help you when you are outside in the world and trying to do that. That's not going to help you, because there you will probably require to use your mental skills. Technological dependence and system failures. So AI malfunctions. So we have got unexpected failures in AI driven systems and disruption of operations. Over automation risk, excessive reliance on machines without human oversight may lead to catastrophic failures. Resilience challenge. Companies need to contingency plans in case of AI breaks down. Like, you know, yesterday I was coming in an electric vehicle, the new Mahindra electric car. I asked him, he gave me a lot of features about the car, which is a BEV 96, which they have just launched, and it will be start delivering very soon. When I was driving, he gave me a lot of information about the vehicle. He said that this is AI pod, that is AI pod, is very highly useful. But I asked him, give me one pitfall, one negative factor. He just said one thing, that if the software fails, the vehicle will lock out. So what happens if you have that situation where you are driving along with your family on the road and suddenly software failure takes place. You are not able to do it unless and until the vehicle cannot move also. So this is something which is the biggest challenge. So there has to be system or support system which should be developed in order to ensure that these AI breakdowns can be taken care of. AI itself cannot take care of its own breakdown. So they have to have the predictive analysis for the same. Of course then, ethical use of robots and AI systems, human dignity concerns, machines replacing tasks traditionally requiring human creativity and empathy. For example, caregiving. AI, if it does that, then may raise ethical solutions, because questions. Because we need to understand whether it is appropriate for your child or your parents or your old ones to be taken care through the AI system itself. AI decision power, how much autonomy we should have AI in crucial industries like healthcare and manufacturing. Whether we can completely depend upon them or we have to use humans somewhere in order to ensure that we are taking proper care of the same. Fair work environment, ensuring robots and AI enhance human jobs rather than exploit workers. So we need to use AI for employee engagement, satisfaction surveys, their job performance evaluation, but at the same time decision making should be left with the human itself. So sustainability and environmental impact. Energy consumption, AI-driven system use huge amount of energy and requires computational powers, increasing energy demand for, as you know, the amount of energy which is consumed, and as far as the cloud company is concerned and AI-driven systems are concerned. E-waste and resource depletion, so rapid adoption of AI and robotics could lead to increased electronic waste and demand for rare materials. Consistently you need to keep mining because it is going to evaporate at some point of time. So what is the strategic roadmap? How we can face this challenge? How we are going to achieve the synergy? How we are going to do the business transformation? So what is our roadmap for the same? So assess AI and automation integration. Invest in workforce reskilling. So as I mentioned, the jobs are, the existing jobs may lose, but with the new jobs will be created. So we need people with the revised skills. Implement ethical AI policies. People have to be aware about it. Develop sustainable practices in order to ensure that we save on energy, we live for the future. And foster human-machine collaboration. That is very important. Unless and until both go together, Gio or Ginodo, our friend just some time back said, that has to be there. So you have to have that collaborative work environment with AI as well. So conclusion, Industry 5.0 has huge potential, but must be implemented responsibly to balance technological progress with human well-being. If it emphasizes on human AI collaboration, sustainability and resilience over pure work automation. Business must adopt reskilling, ethical AI and cyber security. And future success lies in balancing technology and human creativity and empathy. So AI is good, AI is necessary, AI will go forward. Grok 3 is here, it has started thinking. Earlier we were saying that AI cannot think, only human can think, or AI is not able to. So now the new AI development taking place. So logical thinking, creative thinking, generative thinking, and cognitive abilities are also being developed by AI. So here we have to make sure that AI is for us, we are not for AI. We have to ensure that we survive and progress going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think technology can be a boon or a bane. It depends whether we do the humanization of machine or mechanization of humans. So thank you so much, sir. You've given a lot of content to us, ideas to reflect and lessons to apply. Thank you so much. So as we continue the momentous event, we now arrive at another significant segment, the official release of the stated papers. These status papers are a result of meticulous research, expert analysis, and individual insights, providing a comprehensive overview of the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities. And they serve as a guiding force for academia, industry, policymakers, and help shape the discourse and pave the way forward. So we are extremely delighted to announce that we have got 3 status papers to be released during this conference. I would like to invite the first team of authors, Dr. Nitin Tantir, Dr. Dipesh Mahajan and Ms. Charmi Dalal. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly honor the authors. So many congratulations. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट चलते रहना चाहिए. It's indeed a momentous occasion. Many congratulations. I would like to invite the next team of authors, Dr. Bharti Malukani and Dr. Vanshika Gangwani, to kindly come on the stage for the release of the status paper. Dr. Bharti Malukani and Dr. Vanshika Gangwani. I would request the next team of authors to kindly come on the stage. Ms. Isha Joshi, Dr. Nandan Velankar and Mr. Nakul Singh Chauhan. So show your energy and a huge round of applause for this team as well. Congratulations. I'll now invite Ms. Isha Joshi, Dr. Nandan Velankar and Mr. Nakul Singh Chauhan to release the status paper authored by them. The PhD awardees to be ready for the next felicitation, please. Many congratulations. Thank you. Thank you to all the dignitaries on the dais. All right. Now, as we continue this exciting journey, it's time to again pause and reflect and celebrate something truly special. This segment is all about appreciation and acknowledgement. So get ready to applaud, appreciate, and celebrate some incredible moments. Let's begin with the Research Excellence Award. Completing a PhD is no small feat. It takes years of dedication, resilience, and an unyielding thirst for discovery. Today, we recognize those who have reached this incredible milestone in the pursuit of knowledge. Let me take this opportunity to announce the names of the PhD awardees and their respective supervisors for this accomplishment during the year. I'll call upon Mr. Dipesh Mamtani, now Dr. Dipesh Mamtani. The supervisor is Dr. Bharti Malukani. Can I request Dr. Dipesh Mamtani to be on stage? I'll request Dr. Pooja Agrawal, under the supervision of Dr. Gunjan Anand, Dr. Pooja Agrawal. Up next is Dr. Urvashi Munjar. Okay. So Dr. Dipesh would be the first one to receive the felicitation. Dr. Dipesh Mantani. It's indeed a proud moment for the recipient to receive the award from such a galaxy of distinguished luminaries. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Pooja Agrawal. Congratulations. Dr. Urvashi Munjar. Next would be Dr. Ashish Mahajan. Inviting Dr. Ashish Mahajan next. Dr. Prakash Kumar Chaudhary. Dr. Ashish Mahajan has completed his PhD under Dr. Rupal Chaudhary. Congratulations. Dr. Prakash Kumar Chaudhary has completed his PhD under Dr. Rakshita Puranik and Dr. Nitin Tanter. Dr. Sunil Garg, under the supervision of Dr. Anukul Manish Haid. Dr. Sunil Garg. Dr. Shobhanjali Raghuvanshi, under the supervision of Dr. Sapnamai Acharya. And Dr. Kavita Jamini, under the supervision of Dr. Sangeeta Jain. Many congratulations. So wishing all the scholars and the supervisors all the best in their future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to the next section and announce our loyalty awards. A journey of 25 years is not just about time. It is about the commitment, excellence, and lasting impact. We take great pride in honoring the members of Prestige family for a remarkable 25 years association with the group. Their contributions have been truly invaluable, and we would like to celebrate their journey with deep gratitude and admiration. I would like to invite Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, Registrar, for the felicitation. Mr. Praveen Chaudhary, Registrar. Up next would be Mr. B.S. Gadekar, Deputy Registrar. And Mr. Manish Anand, Librarian. Would like to invite Mr. B.S. Gadekar, Deputy Registrar. I'll invite Mr. Manish Anand, our librarian. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट कम नहीं होनी चाहिए. 25 years is a very big accomplishment. Many congratulations. Thank you. The next award is the Loyalty Award for 10 years of association, a decade of hard work and resolute commitment. Today, we proudly recognize our team members for completing 10 incredible years with Prestige Group. I would like to invite Dr. Prayatna Jain, Assistant Professor. Dr. Bharti Malukani, Assistant Professor. Congratulations. Dr. Bharti Malukani. Up next would be Dr. Sachidanand Pachori. Dr. Sachidanand Pachori and Mr. Rohit Devlekar, Executive Officer, Account Section, Undergraduate Campus. Mr. Rohit Devlekar. Yeah, let's move ahead. The next set of award would be something very special. किसी भी संस्थान की सफलता में समर्पण और अनुशासन की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका होती है। यह पुरस्कार उन व्यक्तियों को सम्मानित करता है जिन्होंने पूरे वर्ष अपनी निरंतर उपस्थिति और प्रतिबद्धता का परिचय दिया है। We are proud to announce the Least Leave Award for our team members. Mr. Rakesh Dubey, System Administrator. Mr. Rakesh Dubey is the heart and soul of the institute. Up next would be Subeda Major Rakesh Kumar Jarwal, Group Security Manager. Mr. Rakesh Kumar Jarwal. Dr. Sachidanand Pachori is here for his 10 years association. So I would also like to invite Mr. Durgesh Kumar Yadav, book lifter. Durgesh Kumar Yadav ji. So Dr. Pachori is getting felicitated. तो राकेश जी यहाँ पे हैं और दुर्गेश जी भी आए हैं। जोरदार तालियों के साथ इनका स्वागत करें। आप सबको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आप सबकी निष्ठा और समर्पण हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा का एक स्रोत है। बहुत बहुत बधाई। And we are truly honored to be a part of this group who recognizes and acknowledges association. The dignitaries are requested to kindly be seated. So now we are proud to announce our official affiliation as a training partner with NFDC, that is National Film Development Corporation. This corporation marks a significant milestone in our commitment to excellence in the film, media and creative industries. पता ही नहीं इसके आप प्ले करो साउंड नहीं है Dr. Iyer, Dr. Ceremonial Iyer from UG campus, Director UG campus, we received felicitation. Light on. A huge round of applause. Many congratulations to the entire team, to the Prestige Group as well. Sure, sir.
This National Film Division Corporation affiliation is the first of its kind in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh put together. We are the only institution in these three regions to have this recognition. Please give a big hand for yourself. Thank you.
Congratulations once again. All right, everyone, let's now gear up for adding one more pearl to our wisdom with yet another inspiring session. Up next, we have someone truly exceptional, a powerhouse of energy, knowledge and experience. We are immensely delighted to have with us a thought leader whose contributions speak volumes. Introducing our special guest, Mr. Sahil Nair, a strategic thinker and a dynamic influencer. Let's turn our attention to the screens as we present a brief profile of our distinguished special guest.
Mr. Sahil Nair is an astute professional in the human capital domain. He is extremely passionate about creating possibilities by working his way through relationships and human psychology. Sahil is a strategic partner to the business, promoter of talent and technology, behavioral scientist, design thinker and human storyteller and writer. Employee branding, culture and capability are his forte. A certified MBTI and NLP practitioner, a regular columnist and visiting faculty at IIMs and IITs, specializing in the broad domains of HR, marketing, branding and Marcom. Being a certified design thinker, he loves flirting with the ideas as he designs prototypes to redefine human experiences. He is a social media influencer and has been bestowed with many accolades as the Social Media Influencer of the Year by SHRM and Zubin for the last 3 years. As an HR influencer, he was awarded the coveted Top HR Voice Award on LinkedIn, a strong testimony to his commitment to HR and L&D fraternity across the country. He runs a show called #JustLikeThat on his YouTube channel and has his own radio show on Spotify. An avid reader, teaching is his passion. Sahil is a music aficionado, dabbling in various genres of music during his leisure time. We welcome you.
So without further ado, let's invite the versatile Mr. Sahil Nair for his address. Over to you, Sahil.
आप 2 मिनट के लिए कैमरा बंद कर देंगे. 2 मिनट के लिए कैमरा रिकॉर्डिंग बंद कर दीजिए. Okay, lovely. Can you guys hear me? Because I can't hear myself. Can you hear me? Okay, lovely. Can I request everybody at the back to come forward? I know I'm between you and lunch. I know I'm the biggest criminal for today, but can you all come forward? Everybody from the back, very quickly come forward. Come. Let's fill up all these seats. You guys are good students is what I've been told, so let's make the most of it. जब सब बैठ जाएंगे तो कैमरा ऑन कर लेंगे. Let come. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, but let's make the most of it. Don't worry where to sit. These guys won't eat you up. They're nice people. Come. Come to the first row, come to the second row. Fill up the entire seat in the first bench. Come on, everyone. We can do the catwalk in the evening. Let's move slightly quickly because we're all waiting for lunch. There's space here as well. There's space here. Guys, come. There's space here. Come. Come, keep coming down the aisle. There's a lot of space here. Come. There's space here as well. There's space there. आइए सर, इधर आइए, बैठिए. Okay, fantastic. Super. Can I request you to shut that door? Because there are more people outside the auditorium than inside, so. All right. Can you shut that door or you can come in? Because you guys are also talking a lot that I heard through the morning, which is amazing, but let's shut that door. Super. Okay. So recording, let's start. Super. Let me start off, Dr. Jain. Thank you so much, because the way you started the day today, remembering your father and the contribution that came up was so brilliant, because I don't think any machine in the world can do what you did as a human. So a huge round of applause. And that's my first point for this afternoon, right? As much as we may teach the machine will never understand human emotion. Yes or no? Yes. Super. I also want to thank Dr. Pallavi. Dr. Pallavi, thank you so much. She is my best enemy. Ask me why? Why? She's put me between you and lunch. You know, it has been so amazing listening to so many phenomenal speakers from different walks of life. And as each one of them were talking to you, I was wondering that everything that I asked ChatGPT, they've already said. So what should I say? Because if I keep repeating the same thing, it's going to make no sense. And then I sat back and I said, what is more intelligent, this or ChatGPT? And I said, if this is more intelligent, let me look within. And as I was looking within, I actually came to think of the fact that from the time we had Stone Age to today, which is called Siri Age, S-I-R-I, hello Siri. Stone Age to Siri Age, we all have come a very long way. And through this entire long journey of generations of our parents, our grandparents, our forefathers, we all have learned. And in the process of learning, today's topic of this lovely conference on redefining business transformation, human-machine synergy in Industry 5.0, I think couldn't have been a better topic by Prestige. So a huge round of applause to all of you. It also makes me come to think that earlier we never had artificial intelligence. But what we had was natural stupidity. All of us at some point of time in our lives have been guilty of doing something stupid. Yes or no? We all, and if anybody says that they've never been stupid, I would love to have a one-on-one conversation with them. At some point of time in our lives, we all have been stupid. But come to think of it, the debate is not between artificial intelligence and natural stupidity. The actual debate is where AI stops is when the human starts. Everything that was said so far, I was actually putting it on ChatGPT to say, hey ChatGPT, please tell me something that I can say that no one has said. And ChatGPT came back saying, sorry, I don't have an answer to this question. Wherever AI stops is where human begins. There was a time when we used to remember telephone numbers because we had 1 rupee coins, and we would go to a PCO and put that 1 rupee coin and talk to the person who we would want to speak to, who we couldn't speak to from home, क्योंकि मम्मी पापा सुन लेंगे. Today, we have everything and every number on that phone. We don't need to remember numbers. My question to you is, what is clogging your hard disk? Earlier, it was telephone numbers that occupied space in your hard disk. Today, what are you replacing your hard disk with? Are you replacing it with ChatGPT? What else are you replacing your hard disk with? Instagram. What else are you replacing your hard disk with? The biggest thing that we are replacing our hard disk with is baggage of the past. The biggest thing we are replacing our hard disk with is trauma. Trauma about बचपन में मामा ने मुझे ये कहा था, I am not good enough. Replacing the hard disk with, I have won so many awards, I have got double PhD, I have laurels of the past. You are only as good as the last time you stood on the podium. Please remember that. Hats off to everybody who got a PhD today, but your real PhD starts today. Your real PhD starts the moment you're able to create value for people who don't have that PhD. Because I very firmly believe you really get what you got when others get what you got. I'll repeat it. You really get what you got when others get what you got. And therefore, let bygones be bygones, whether they are great experiences and laurels or whether they are very bad experiences or traumas, because carrying them to tomorrow will not let you be alive in the present. And no machine will ever teach you this. Point number 3, I'm going to share with you a small story about synergy. My dad has an OCD of cleanliness. Any guesses who's his biggest enemy? Don't say cleanliness. Me? Okay, good try. Anybody else? मेरे पापा के सबसे बड़े दुश्मन कौन है? Himself. Very good point. Who else? Come on. His own mind. Brilliant. Who else? Who else? पापा को OCD समझते हैं? Obsessive compulsive disorder. उनको cleanliness का OCD है. Who is his biggest enemy? Dirt, his own mind. What else? Clutter, opinions. मेरे दोस्तों, traumas, stress, regrets. क्या बात है, आप तो मेरे डैडी पे PhD लिख दोगे. His biggest OCD is हमारी घर की नौकरानी. Did you ever imagine? You didn't. But his biggest enemy is that maid who comes every morning at 10 a.m. to clean the house, but doesn't clean the house the way my dad likes it. I'm going to fast forward the story because we don't have too much time. My mom is someone who runs the house with the money that my dad gives her. But, and I'm sure आप सबके घर में भी ऐसे होता होगा, for at least your mothers who are housewives. But उनका दिल बहुत कमजोर है. So every time the maid does something beautiful, she'll give some money to the maid. And my dad is saying, उसने तो अच्छे से साफ सफाई भी नहीं करा, तुम क्यों उसको पैसे दे रहे हो? And my mom goes back to say, मैं पैसे साफ सफाई के लिए नहीं दे रही हूँ, वो अच्छी इंसान है, उसको जरूरत है, उसके घर में शादी है, उसका बेटा बीमार है, इसलिए मैं मौके ढूंढती हूं उसको पैसे देने के लिए, क्योंकि हमारे पास काफी है, उसके पास काफी नहीं है. The point I'm trying to drive here is there is no machine involved, but the machine that works between your ears, जो मशीन आप दोनों के कानों के बीच में जो चलती है हमेशा जब आप सो रहे हो तब भी वो मशीन चलती जा रही है, वो मशीन आवाज करती है. और आप और मैं आज तक एक भी कोर्स, एक भी डिग्री, एक भी डिप्लोमा नहीं कर पाए जिसने हमें सिखाया है of how do we silence that machine. And therefore, to silence that machine, my dear friends, you don't need a PhD. You need to look within. How many of us are looking within when we are saying that right now we are having hunger pangs because we are really, really hungry and we've been listening so attentively from 10:30 in the morning, we don't need more gyan. Quickly, story number 3. I think the whole competition is not between humans or machines. The competition is when humans become machines. हम सब एक ही रट में लग गए हैं. We get up in the morning, we get ready, we get to work, we do our lectures, we attend our sessions, we build businesses, we contribute to the growth of our country, we go back home, वही दाल रोटी चावल खा के हम सो जाते हैं. When was the last time you did something for the first time? When was the last time you did something for the first time? और अगर आपके पास इस सवाल का जवाब नहीं है तो थोड़ा सा झांकिए, थोड़ा अंदर झांकिए. Because are you just existing or are you living? Because industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, 5.0 will come and go. Web 1.0, Web 2.0, Web 3.0 will come and go. But you will be the only version of yourself. Lastly, I want to talk about the machine and the human. The machine can shortlist the CV, but the human can read between the lines. The machine will tell you what sells in the market, but the human will create the need for that product or for that brand. The machine will tell you, Sahil, आपने 1 लाख का UPI पेमेंट कर रहे हो. This is a very unusual transaction क्योंकि आप तो 10, 20, 100, 500, 1000 रुपए का ट्रांजैक्शन करते हो. And if you're doing a transaction of 1 lakh rupees through UPI, it's an unusual transaction. But the human will tell you it's a fraud. The choice is how much of machine do we want to use till the time a machine starts talking to a machine in a language that human doesn't understand. And it's already happened. When machine talks to a machine in a language that human doesn't understand, it's going to be a very scary world. Because then, जो हमें बचपन से सिखाया गया है ये सही है और ये गलत है, अगर हम मशीन को गलत सिखाएंगे और बोलेंगे ये सही है, मशीन में कॉन्शियंस नहीं है, तो मशीन वो ही सीखेगा जो हम मशीन को सिखाएंगे. और अगर 100 लोग मशीन को सिखाएंगे कि गलत सही है, मशीन 101 बार एक नए ऑडियंस को बताएगा कि ये सही है. And that is my fear, not for your generation, but for 2 generations ahead, because they will not have a baseline or a benchmark to know what is right and what is wrong, because they will be digital natives that will go onto the machine and ask the machine, मैं क्या करूं? And lastly, as much as machine may have intelligence, what do you and I have that the machine doesn't have? Any guesses? Emotions, what else? Experience, what else? Consciousness, brilliant, what else? Compassion, very nice. Wisdom, very nice. You all must have seen this screen when you go onto a website. At the bottom it says, please confirm you are not a robot. we've come capture. We've come to a world where the machine is asking the human to confirm that you are a human. क्या आयरनी है, आप जरा सोचिए, ये ढोंग को सोचिए एक बारी. जिस इंसान ने मशीन को बनाया, वो मशीन ही वो इंसान को पूछ रही है, बताइए क्या आप इंसान हैं? And with that, my time's almost up, but I just want to end. The machine has intelligence, but humans have common sense. Don't throw your common sense out of the window.
So that was an incredible and a thought-provoking, power-packed session, and it calls for a true reflection on the place we are really standing today. As Sahil just said, there is a very fine line between where the AI stops and where the humans start. So as humans, this is a time we need to pause and reflect. Thank you so much, Sahil, for this power-packed session. Thank you so much. Today, we've had the privilege of being in the company of some truly remarkable individuals, few seasoned professionals, visionaries, thought leaders, and trailblazers who have enriched this august gathering with their insights, wisdom, and gracious presence. Gratitude is best expressed through heartfelt gestures. We are beyond grateful to all our distinguished luminaries for their benign presence, for inspiring us, and for making this grand inaugural ceremony truly memorable. As a token of our deep appreciation and gratitude, we would now like to honor our esteemed panel of distinguished luminaries with a humble token symbolizing our heartfelt gratitude for their gracious presence. May I request Dr. S.S. Bhakar sir, Group Director, to kindly honor Dr. Surat Singh sir. Sir, thank you for sharing your immense wisdom with us, sir. The sound to be the highest of the day. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Dr. Ajit Upadhyay to kindly felicitate Mr. Ajay Sevikuri for his benign presence and for sharing his wisdom with us. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Ajay sir, for your benign presence here. Thank you, sir. Now to felicitate Dr. Justin Paul, I would request Dr. Pratima Jain to kindly do the honors. Thank you so much, sir. The memories are important. Thank you so much. To felicitate our special guest, Mr. Sahil Nair, I would request Dr. Prayatna Jain. I would request Dr. Nandan Velankar to do the honors, please. Maybe we can have the core team of the conference to do the honors. So the both are from the conference team. So a huge round of applause. Thank you so much. I would now request Dr. Subramaniam Iyer, Director, Undergraduate Campus, to extend a formal vote of thanks to all our dignitaries and all the other guests.
Okay, somebody said correctly, somebody from the dais said correctly, machines don't feel hungry, but we all, okay? So I won't keep it very long, but all I like to tell you is, there was a time we created the machines for our well-being, but now the machines, man behind the machine, rightly said by our chairman sir, but then now, are we along with the machines or are we chasing the machines? These are a few issues we need to think about. It's not enough alone creating jobs for ourselves, right? Like the speaker said, we need to create value for others. And that is going to happen only we introduce the human element into synergizing ourselves. Then, secondarily, of course, synergizing with the machines and with the business. Okay. I warmly and thankfully greet the delegates who are present here. I am telling you, this is not word of thanks. It is thanks for your presence and thanks for your vote. Please clap for yourself. The student volunteers and the organizing team under Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, sir, you have done a marvelous job. We are very happy about it. The faculty members who are the treasure of knowledge, who are the treasure trove of prestige, give a big hand for yourself. The admin staff, the support team, and also the technical team, you are doing a marvelous job. We are very thankful to you. Okay, the media persons, I see you, many of you here, you are the ambassadors of prestige. Lot of good work have been showcased by you, and I am sure this very event is going to be in the limelight for the next few days. Okay, the sponsor team, excellent support from the Punjab National Bank, Mr. Shiv Shankar Chaudhary sir. You are our strategic partner. We are thankful to you. How can we forget Arihant Capitals, Anirudh Sharma sir? Your presence here really made a difference, and I am glad you are into the knowledge world and into creating value for the students and the people. Okay, here are the galaxy of dignitaries. The Vice Chancellor Vikram University, Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj. What a great aspect he covered about the emotion. Justin sir, international aspects you mentioned about. Very happy about it, sir. Siddharth Rajan's words were very captivating. You mentioned something about what the global institutions are doing for the knowledge world. Sahil Nair sir, let me tell you, very, very impressive. Let me tell you, very impressive. Nobody could have been so captivating as you were. And Ajay Savarkari sir, it is a professor's approach to teaching. I am glad there are such people in the industry who can be our very professors. Thank you very much, sir. And Dr. Surat Singh sir, legally speaking, you are right. Legally speaking, so kind, so nice, so enriching. Okay. And my galaxy of directors, inspiring leaders who are the race horse of the prestige. You are taking a lead. You are not walking, you are not trotting. You are galloping for the organization. Thank you very much for your honorable presence. And these very directors and the leaders are the Navratnas or more Ratnas of the prestige. And lastly, let me thankfully acknowledge the presence of the Jain family, Dr. Devesh Jain, our chairman, and Dr. Dipin Jain, our vice chairman. Together you are leading us to the brightness, leading us to the success and leading us to an inspiring future for Prestige. Thank you very much, sir. Finally, may I all request you to kindly stand. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. So as we stand at the threshold of this incredible conference, we look forward to some meaningful conversations, collaborations and connections that will unfold over the next 2 power-packed days of PICOM 2025, where academia, research and industry will converge with an impressive lineup of eminent speakers, thought leaders, experts and academicians. So let's together embark on this inspiring journey with open minds and shared vision. Let's embrace this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate together. Sure, sir. So with that, let us officially kick off our 20th International Conference, PICOM 2025. With the loudest of applause for the day. Wishing everyone an insightful and enriching experience. So before we formally close this proceedings, I would like to announce that immediately after the national anthem, we would request the dignitaries to have a group photograph here. And after that, we'll proceed to the atrium, wherein we'll have a group photograph with all the delegates and participants. Post which, we'll proceed for a delightful lunch, wherein you can further collaborate and network. There is a small announcement that the workshop timing has been extended to 3:30 to 5:30. Please take a note of this. Now it's time to stand tall and pay tribute to our great nation. Request everyone to rise for the national anthem. Let's join with pride and reverence.
Jana Gana Mana Adhinayak Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchal Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you everyone for your presence. Thank you. Signing off for the inaugural ceremony. All the best everyone. Ji sir. Thank you sir. Thank you sir. मुझे तो नहीं लग रहा है चालू है। हेलो 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 ऑन क्यों किया?
Dr. Justin Paul, originally from Kerala, holds 3 PhDs. We welcome you, sir.
Dear participants, this is to inform all the participants, research scholars and faculty members that we are going to start in another 5 minutes. I request all the faculty members, research scholars to present in the CH for research conclave. I repeat, I request all the participants, research scholars, faculty members along with the staff members if they want to join to report in the CH as we have to start in another 5 minutes for research conclave. Thank you.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I request all the participants, research scholars and faculty members of PIMR to join in CH as we start in another 2 minutes. So I request all the participants and research scholars to join in CH. I request all the students who are sitting on the last row, can you please come forward? I request all the students who are sitting on the last row, please come forward. Please first occupy the front rows.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all had a fulfilling lunch, though I must admit, post-lunch sessions are always a battle between curiosity and drowsiness. But fear not, with the power-packed discussion we have lined up, your intellectual appetite is all about just as satisfied as your lunch cravings. I am Aditi Sharma, Senior Lecturer from PIMR Indore, and it is my absolute honor to welcome you all in the research conclave of the PCOM 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5.0. I extend a warm welcome to our directors, esteemed faculty members, research scholars, and dear students who have gathered here to engage in the pivotal discourse. The research conclave has been thoughtfully organized to foster meaningful discussion on academic excellence, ethical research practice, and impactful publishing by bringing together esteemed scholars, researchers, and academicians. This platform aims to inspire innovation, uphold research integrity, and navigate the evolving landscape of Industry 5.0. Through insightful sessions and interactive dialogues, we strive to equip scholars with the knowledge and guidance needed to contribute effectively to the global research community. We are privileged to have among us two eminent resource persons for today's session, whose contribution to academia and research excellence are truly inspiring. Dr. Justin Paul, Provost and Dean at NMIMS, and Dr. Sumit Narula, Professor and Director at MIT University. Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Justin Paul, Provost and Dean at NMIMS to all of you.
Dr. Justin Paul, originally from Kerala, holds 3 PhDs from the University of Brighton, England, IIT Bombay, and Calcutta. He is the chief editor of A-ranked International Journal of Consumer Studies, the Consumer Research Journal with the highest impact factor, and Scopus site score in the world with Q1 status on Web of Science. With 37,000 citations, ranked among the top 70 highly cited professors in business and economics in the world, and with citations increasing at a record rate of 1,000 per month with an H index of 92, Dr. Paul has also published 4 case studies with Ivy and Harvard. Currently, the most cited author in business and social sciences subjects based in India, Dr. Paul is an author of over 200 articles in SSCI Web of Science journals and has over 75 papers in A or A-star journals on the ABDC list. He has visited over 90 countries and 500 universities for speeches. He has transformed IJCS as a journal with 2,600 submissions in 2023 from 575 in 2019. Dr. Justin Paul is a former faculty member with the University of Washington, serves as Provost and Dean, NMIMS University, and has been a professor of MBA and Director Research at the University of Puerto Rico, USA, with a 3-year professorship at the University of Reading, England. He has also served as MBA Director at Nagoya University, Japan, and as Department Chair at IIM Indore. Dr. Paul introduced the Mastige model and measure for branding, the CPP model for internationalization, the SCOP framework for small firms, the 7P framework for international marketing, ADO, TCCM frameworks, and SPAR4 SLR protocols for literature reviews. Dr. Paul holds Honorary Distinguished Professor, Professor of Eminence titles from University of Budapest, Hungary, Korean University, Seoul, Lebanese American University, IIM Kozhikode, MS University, and the University of Warsaw, Poland. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Alok Bansal, HOD, Computer Science and Analytics, to extend the floral welcome to Dr. Justin Paul as a great gesture of our heartfelt appreciation.
Hello.
Now, I would like to introduce Dr. Sumit Narula, Professor and Director at MET University, to all of you.
Dr. Sumit Narula is a PhD in Electronic Media and Conflict Resolution from Punjab University, Chandigarh, with 2 masters and 2 postgraduate diplomas to his credit. He is presently working as the Director Head of the institution in MET School of Communication, MET University, Gurgaon. Prior to this, he was the Deputy Dean Research, Publications and Citations at MET University, Madhya Pradesh. He is the founding editor-in-chief of the biannual Scopus Index journal named Journal of Content Community and Communication, which has a site score of 3.4. One of his books, Environmental Awareness and Role of Social Media, with IGI Publications USA, has recently been indexed by Clarivate's Book Citation Analysis, Web of Science. He has also published several national and international research papers in areas of research and publication ethics, catching fake, predatory clone journals and fraud misleading impact factor, media research, fake news detection, etc. He is also the chairman of the MET Center of Excellence for Detection of Fake News and Disinformation at AUH. He has taken over 700 workshops on the topic How to Catch Fake, Predatory Cloned Journals in Academics, and has developed a course with Taylor's University, Malaysia, which won him the Innovation Research Award. As the Honorary Brand Ambassador for Emerald Publishing in South Asia and a Voluntary Ambassador for Crossref, he regularly collaborates with leading organizations like Elsevier, Cabels and Turnitin to promote academic integrity. He has recently released an app named Amity Quality Journal Checker on both Google Play Store and the iOS platform. It has a list of all the fraud, cloned and predatory journals. Dr. Sumit Narula has 2 copyrights named 8 Novel Ways to Identify Fake Misleading Impact Factor and 8 Novel Ways to Catch a Clone Journal. We welcome you, sir.
Now, I request Dr. Sumita Sarkar, Dean, Department of Liberal Arts, to extend a floral welcome to Dr. Sumit Narula in recognition of his valued presence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I request our eminent guest, Dr. Justin Paul, Provost and Dean at NMIMS, who will enlighten us on the critical topic of publishing research paper in high index journals. Stage is yours, sir.
Thank you for this invitation, and I would like to redefine my title for this session because I spent the last 5 years, I spent 50 hours every week as journal chief editor. Role in this session is primarily based on my experience as chief editor, not as provost and dean. So better you introduce me as chief editor, International Journal of Consumer Studies. Okay. So, and it is a paid position and it is a full-time position, but in India, people don't know what is the role of a chief editor of a major academic journal. So, but I still have to spend every day, I spend 5 hours Nowadays, because of administrative position in India, I don't have time. So, but still, my day for the journal starts at 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock, 5 hours. But previously, in American universities, teaching is less. You have more time for research and publications and editor job and all those kind of things. That is the difference between India and America. And another difference, to make sure that you relax today in this hall. So I have this article to deal with. So what is the difference between India and America, or there is another difference? In India, honorary doctorates go to political stars and movie stars. In South Korea, when I was in South Korea, what I found that the honorary doctorates are given to industry captains, industry CEOs and chairmen get honorary doctorate in South Korea. So in Europe and America, it mostly go to scientists and academicians, honorary doctorates. That is the difference. In India, if you are a movie star and political star, you get honorary doctorate. But I got an honorary, I'm an exception to get an honorary doctorate from Calcutta. So that way I appreciate Bengalis, because they have, that intellectual acumen to think about an academician to give honorary doctorate. But otherwise, when I went to some symbiosis in Pune and all, they were giving honorary doctorate to movie stars. So anyway, so now that is not our topic, but our topic is publishing research papers in international journals. How do we increase the chances of publishing? And I have shared this article on do's and don'ts. So these do's and don'ts are based on my experience as an author. Initially, when I was a baby or when I was an infant researcher, I received thousands of rejections. Even now also, many times of course, the paper has some problems and paper is not perfect, paper is not looking like diamond, it gets rejected, So, how do we minimize the chance, better I should use the word, minimize the chances of rejection. So I have this article which I shared with you. In case if you don't have a hard copy of this article, open your laptop or open your phone, which I'm told that the organization have sent you this article, so that you will better follow me. Otherwise, you will only be able to follow me partly. So, yeah, this article is titled as Publishing in Premier Journals with High Impact Factor and Q1 Journals, Do's and Don'ts. So I would straight away discuss the reasons for rejection. So if you have this article sent by, who sent this article to them? Alok has sent this article to them. Yeah, this is better for me. Okay, so this, you will get this so that you can ask questions.
Okay, the soft copy of the article is already shared in the official.
Thank you. This mic is working. If it is not working, it is made in China. If it is working, it is made in India. So it is made in India. Okay. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, this is what I feel. So this is made in India or made in Japan. So the trend now is publish or perish, or publish and prosper. If you publish, you can prosper. If you don't, you perish. And in academia, you lot of opportunities if you publish these days. Yeah. Stage too far, right? This is better. Yeah. So now I'm in front of everybody. So otherwise, people who are behind me were complaining. So complaining is part of Indian life. So I am also an Indian. So that way it's okay. So we need to understand why a paper is getting rejected. It is also similar to a situation where you apply for jobs and you get rejected. Will you feel disappointed? Don't get disappointed. Never get disappointed. Sometimes you are more competent and knowledgeable, but somebody else who is not competent also get recruited. It happened at IIM Indore also because of the political games, you know. So at that time, Punjabi director recruited son of a Punjabi vice chancellor also. And he had only MBA second class from Pune, but he is an excellent communicator because he did his school in an excellent English medium school, you know. So in order to be a successful professor, you only need English. So, and, I mean communication, spoken English, not written English, spoken English. And, but there was a lady from Orissa, she was hired because, but she had heavy, thick accent, you know, and she was boycotted by IIM students. And then now she is working at IIM Shillong, unfortunately or fortunately. So this is also a problem. But anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that rejection is part of our life. Somebody will reject us, somebody will accept. So try to remember these reasons which I have listed here as reason for rejection so that you can minimize the probability of rejection. So number one, lack of originality and uniqueness. To begin with, I tell you, I have received more than 3,000 or 4,000 rejections. I don't know how many rejections in my life to publish 250 plus papers. So lack of originality and uniqueness is reason number one. Originality and uniqueness. What is original and what is unique? You need to have journal editors and reviewers look for original papers and unique papers. If something which they think that redundant or recycled or replete, they reject it. So you have to think about something original, something unique. You need to have a USP in your paper. Otherwise, suppose if somebody has done some service quality study in Chinese context, you do the same in Indian context, you know, so, or there are already 1,000 papers in the same thing. So you can expect some rejections if you submit to very highly regarded journals. And so, you know, but if you have something unique, like Uber, even you can relate this with the industry situation. Uber had something unique when they introduced ride-sharing platform. Apple had something unique when they introduced MacBook or iPhone. So likewise, if your research paper has something unique, somebody will accept it. Otherwise, people will reject it. And the next reason I have listed here is in this article. If you have this article, you can open it and see it and follow me. Otherwise, you have to follow me somehow. So reason number two, reason for rejection, lack of scholarly presentation. Scholarly presentation because we are all scholarly academic. So in order to be scholarly academic, you need to have a write-up which is based on references from well-known journals, not from unknown journals. And also those references should be up to date. And those references, you have to also learn the art of identifying research gap based on what is already published and what is not yet published in your area. So you have to demonstrate gap for your research and establish that you are doing or you have done pioneering research which others haven't done. So why do you cite references from journals is because you are saying is that others have done so and so studies but they have not done this. That is why I am doing this or I have done this. So that is the reason we are actually citing references from journals. That part you have to understand. Many times when we are PhD students, our supervisors don't have time to tell us this because they are super busy. You know, even I have 2 PhDs and none of my supervisors also told me I learned this by learning by doing. You know, so that many things we learn by doing. Yeah, so you cannot expect your parents or your supervisors to tell us and teach us everything because they are also so busy in their life. So, so scholarly presentation is important. And number 3, insufficient impact. Suppose if I am a journal editor, when I took over IJCS as journal chief editor, now this is my 6th year, our impact factor was 1.6. So, but it was a very, very old journal. It was a 46-year-old journal. It was much older than many other journals, but its impact factor was less than very new journals at that time. So when I was recruited, they asked me the question that how do you increase the impact of the journal? So to increase the impact of the journal, You have to publish articles that are likely to be downloaded and read by maximum people. So my job that way also is to screen papers that are likely to be downloaded or read by more people. Suppose if I accept papers which are already, suppose some topic, some papers which already 3,000 papers are there, who will read this paper after publishing? Nobody will read this. So I have to publish, or I have to accept papers with newness and novelty, so that I can create impact. So chances of acceptance is high when you have papers on topics with newness and novelty. For example, when social media was emerging as an important phenomena, people who were first movers and fast movers on doing research on social media, they all got papers accepted in respective journals. When COVID was becoming an important thing, people who were first movers and fast movers to do COVID related research, you know, they got papers accepted. The same thing with artificial intelligence, same thing with many other topics. So try to work on topics with newness and novelty. That will increase your chances of acceptance. And next is flawed design 2.4. Design. Suppose this auditorium is constructed. There was a design before the construction of this auditorium, right? So before you write a research paper, you need to have a design. So as same way, if you have an apartment or if you have a house, you need to have a plan or design, otherwise when earthquake comes, it will collapse, right? So that way, prepare a design better, architecture, you know, with an architect. You yourself can be also an architect, but if you are not sure about different designs of research paper, consult with some expert. And so your design should be perfect, it should not have any flaw. It can be mixed method study, it can be qualitative or quantitative or review type articles or whatever type of article. Design starting with the introduction to literature review, to methodology, to and what methodology, all kind of things, and whether you are doing robustness checks, all these kind of things. I mean, if it is empirical study, if it is qualitative, you don't need to do robustness check. So all those things are important. And similarly, methodology, flawed design and flawed methodology are reasons for rejection. So sometimes people make mistakes, you know, for example, sample size is small. If your sample size is small, better you increase the sample size before you submit your paper. Many people submit, like when I screen the manuscript as journal chief editor, I see that many people, they have done good job, but the sample size is small. Sample size is small. Wow, all the effort that you have taken is gone because your results are not reliable. So such kind of things you have to take care. And another, sometimes you have all your students, so they participate in your sample, so they are not real people. I mean, sometimes some journals accept papers based on students, but some journals have reservation. It's like some people in America, they have reservation when it comes to seeing black people, you know. So same way, some journals have reservation when they see sample from students. But some journals are accepted, okay. Some white people, I have seen some white woman having boyfriend and husband. I mean, black people as boyfriend and husband. That means for some white people it's okay. It's the same way for some journals, small samples are okay, but not for all journals. Yeah. So I don't know whether you have seen American white woman with black men. Okay. So, and another, or European. Yeah. So another reason, unsupported results. Yeah. So your hypothesis, suppose if you have 4 hypotheses or 5 let's say you have 5 hypotheses. Hey madam, acha scan karta hai, baito na? Ha. So India's most cited author is speaking. Pay attention, please. Okay. So otherwise you will not pay attention. ठीक है. So sometimes you have to self-proclaim to make sure that people pay attention to you. Otherwise, nobody, you know, people will sleep. I'm also sleepy because I went to the airport at 5 o'clock. I'm more sleepy than you. Okay, so next, unsupported results or unsupported hypotheses. Let's say you have an empirical paper, you have 5 hypotheses. At least 3 should be supporting, or your result should support at least 3 hypotheses, ideally. If majority of hypotheses are not supported by your results, that itself is a reason for rejection. So, And another reason, 2.7 in this article, I'm going by the sequence of this article. 2.7, if you have the article, you can follow me, you know. So 2.7 is poor writing or lack of flow or language quality problem. Poor writing. Sometimes it happens with non-native speakers. So in case if you are not confident of your English, make sure that you hire some freelance English editor, like Chinese do it, or Japanese and Koreans and Spanish and all, French and all, they do it. They write the first draft and then they hire consultant, and the consultants improve the English. So you can also do that. There are many, India is a country with 1.4 billion people. Even if you hire an English consultant, you have to pay only 5,000 rupees. Your own students can do, MBA students, they have beautiful English, you know. So those who are not getting campus job, hire them, okay, then they will be happy to do it. They will have, hire them for 6 months. And flow is another thing. I remember as an author, when I submitted a paper 5 years ago to a journal, reviewer had rejected the paper with comments that if I was in your position as an author, I would have read this paper 10 times, especially introduction 10 times, and then remaining section 5 times before I submit. You have written the paper, but you did not do the reading of your own paper before you submitted. So flow is a problem. Flow means, you know, swimming pool flow, water flows in swimming pool, or water flows in river water. So your paper has to flow from one paragraph like the water in the river is flowing. So otherwise your paper will get rejected. If people don't understand, when you write, you think that your paper is perfect. But when somebody else read, they will understand that your paper is not perfect. So that is why you have to reread or get it read by somebody else. And the next point is 2.8, narrow topic. Narrow topic. Some people do research on very, very narrow topic. Very, very narrow topic is a problem. Very, very broad topic is also a problem. You need to draw a line between very, very narrow and very, very broad. So very, very narrow, if you submit and journal accept, nobody will download and nobody will read it. So journals are not interested in very, very narrow topic. So if you have a very, very broad topic, also problem. It is in between. It is like, you know, when you have a man or woman as your partner, it is better to be in between. Not too narrow, not too broad. You know what I'm trying to say? So if your woman or man is so beautiful, other woman or man will grab your man or woman. So, or they will come and talk, you know. So that is also a problem. So the same way, your topic also should be in between, not too narrow, not too broad. And unscientific content. Unscientific content is another reason. 2.9 is unscientific content. And this means sometimes many of us, especially PhD students, I don't know how many of you are PhD students here. So unscientific content is sometimes when you are a early career researcher, you don't understand what is scientific and what is unscientific. References or information or data or sentences or data sourced from reliable and scientific and known sources are considered as scientific, and unknown sources or unreliable sources are considered as unscientific. Suppose if you source data or if you source references from journals or databases which your editor or reviewer has never heard about, that they might interpret it as unscientific source. For example, there are some predatory journals in India and Pakistan. If you source references or data from that, they are unscientific, considered as unscientific. And likewise, if you source some data from unknown websites and all, it is also unscientific. So such things get rejected. And next is 2.1, plagiarism or similarity or self-plagiarism. Plagiarism and self-plagiarism both exist. 10% of the submissions that international journal receives are plagiarized. And there are softwares and they check softwares, usually journal assistant check softwares. But I can tell you, two companies, Emerald and IndoScience, they don't have this plagiarism check software. I don't know whether they have introduced it last 6 months. Until last six months ago, they are not very well-known publishing houses in the world. Well-known publishing houses are Elsevier, Wiley, Springer, Taylor and Francis, and Sage. So these six, they have excellent softwares to check your plagiarism, and they do it for every paper. So some people also submit papers with self-plagiarism. So this is also not good. So paper will get rejected because software catch self-plagiarism is nothing but you make some changes in your own previous paper and try to publish as a new paper, something like old wine in new bottle, you know. So this happened to me also, like Deakin University professor, an Australian lady invited me. I thought she loves me or she likes me. And when she invited me, she did not invite me to her house. She invited me to her university in Melbourne, Australia. And and I was given 1 month fellowship and all. And she and at that time she had a boyfriend. Now he is her husband. They both came together and showed me around Golden Triangle and very nice sightseeing, 1 full day, 2 full day. And then finally after that, when I came back after 2 weeks, she submitted a paper. And our software checked the paper, it was self-plagiarized. So, and then she wrote to me, we had to reject it, then she wrote me an angry email. I spent $500 to show you Golden Triangle, all kind of things in Australia, and dinner, lunch and all, and you cannot even help me in one paper. So, sometimes it happens. Anyway, so the next is outdated literature review. Next reason is outdated literature review. So plagiarism wise, my suggestion is that do a plagiarism check using Turnitin or any other software. Overall plagiarism must be less than 25% and single source similarity should be less than 3% from any single source. And outdated literature review, your literature review in your paper should be up to date. So sometimes some people copy literature section from some other paper, and if you do that, it will be looking like an outdated literature review section or introduction section and all. You should be able to include recent references so that it will look like your paper will look like up to date. A reviewer or editor will think that you have done enough effort to update your knowledge. Even if you have not updated your knowledge, at least show that in your paper. You know, this is important. Yeah. See,
how do you define what the literature review?
Suppose if you submit a paper in 2025, if your recent references end in 2020, that shows that it is outdated. So you have in bracket you are writing the year, like Gupta 2023 or Bansal and Singh 2024. Bansal is my co-author also, and so here, you know what I'm trying to say is that, so all references should look like 24, 23, 25, not all, many references should be 22, 23, 24. Suppose if all references look like 1995, 1998, it is definitely outdated. And next is 2.12, lack of conceptual or theoretical contribution. Conceptual or theoretical contribution. This is a topic many Indians lack knowledge, because most of the trainers here, in this kind of training programs are conducted. Somebody told me, I forgot his name, he told me some Singapore guy was invited to Ghaziabad to conduct some research workshop. He mentioned my name as SLR father. This is what one of your faculty members just now told me. So, but Ghaziabad people did not invite me, but they invited somebody from Singapore to conduct training. That is very nice. So, but it's okay. But what I'm trying to say is that most of the trainers conduct training on SPSS and PLS SEM in this country. Nobody conduct, I don't know any trainers conduct training on theory and concept. International journals want theory development and conceptual development in their paper. At least an application of theory or development of concept, or your paper should be conceptual flavored, or conceptual contribution should be in the paper. Just by analyzing on PLS, SEM or SPSS, your paper's chances of acceptance is that. You need to be aware of all theories, or all concepts, all models, and international journals need that. So otherwise your paper can get rejected. And replete research topic. This I already explained. if your topic is already repeated, to get rejected. And the next point is scope and audience. Journal scope and audience is also important. For example, our journal, the name is International Journal of Consumer Studies, published by Wiley, UK. And we accept papers related to consumers, but we have relatively broad coverage. All marketing papers we consider, and all information technology related papers which have some connections with the customers or consumers, applications of society, technology in society, such kind of things we consider. Consumer finance we consider, consumer psychology, consumer economics, those kind of topics also we consider. So, but something which has nothing to do with consumers, for example, if you have a paper on human resource management, we cannot publish in our journal. So that is, if you have paper on stock markets, we cannot consider in our journal because it has nothing to do with consumers. So that is the scope of the journal. So you have to understand the scope of the journal and submit it, every journal that you submit. And ideally you should look at, you are on your reference list. If you have a reference from a journal, that shows the match. So you can ideally target a journal that shows in your reference list. And the next reason, low quality data source, I already mentioned. It's also of your data. If it is a disputed data source, you get rejection. And high volume of submission, 2.16 is high volume of submissions. Most journals have high volume of submissions because these days India and China is admitting a lot of PhD students. Many universities in private sector in India, in order to get an IR of high rank, even IIT Delhi, in order to get an IR of high rank, they admitted a large number of PhD students last 10 years. So, but IIT Bombay and IIT Madras is not doing that. This is also a strategy these days. So, admitting PhD students and quarreling with PhD students, the school's rank improves. So, that because of that high volume of submissions in journals, and journal editors sometimes reject papers not by really judging the quality of the papers these days in some journals, not all journals, some journals or many journals. They reject because of high volume of submission. It is very similar to the number of jobs that we all apply, okay, in our lives. Sometimes when you apply for a job, they get 2,000 applications. That means high volume of application. Sometimes meritorious candidates get rejected. The same way, even in the interview recruitment process. Same way, meritorious papers get rejected. That way, if your paper get rejected, don't get disappointed, don't feel angry or don't get frustrated. You know, take it in the right spirit and have a cappuccino or cafe latte or Horlicks or Bonvita, and you put blame on the editor or reviewer. You know, because it is not because of your fault, it is because of high volume of submission. They want to reduce their workload. So they reject papers to reduce their workload, which they will not write in the reason, in the rejection letter. But the real reason could be also to reduce their workload. Because whatever paper they accept, editors also have the responsibility to read and ensure that everything is proper and perfect. Otherwise, editors can lose their job also. Recently, 2 Indian stalwart editors lost their chief editorship overnight. They were also accepting their own dear and near paper. So one Indian in UK, another Indian in IIT Delhi. I will not name them, but it happens. So editor also has to read the paper, so that way they will reject many papers to reduce their workload. In some journals it happens, so it is not your fault. Don't get disappointed. Okay. So the same way, I have not got any, like when I applied for my first job, I did not get the job. So initially I was disappointed, but I went for my bank job, my bank test, first bank test, the school where all this BSRB exam bank test was conducted at that time was flooded with 2 lakh applications, 2 lakh candidates appearing for bank test. How do you get a job when 2 lakh people appear? The same way, when 3,000 papers are submitted for 100 paper to be accepted, sometimes your paper get rejected for that reason also. So, and next reason is stringent standards. Journals have stringent standards, so that is also reason for rejection of your paper. And another reason is suspected manipulation of tables or results. Some people manipulate tables and figures, and they cook data, they cook tables. This is also reality. I'm not asking you to do it, but it is also reality. We have Dr. Narula as an expert on those kind of topics. But there are people, like one of the IIM Kozhikode faculty member, he told me he did his PhD from ICFI, and he told me that there are a lot of people in that institute where he did PhD is cooking data. So, so I guess he himself is also doing it. I don't know. So, and because anyway, suspected that way, many journal editors and reviewers are also suspecting quality of data, all those kind of things. That is also reason for rejection. And so now I would straight away give you some do's and don'ts to increase the chances of your paper acceptance. And retraction happens when your paper is accepted based on low quality. Sometimes you meet with the editor of some journal somewhere in some conference or make him happy or somehow, especially sometimes they and many people edit special issues only to publish papers of their dear and near. Even the new president of Indian Academy of Management, he himself has published 15 papers in all his special issues. So what I'm trying to say is that, and I met a Cyprus guy, gentleman, he told me he edited special issues, 67 special issues, and he has 68 papers in special issues. Special issues are tax havens. And so retractions happens because of all those kind of reasons. And last 1 or 2 years in business and economics, many Indian stalwart professors' papers got retracted. And one of the reasons one Indian editor-in-chief also lost his chief editorship is also because he got 3 papers retracted. So anyway, retraction is the same, but so it happens because you publish through connections. Yeah, so because when readers read and they find out, sometimes they find out after 4 years. And do's to increase the chances of publication. Do number 1, do plagiarism check. Do number 2, refine your paper like a diamond. Do number 3, follow generalized approach. Generalization is important. There has to be generalized takeaways and generalized insights from your paper. Your title also should be generalized. Your title should be ideally, if you're submitting to international journal, don't include your country or state or district name in your title. It should be a generalized title focusing on your topic. And number 4, do's focus on the contemporary importance of your topic instead of highlighting the context. Context is secondary, but contemporary importance of your topic is important, more important. And number 5, include recent references from all target journals to identify research gap. And number 6, do original research with newness and novelty. Number 7, design mixed method studies instead of single study wherever possible. And number 8, do robustness checks such as common method bias in cross-section studies and time series studies, multicollinearity, those kind of robustness checks. Depending upon type of study, you have to do it in case if you are doing a data analysis. And number 9, you can have authors from well-known institutions, well-known global institutions, so like Harvard, Stanford and those kind of things, then you have a high probability of acceptance. Because people also go by brand. Many journals go by brand. So like many companies, like KPMG came here, nice gentleman, but KPMG go to IIM to recruit people, they don't go to unknown institution to campus place students. This is also reality. The same way some journals want to publish articles with the Harvard professor name and all. This is also something, yeah. That you cannot say depending upon the journal. Some journals qualitative papers are also okay. So I would suggest you to read a qualitative analysis, qualitative papers, a guideline paper by Crick in Journal of Strategic Marketing. He has very good guiding article on how to write a qualitative paper. And and number 10, be either first mover or first mover to work on a current and contemporary and new topics with novelty. And number 11, develop a precise yet comprehensive manuscript. Number 12, learn the art of writing short sentences instead of writing long and confusing sentences. Many people know how to write confusing sentences, and if your sentence is very long, it is confusing for others. So write short and precise sentences. And focus on your topic in the title and introduction. Number 14, number 14 is ensure that manuscript is perfect with conceptual or theoretical contribution. And do number 15 is ensure that manuscript is perfect with front to analytical and presentation dimension. Do number 16 is develop your, if you have empirical paper, develop your empirical paper with multiple studies with behavioral data preferably, not intentional data. And number 17, get it English edited or proofread by someone else. And if you have an empirical paper, make sure that you derive hypotheses, at least 4 hypotheses. 4 to 6 is ideal, not more than 6. And if you have qualitative paper, derive research questions. And if you have conceptual paper, derive theoretical or testable propositions. Those are the bones of different type of papers. RQs in qualitative papers, proposition in conceptual papers, hypothesis in empirical papers. Those are the thumb rules. PIMR paid my flight in the morning to come here. So an award also, so at least I have to teach you something. Okay. And number 18 do's in the discussion section, try to collaborate and contrast your findings with the findings of similar studies. Discussion section, art of writing discussion section. If there are any similar studies, try to compare and contrast the findings of their study with your own study. It is important. If there are not similar study, you don't have to do that. And number 19, you don't have to spend all your time to change reference format these days, because journals have introduced your paper your own way. So which means that you don't have to change your APA format to AMMA format and AMMA format to APA format. The other day I went to university promoted by Hugging Saint Amma. I don't know whether you know her. So, previously there was APA format and AMMA format. Now also there is APA format and AMMA format, but you don't have to worry about that and spend your time. So when I did my first PhD, I decided I will not do research just because of this APA format and Chicago format and Harvard format. Those days it was all clerical job, manual. But when ChatGPT was introduced, somebody told me to use ChatGPT. I tried. ChatGPT changes format automatically these days. And so even if some crazy editor is asking, just use ChatGPT to change the format. So good enough. And some journals have word limit. Usually Elsevier, Wiley, Springer, Say's, these companies, Tell and Francis, they are not concerned about word limit, word length. But Emerald, they have 7,000, 8,000 word limit. I don't submit to Emerald at all. So only if other journals reject, I submit. Otherwise I don't. Because they have this word length. Even at the time of acceptance, they will ask you to reduce after 3 rounds of revision. Because they have more journals than number of staff members. They have more journals than their profits. So that is why they do all this kind of, they want to make more profit, Yeah, so IndoScience, don't submit there because they take 9 months to publish your paper after acceptance. Yeah, so if you're writing a qualitative paper, refer CRIC 2021, Journal of Strategic Marketing, if you're writing a qualitative study. If you're writing a experimental study, or if you're doing research using experimental design is these days more preferred in journals. If you're doing an empirical study, refer Stoner and Cordes article 2023, Stoner et al. 2023, best practices for experimental studies in International Journal of Consumer Studies. So those are guiding articles on how to carry out experimental studies and qualitative studies. And if you are writing a covariance-based, SCM-based study, I think my time is going to be over, so I'll try to finish. And then if you're writing PLS SCM-based studies, refer Dash and Paul guiding article on structural equation modeling, published in Technological Forecasting and Social Change. I'm the second author in that paper. So you don't have to necessarily cite, but if you copy one paragraph, cite. Otherwise, you don't have to. So in 23, try to do more than one study in same paper. For example, if you're doing SCM, you can also include study 1 as SCM and study 2 using another method called FSQCA, for example, fuzzy set qualitative comparative analysis or necessary condition analysis. Two methods in one paper. That increases the rigor. And if you are a researcher finding it difficult to publish, try to identify special issues and target those special issues, because in journals, acceptance rate in special issues is very high because many special issues do not get large number of submissions. But acceptance rate in regular issues is very less, like 5 or 6%, and acceptance rate in special issues is about 30-40%. And that's a kind of problem there, but your probability of getting acceptance in special issues is relatively high. And in regular issue, normally you have to pass 3 rounds: screening by chief editor, screening by associate editor, and screening by reviewers. Special issues, it is normally guest editor and reviewers. So, and then there are don'ts I mentioned here, so but now I just want to give you 5 or 10 minutes for questions. So if you have any questions quickly, if Alok and others permit you to ask questions.
Now I invite Professor Dr. Alok Bansal.
Topic, yeah, questions.
Sir.
Say your name and ask questions so you also become popular.
Hello sir, I am Dr. Jyoti Laljani from Rajkot, Gujarat. My question related to the research only, like how the AI is increasing. There are various tools available for the research, like AI tools. So do we need to conduct research based on AI, or we need to focus on the core the way we were doing like before the AI?
AI is okay, you can use AI to improve your language quality, it's okay. So only thing is that AI should not rewrite the entire thing. But if AI rewrite the entire thing, it will not look like research paper. So that is also there. So that way it's okay. Yeah.
So use of AI is detected in plagiarism. It creates an issue.
As of now, what journals are doing is that you have to, if you are using AI, you have to acknowledge that in your paper that you have used AI. Okay, so, and you cannot submit a paper completely written by AI, but you can use AI to improve your language. No harm in using AI to improve your language. So the overall similarity should be within 25%. As long as overall similarity is within 25%, no problem in using AI.
Hello, I am Dr. Dipali Sarvate. My question is, many times the reviewer comments come like that the paper is out of scope of the journal. This comment for young researchers many times I have seen. So what may be the reason? The researcher should target the other journal, or as you said, it is the lot of workload. It is out of the scope of the journal. This comment I have observed many times.
Editor says you have no other chance. Editor is like a judge. But if reviewer says, reviewer has no authority to say that it is out of scope. Reviewer can say some other reasons and reject it. Reviewer says that you can bring that point into the attention of the editor. Because whether it is within the scope of the journal or not, it is editor's decision, not reviewer's decision.
You said we need to select topics that are contemporary, that have, but then let's say I try to write which is a very relatively new phenomena, but then would that be long lasting in terms of the citations I will see in the future? That paper that I write on anything which is very new now, then how long lived is
If that phenomena remains as an important phenomena, you will get citations in long run too. Yeah, so identifying few topics. For example, when ChatGPT was introduced, people who wrote articles on ChatGPT or artificial intelligence, Gen AI, when Gen AI become it is still important topic. So, but especially when such things become important, different aspects of that, you can, you become a fast mover to do research on that, then you have an opportunity. Same thing again with I mentioned about social media or COVID or any topic like that. When it comes up. But social media is a common topic these days, but it was not a common topic 5 years ago.
Yeah, sir, there are some few questions audience are looking for. So we have Dr. Justin Paul with us. As you all know, he is having lots of contribution in the field of this systematic literature review-based paper. So, sir, if you can just comment on SLR-related papers, like various models he developed, like this TCCM model and many other models, sir. So, which model they have to pick up, and if you can just comment on like a comparison between empirical and this one, and
yeah, SLR, systematic literature reviews. This is some of you might have been already writing SLRs. So SLRs are different types. And most popular type SLRs are domain-based thematic reviews. It can be written in different ways. Probability of acceptance will be high when you write a systematic literature review using an organizing framework. I developed certain organizing framework in co-authorship with some other scholars. Like I developed ADO framework, antecedent decisions and outcome framework with Professor Gabriel Benito from Norway to structure systematic literature review using 3 dimensions: antecedent dimensions of past studies, decision dimensions of past studies, and outcome dimensions of past studies. And similarly, I also developed TCCM framework as an organizing framework to write systematic literature reviews. TCCM stands for theory, context, characteristics, and methods. You review and synthesize and extract information about widely used theories in prior studies, widely used variables and constructs in prior studies. That comes under characteristic. Widely studied industry context and country context. That comes under context. Widely studied or widely used methods. That is M. So, and you make tables for each section, and you write literature review paper using this organizing framework with the tables in theory section, another table in characteristics, another table in context, another table in methods, and then identify gaps for future research and develop future research agenda. And there are also a couple of other framework, 5W framework by Callahan and so on. Yeah. Yeah.
Cited your framework, TCCM framework, but a little different way of it in in future research directions. I applied TCCM, and then I have written that paper, and that got also published at a good place. So I'm thankful to you, and it's a
thank you, Sachin. Ideally, TCCM or TCM should be there in the entire paper, not only for future research direction.
Correct.
So ideally, it should be the entire paper should be structured in the entire paper. Bibliometric is a different type of paper, different type of review paper. And bibliometric is attracting a lot of criticism because that software viewer is somewhat faulty, and you feed and it doesn't. The bibliometric doesn't have conceptual contribution. So premier journals like Journal of Marketing or Journal of Academy of Marketing Science or those kind of journals do not publish bibliometric because it is just a number crunching. Sometimes you get wrong papers as most cited and wrong people also as most cited. So it has its own limitations, even though it looks nice in terms of visualization.
Yeah, sir, one last
in India, there are some trainers, in India, what is the trend in training is that suppose you master something, you become trainer on that tomorrow onwards, and you will write email to all business schools in the country that you give me 10,000 rupees, I'm happy to conduct this training. So, and this is a common trend in this country. Yeah.
Sir, can we take one or more questions?
Yeah.
So, Dr. Nitin, if you want.
Can you also help us to know that if the paper is to be published in Q1 journals, then the qualitative journals are more valued, or the journals which are having good quantitative tools used are valued?
Your question is
empirical versus qualitative, yeah.
See, there is a general tendency to accept empirical papers in many journals because some of us believe that rigor means alpha, beta, gamma.
So, but there are also some ways to synthesize information findings of qualitative paper also. That is why I suggested you to read CRIC if you want to do qualitative study. So, if you do a qualitative study like the way CRIC is suggesting, your qualitative study also will look scientific. So, but people want to, you know, I mean, traditionally or historically, we follow many things coming from America. So they introduce rigor in business journals with alpha, beta, gamma or empirics. So we follow that. And then we feel that unless there is something with alpha, beta, gamma, there's no rigor. That is the general feeling of editors and reviewers. So they go with that mind, and sometimes if they don't see alpha, beta, gamma, they reject the paper. But otherwise journals are open for it. All kind of papers. Yeah, I mean, papers are quantitative, qualitative, mixed methods, conceptual papers, review papers. Papers are all type, you know.
So, sir, we are taking one last question. So, because you have a vast experience in like at the editorial domain, sir. So, you mentioned some of the publishers like this Wiley and Teller and Francis and Sage, and there are so many you quoted in your deliberations. So, sir, we are all curious if you can just rate some, like the time, publishing time is a very, I think, critical issue for all the researchers.
Yeah.
So, if you can just tell us, like we have to prefer that particular publisher, it's a comparatively quick one. So, we have
publishers, see, there are two things. One is publisher speed and the other one is editors and reviewer speed.
Yeah.
So, all the 6 publishers that I mentioned, Elsevier, Wiley, Springer, Taylor and Francis, and Sage. Sage is a little bit slow, but other 5 publish an article within 2 weeks once it is accepted. Sage maybe 3 or 4 weeks. Emerald it is about 6 weeks. IndoScience about 9 months. So that is the speed of publisher. But before it gets accepted, it is the speed of editor and reviewers. So that editors or journal speed is announced by Elsevier and Wiley, 2 largest publishing companies of journals. Elsevier and Wiley website provide you a journal finder tool, and on Elsevier website or Wiley website, you can copy and paste your abstract and title and search for the matching journals. And all matching journals published by Elsevier will show up on Elsevier site, published by Wiley will show up on Wiley site, with the impact factor of the journal, with the average comparative time taken by the journal in the preceding year. So you can compare the average speed of the journal looking at that statistics and decide. Rate of acceptance also shown. Yeah. Yeah, like last year our journal's acceptance rate was 5%. The year before it was 6%. The year before it was 7%. So it's with the increase in impact factor, the acceptance rate is falling also. It's also proportional, you know. So there are a lot of things like that. So I mean, you know, since we have time constraints, I would like to share my email ID in case if you want to send an email. It is profjust@gmail.com, and you can also connect with me on LinkedIn. And if you want to give me a, if you don't like me like a American white woman, they don't like me, so because I'm brown. So, but you are also brown, so if you want to like me, you can give me a like on facebook.com/drjustinpaul. So I need 3 more likes to get 5,000. So, and this video on publishing topics are also there on youtube.com/drjustinpaul. Okay, so drjustinpaul is my logo. My website is also drjustinpaul.com. You can find me if you remember my name and dr. Thank you.
Yeah.
Email is profjust@gmail.
PROF.
If you remember my website, you can find my Gmail also on my website. drjustinpaul. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So please have a seat. Yeah. So Aditi, shall we start?
Yeah. I'm ready. So.
Yeah.
With sir's permission, sir.
Yeah. We can.
So we will be going for the session on catching fake predatory and clone journals. So you had questions on that, so sir, the answers to me. So I will be showing you some of the live examples. The problem which sir has said is a big problem in India. To further his point, India is the biggest producer of cloned and predatory journal, and we are after China now. We are at number 2 in retractions also. So the retractions are also coming, like he has said, that because of your close relationship with the editors, and fudging of the data is also there. So we do a lot of fudging of the data, we do a lot of malpractices in collecting the data, we do a lot of paraphrasing, and we do not read our stuff again. And we use a lot of software, Spinboat, Quillboat, and many other, which changes the synonyms, not the meanings, and they give you a useless synonym. You think that you cannot be caught, but sometimes after that, when the paper is read again and again, you are caught. So I'll give you all the examples. Because of the paucity of time, I will be quickly going to 2 or 3 slides, and then I will go live and give you the examples. I'll talk about our own journal also. We started that journal in 2015. Gradually, we were at Q4 for 4 years. We were at Q3 for 2 years, and we were at Q2 now. Now in April, new rankings will come. We are expecting ourselves to be at Q1. It is the only journal in media in India which is in communication category in Scopus. There are many categories subject-wise. We are in communication category, means journalism, right? Not in management and not in other. But yes, we take interdisciplinary paper like other journals. We are not in Web of Science, so we do not have the impact factor. I'll clear your doubts on impact factor also, that from where they get the fraud impact factor. So I'm going for full screen and okay. So let's go to the cloned journal first. So what is a cloned journal? It is basically the mirror image of the authentic journal. So like if you haven't seen Sir's journal, somebody will make a fraud website of that original journal with the same ISN name, with the same name as the chief editor, with the same people on the website. You need to check it whether that is an original journal or a fraud journal. The fraudsters are doing a very, very unique job by tricking us, making it look like an original journal. And most of the Indians are being trapped because they publish the paper in 1 hour, as Sir's journal published paper in 1 year. So you will think that by wildest of imagination that you can publish your paper easily and quickly, but at the end of the day, you are on a cloned journal. In India, there are more than 300 plus cloned websites at the moment right now working. So as per Government of India data on the UGC care, which is now died its own death. Why UGC care died? Because that was the poorest of the system in India. We couldn't compete Scopus, we couldn't compete Web of Science, we couldn't compete ABDC, we couldn't compete ABS. So we decided that let's switch it off, because everybody was worrying about the future of UGC care, because there were a lot of bad journals in that particular list. But they did one thing, that they showed us a list of cloned journals. And as per their data in India, officially there are 250, but I think there are more than 300 plus cloned journals in India. And any journal can have a cloned website by the fraudsters. So even if it is a top journal or of the poorest journal, you can find a cloned journal of that particular website. And it is very, very important for you to understand that they will dupe you by saying that open access fees is very high, I will publish a paper in 5,000. So taking money upfront is a fraud, is a crime, but in academics it's going on. So taking money upfront is like misusing the concept of open access, and the rates in cloned journals are from 5,000 to 35,000. In predatory journal it goes up to 1 lakh. I'll give you the live examples also. As far as talk about predatory, so predatory journal is called write-only or deceptive publication. Now, what happens in that? In this case, your paper enters the database, Web of Science or ABDC, or you can say Scopus. Your paper enters the database, but then it is removed. So there are 2 chances. Your paper can also be removed, and your paper can still be there in the databases, but the journal is discontinued. So there are two chances. So it's up to you that how do you manage that. So it is a very, very bad name for India that India has the biggest producer, has the biggest number and the highest number of papers in the predatory journals. So what happens is that we tell our friends that it is an easy journal, everybody starts publishing in that particular journal. And then there is a red flag, and then there is a predatory journal. I'll show you the live examples. So now what they do is that they are regarded as predatory because scholars are tricked into publishing with them, although some authors may be aware that the journal is of poor quality. Now here is that why institutions are allowing them, because the institutions are into the gambit of ranking. There is a huge impact on your rankings while publishing in large number of papers in Scopus and other Web of Sciences. So now you have to go to Scopus, you see many institutions. I'll show some of the live examples. There is an institution in Chennai which publishes thousands of papers every month in predatory journals and doing very well in rankings. It has medical institution, it has dental institution, it has its university also. So they are everywhere in the rankings because of the fraudulent and malpractices in research. I will show you the name later. Start with the impact factor. So wrong impact factor, very important to be considered, is that the Web of Science can give you the impact factor. Scopus cannot. Scopus will give you site score. And there is a difference of formula between Scopus and Web of Science. I will show you now the formulas. Then how you can see that whether it is a genuine impact factor journal or a genuine site score journal. So I will go live and will give you the example here. So impact factor formula versus site score. Site score is only be given by the journals which are in Web of Science. You can see that Scopus cannot use the word Web of Science. Be very, very clear. Like our own journal, it is only a Scopus index journal. We do not have the impact factor. We can bought it from a fraud agency. I will give you the names of the fraud agencies now. They sell you the impact factor. We are not buying it, but there are journals which are buying them and putting it on the journal's face so that you should publish with them, because everybody is talking about what is your impact factor. But you do not know what is an impact factor. You need that number. But you, as Sir has said, you have to go into the deep, that where is impact factor, who gets that. So the journals which are only with the Web of Science will get the impact factor, and here is the formula. The papers which are in the Web of Science and the citations which are in the Web of Science has to be divided, then you get the impact factor. Why it is a robust system? Because you only include the articles and reviews for impact factor. For site score, you have articles, conference papers, data papers and book chapters. Conference papers are the poorest of all. In conference paper, not much of the seriousness is there. You send your paper, not much of the things are being asked, and your paper is published in a book or in an abstract book or in an ISBN book. But when you go to a research journal, it took around 1 month, 1 year to 2 years to publish in a good journal. So how can you publish in a good conference? So conferences are there for networking and meeting and understanding new knowledge and things, but they will not serve the research purpose, because the publication will take a lot of time. Even some journals collaborate with conference, they do not publish the papers of conference if they are genuine. If they are predatory, they quickly publish the paper so that they can earn more money out of the conference. So it is very, very important for you to understand that conference papers will not have any kind of impact factor, right? They will have the site score if they go to Scopus, but they will not get into the impact factor category. Yes, they can be in the Web of Science, but they will not get the impact factor. Now, who are the agencies? These are some of the agencies which gives you fraud and misleading impact factor. They will send you the mail, like as an editor-in-chief, they send me the mail that Dr. Narula, you do not have the impact factor, please buy it from us. So for 50,000 rupees, you can get 15 impact factor, and then if you give them more money, you can get up to 20 impact factor. So these are not the genuine companies. As and when you see these impact factor agencies on any of the journal, please do not publish with them. This is a clear-cut case of disinformation. So disinformation means they are fooling you intentionally. That is called disinformation. So there are many agencies. So be very, very careful from these impact factor agencies. And this is again the formula. Now, anybody, any question related to impact factor? Any point of concern? Okay. Anybody, any question on impact factor? Have you understood that the impact factor can only be given by the Web of Science? So if you see a journal who is showing you a dubious kind of impact factor and it is not in Web of Science, be very, very careful. And you might have published till today, but no issues. From today onwards, let's be more careful, because there is so much new coming in the academia and research. Let's start from today only. So anybody, any question related to impact factor? Any point?
Sir, there was one policy which is on UGC website, this is for this performance-based appraisal system, and they have some research-based calculations. So, they mentioned, if you have an impact factor calculated by Thomas Rutter.
As per the government guidelines,
Yeah.
if you put an impact factor, it will accept it. Right? You cannot criticize more on the part of the government, but yes, the people, those who are making these policies are kind of not well read. They are not people who are into the academics, they are people who are more into the clerical or into the political jobs, so they are not well read. Basically, they have to write impact factor in bracket Web of Science. They have just written impact factor. So I was applying for a government job just to see that. I have that full video with me, so that if I apply and I put 9 impact factor randomly, it will give me 25 marks, because the computer is being settled like that. So people are having 1,000, 2,000 marks while applying for a job of a professor or assistant professor. The computer system does not know that this impact factor is a fraud impact factor.
No, sir, they mentioned Thomas Rutter.
Thomson Reuters sir, 2018 में बंद हो गया था, तो गवर्नमेंट 2025 में आ गई है. They are not aware about the education system. They are not aware about the research. They are giving us 50,000 crore rupees for ANRF and all, but they do not know how to spend and who will spend and what is the main core area of research and where is the problem. So there is a problem with the UGC care, they closed UGC care. Now everybody has to publish in peer-reviewed journal. In education line it is called Champak Nandan. So when you publish in Champak Nandan, you see what you get. So there should be some criteria, some kind of merit should be there. But they made UGC care, it also got corrupted. Now they don't have nothing. So they said let's close and go to back to peer-reviewed and referred journal. A peer-reviewed and referred journal which is not indexed anywhere will buy fraud impact factor from the fraud agencies. And now they will put that fraud impact factor on the computer system. Yeah, they ask for, they will not do it, sir. Wherever there are human beings, there will be corruption. Because in UGC care also, for 3 years it was very good.
And corruption is not only in this country, corruption is everywhere. If you look at the UK ABS, CABS list, they have promoted their own local journal, British Journal of Management, as top star journal.
Like ABDC also is for Australian.
ABDC also has corruption. ABDC has all the Australian journals where Australian associations or Australian editors or publishers are promoting them. They are A and A star.
A and A star.
So there are journals ranked based on merit, plus some push and pull of their own journals are also there.
Yeah,
so corruption is everywhere.
I will show you that UGC notice. It does not say that they are looking for a new list. It said that the HAIs, the higher education institution, have to make their own list as per these guidelines, and you can suggest parameters also to add some more parameters. There will be no list by the UGC now. It is up to the HAIs, higher education institutions, to go and check the research journal. So that is gone. Now India will not have any kind of list ever again. We will focusing, it depends on the universities also, like we focus on Scopus and Web of Science. Prestige is also maybe focusing on that. So it varies from institution to institution.
Just like Spain and Turkey, they have a national rule.
National rule.
They use only Web of Science journals.
Yeah, in Finland also
for promotions and all.
Yeah,
So
most
Web
of the countries are.
That can be used in India also.
Yesterday also I met a paper broker. He simply said that
Web of Science classified journals as Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4.
Yeah. So yesterday I met a paper broker. He straight away told me that he can crack into every journal except Web of Science journals. So he said that if you want an ABDC, if you want a Scopus, if you want any ABS and all, but he said I cannot have the access to Web of Science. So yes, some of the systems of Web of Science are really very robust. So it is there. That is why they have the impact factor with them. So the government is still asking for 2018 Thomson and Reuters impact factor, which is closed long time ago. That is the main problem with this system, that the education system is evolving, but the basic requirements are still the same since 2018. It's been 7 years now. They should also change the recruitment patterns. So although there are draft guidelines, but the draft guidelines are also very poor, where they are asking only for peer-reviewed papers, journals, and now they have said 8. And 8 has been bifurcated into many things, 2 papers, 2 conference, 2 book chapters, through 1 copyright, 1 like that. So it is like that. So it is under the draft guidelines. And then if you look at the Vice Chancellor guidelines, you will see many non-academic Vice Chancellors coming up into the state universities, because the 3rd clause says that you should be a person of renowned person in your area. And who decides that you are renowned? Government. So you are a renowned person, you can be a vice chancellor. You cannot be a PhD, but you can be a vice chancellor leading the university of research and everything. So there are many big problems. If that got finalized, they are still the draft one, and people are writing a lot to the education minister and to the GVC chairman that this should not be there, the third clause of the vice chancellor. So let's see. So now coming back to the topic, so impact factor plays a very important role in our life. We need to be very carefully understand that impact factor cannot be bought from an agency. As a journal editor, we are also very careful, but as a researcher or young faculty or the person who have to publish, you need to be very careful that people will trap you on the pretext of high impact factor. You need to carefully check the website and then only go for the impact factor, right? So now let me show you a cloned journal. There are many. Because of the paucity of time, I will show you 4 or 5. So just look at this website now, right? So this is a cloned journal, means this is a fraud journal of an original website. The original website is in a different part of the world. दुनिया के किसी और कोने में चल रही है. ये फ्रॉड वेबसाइट है. मैं आपको एक और दिखाता हूँ, फिर मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि इसको पकड़ते कैसे. Just look at the another website. This is also the fraud website of an original journal. The original journal is in Belgium, publishing in Belgian language. But somebody has made this fraud website, right? Now, how do you catch that? The first red flag is UGC Care approved group 2. Why it is written here in the masthead? Most of the journals do not write it because they are worried कि UGC list में चले जाएंगे तो बदनामी हो जाएगी. Like journals benchmarking and big journals do not like to write UGC Care because उनको लगता है UGC Care लिखा तो सारा इंडिया का जंक हमारी तरफ आ जाएगा और हमारा सबमिट सिस्टम बैठ जाएगा. हर रोज के 1000 पेपर सबमिट करते हैं हम. ऑल ओवर इंडिया 1000 पेपर मिनिमम सबमिट हो रहे हैं इनटू ऑल द ब्रांचेस, ऑल द थिंग्स. तो UGC Care ग्रुप 2 क्यों लिखा इन्होंने? व्हाई इट इज रिटन देयर? टू ट्रैप द इंडियंस. सिर्फ और सिर्फ हमें ट्रैप करने के लिए UGC Care ग्रुप 2 लिखा, बिकॉज वी नो दैट UGC Care ग्रुप 2 में स्कोपस इंडेक्स जर्नल्स होते हैं, तो ये हो जाएगा. सेकेंड रेड फ्लैग, multidisciplinary. You cannot have multidisciplinarity, you can have interdisciplinarity. You are multitasking. हम multitask कर सकते हैं. So ये जहां लिखा होता है be very careful. This is the trap. Multidisciplinary. मैनेजमेंट वाले भी आ जाएं, लॉ वाले भी आ जाएं, जर्नलिज्म वाले भी आ जाएं, मेडिकल भी आ जाए, कोई भी आ जाए. मैं आगे आपको उनके पेपर्स भी दिखाऊंगा, आप देखना यहाँ सब तरीके के पेपर्स पड़े हैं. फिर देखिए ISO सर्टिफाइड भी लिख दिया. आपस में बात करी होगी फ्रॉडस्टर्स ने, यार इंडिया में ISO बहुत चलता है, पाइप वगैरह बेचते हैं, जो वेक्टर पाइप्स की ऐड आती है उसमें टीवी में देखा होगा कि यार ISO का बड़ा चलता है, तो एक जर्नल पे ISO भी लगा देते हैं. सो दिस इज अ रेड फ्लैग. इस तरह की चीजें आर रेड फ्लैग. अ जर्नल डज नॉट नीड एनी काइंड ऑफ ISO सर्टिफिकेशन. फोर्थ रेड फ्लैग, टू रन विद अ जर्नल, टू रन अ जर्नल विद अ Gmail ID. Who runs a journal with a Gmail ID? Fraudsters. So be very careful if you get an email from a journal on the Gmail. You get from the official email ID. Impact factor now. Who has given them this impact factor? Nobody. But we got excited. यार 6 impact factor है, 2000 रुपए में पेपर पब्लिश हो रहा है, कल मिल भी जाएगा. ब्लड टेस्ट होता है इतनी जल्दी, सुबह करते हैं, शाम को ब्लड टेस्ट की रिपोर्ट आ जाती है, आपको शाम को पेपर दे देंगे. एज वी आर टॉकिंग, अगर इन्होंने सुन लिया अभी पेपर बना देंगे. So you can see impact factor 6.1 is given. Fraud impact factor, no checking. Scroll down. This is very excited. Just look at this. Submission last date throughout the year. Day भी नहीं है. पूरा साल आप, दिवाली दशहरा आपको छुट्टियां चाहिए, होली, they don't want any छुट्टियां. दिन भर लगे हुए हैं क्योंकि फ्रॉड रुकना नहीं है. Acceptance status 24 hours. Can you beat that? 24 hours. Publication 24 hours. Frequency 12 issues. Areas multidisciplinary. Again Gmail. And then on the right hand side, if you see double blind review, it is for us. Both are blind. Sender is blind, receiver is blind. Double blind में ये ना समझें कि रिव्यू हो रहा है, दोनों ही अंधे हैं. हम तो अंधे हो ही चुके हैं because the paper has gone to a wrong journal and they know that हम अंधे इसीलिए भेजा है. And when you scroll down, this is the amount. Right? ये है उसके red flags. और देखिए आप, you go to contact details. You find nothing. You don't know who these people are. कहाँ बैठे हैं, हमारे बीच है, हमारे साथ वाले घर में, we do not know. Editorial board. कट कॉपी पेस्टेड एडिटोरियल बोर्ड लग जाता है, किसी का भी नाम कहीं भी आप लगा सकते हैं ये लोग, इट्स लाइक दैट। आर्काइव्स के देखिए स्पेलिंग गलत है, सिंपल ग्रामेटिकल एरर्स रहती हैं। एंड देन कॉल फॉर पेपर पर आप जाओगे, ऑल दी एरियाज, देखिए सारे एरियाज कवर कर रहे हैं। तो किसी ने बीच में कहा यार खजूर नहीं है, तो उसने कहा मैं डेट भी ऐड कर देता हूं, ये डेट फॉर्म भी ऐड कर दिया। कोई वर्ड आप बोल दीजिए, दे विल एड इट हियर। खजूर नहीं था, उसको खजूर पे पेपर पब्लिश करने था, उसने कहा कि चलो डेट पे भी ये लगा देते हैं। एनी पेपर, एनी एरिया, दे जस्ट नीड मनी एंड योर रिसर्च, राइट। अब थोड़े से पेपर भी देखते हैं, आर्काइव करंट इश्यू में चलते हैं। ये देखिए, ऑल ओवर इंडिया पीपल आर ट्रैप्ड बाय देम। इस वक्त साउथ सबसे ज्यादा ट्रैप में है, कोयम्बटूर, चेन्नई, तमिलनाडु। ये एक एग्जांपल है, मैं आपको दूसरा।
सर इसमें डीओआई दिया हुआ है।
डीओआई तो मिलेगा सर, फ्रॉड सर। देखिए आप डीओआई यहां क्लिक करेंगे, यहां पे आपको गूगल ड्राइव पे ले जाएगा, ठीक है। डीओआई को चेक करने का तरीका क्या है, ये यहां पर चल गया, ठीक है एवरीबॉडी, यहां पर चल गया। कहां लेके आया हमें, इनके उस पर। अभी हम डीओआई को चेक कहां करेंगे, DOI.org। दुनिया में DOI.org है जो आपको डीओआई देती है, ठीक है, जर्नल नहीं देता। जर्नल डीओआई की मशीन खरीदता उनसे। मैं आपको दिखाता हूं, बिकॉज आई एम द एडिटर एंड वी डू इट ऑन अवर ओन। मेटा डेटा का मैं आपको दिखाता हूं, इसका एक क्रॉस रेफ का मेटा डेटा का सेक्शन होता है, मेटा डेटा मैनेजर, राइट। इसमें एज अ जर्नल एडिटर यू मेक एन अकाउंट, इसमें आप पूरी डिटेल्स डालते हो और फिर उसके बाद वो आपके पेपर को मशीन रीडेबल बनाता है और फिर आपको एक डीओआई मिलता है, जो डीओआई आप DOI.org पे डाल के उसकी ओरिजिनलिटी चेक करते हो। जैसे ये देखिए 2 बने हुए हैं, ठीक है, एमएटी के 2 अकाउंट बने हुए हैं, इसलिए बने हुए बिकॉज वी पे 50,000 रुपीज फॉर देम, 1 ईयर का लगता है हमारा, ठीक है। अब ये जो फ्रॉडस्टर्स हैं, ये भी आपको एक डीओआई, जैसे सर ने बोला, दिखा रहे हैं। तो इनके डीओआई पे चलते हैं, विल गो बैक, कॉपी दैट DOI फ्रॉम हियर एंड पुट इट एट DOI.org। DOI कभी इतना बड़ा होता ही नहीं है, और DOI हमेशा 10 से शुरू होता है, ये 16 से हो रहा है। तो फ्रॉड तो है ही, लेकिन इसको प्रूव करने के लिए हम यहां पर आएंगे, DOI.org, यहां पर हम इसको डालेंगे, सबमिट, एंड देन यू विल सी दैट दिस इज ब्रोकन। एरर रहेगी, राइट। अब हम विल गो बैक, और इसमें मैं जब जेन्युइन DOI डालता हूं, जो जैसे हमारे किसी पेपर का है, ये है हमारे जर्नल का है 10.31620, तो रहेगा ही रहेगा। फिर /JCC और फिर /एडिशन, फिर /ईयर, फिर /पेपर नंबर, ये बनता है। तो ये जैसे ही मैंने डाला, सबमिट किया, ये आपको ऑटोमेटिकली पेपर पे लेके जाएगा। वो पेपर कहीं भी हो सकता है, अगर ओपन एक्सेस है पूरा पेपर सामने आ जाएगा, अगर एब्स्ट्रैक्ट है तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट सामने आ जाएगा, अगर वेबसाइट का लिंक है तो वेबसाइट पे चला जाएगा, ब्रोकन लिंक कभी नहीं आएगा। तो इसको सबमिट किया यहां पर, ये आपको अभी डायरेक्टली पेपर पे ले आएगा। सो दिस इज द ओरिजिनल वैल्यू ऑफ द DOI। अब हमें क्या है, हमें मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन दिया हुआ कि सर हम DOI दे तो रहे हैं आपको, बट दैट इज ऑल्सो अ फ्रॉड ऑन द प्रिटेक्स्ट ऑफ नॉन और लेसर इन्फॉर्मेशन अबाउट द DOI। सो DOI देकर वो हमें बहुत ज्यादा वो करते हैं। देखिए DOI एक सर्टिफिकेट भी देते हैं फ्रॉडस्टर्स आपको। अगर कोई जर्नल आपको पेपर पब्लिकेशन का सर्टिफिकेट दे रहा है, 110% वो फ्रॉड की तरफ जा रहा है। जब पेपर आ गया, अब वाइली के अब सर बैठे हैं, सर थोड़ी सर्टिफिकेट इशू करते फिर रहे हैं। जस्टिन पॉल सर के जर्नल का सर्टिफिकेट देखा है किसी ने? कभी नहीं होगा वो, बिकॉज सर्टिफिकेट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। सो द जर्नल्स विच आर फ्रॉड गिव्स यू मोर एंड मोर सर्टिफिकेट्स। और बाकी इंस्टीट्यूशन वाइज भी आप डेटा चेक कर सकते हैं ऑन स्कोपस, लाइक आई हैव द फुल एक्सेस, आई कैन ट्रैक माय इंस्टीट्यूशन, प्रेस्टीज, एनी इंस्टीट्यूशन। द प्रॉब्लम विद द रैंकिंग इज दैट they come for the visit but they do not check all this in detail। सिस्टम पे बैठ के नहीं करते, वो इधर उधर घूम लेते हैं, चीजें कर लेते हैं। जब आप सिस्टम पे बैठते हो तो आपको आइडिया पता चलता है कि अगर किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन के 1000 पेपर भी दिखाई दे रहे हैं, उसमें से 600 तो प्रीडेटरी में है, तो बच्चे तो 400 ही, लेकिन वो 1000 पे ही रैंकिंग दे जाएंगे। दैट इज द मेन प्रॉब्लम, क्योंकि सारा कुछ इस वक्त इंडिया में क्वांटिफिकेशन पे है, क्वालिटी पे हम कोई जोर नहीं दे रहे हैं। क्वांटिफिकेशन मीन्स वी आर रनिंग आफ्टर नंबर्स, इन एवरीथिंग वी आर रनिंग आफ्टर नंबर्स। सो वो एक प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। सो ये एक्विम जर्नल आपने देखा, ऐसा जो दूसरा जर्नल है वो है ये, अगेन इंपैक्ट फैक्टर 5.3 इन्होंने दे दिया, जीमेल आईडी और लगा दिया, और वही रेड फ्लैग्स व्हेन यू गो टू कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स ब्लैंक। आपके साथ कोई बैठा है और आपको अपना नाम ना बताए तो आपको शक हो जाएगा। लाइफ में हम होता है ना, तो ये आपके बारे में, आपको अपने बारे में कुछ नहीं बताते और आप इनको अपना रिसर्च पेपर भेज देते हो। सो इट्स अ बिग ट्रैप, अ बिग रेड फ्लैग दैट दे आर नॉट गिविंग यू देयर डिटेल्स। और अगर आप उनको अपना पेपर भेज रहे हो, दैट मीन्स कि यू आर इन डीप ट्रबल। तो सबसे पहले इस चीज का ध्यान रखना कि कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स आपके पास होनी चाहिए ताकि पकड़ तो सको बाद में, विच दे डू नॉट प्रोवाइड। अगेन कॉल फॉर पेपर्स, all the areas will be covered, which is itself a fraud. You cannot cover all the areas. You don't have manpower, you don't have people, you don't have researchers, you don't have peer reviewers. How can you publish a paper of medical science? Same with the arts, social sciences and humanities. You cannot. In India, we do not have this kind of versatility under one roof. Even medical institutions are different, dental are different, nursing are different. Why we cannot have all the institutions under one roof then, if the research is going so well? So that is the main concern that we need to be careful. Now if you look at the papers, January 2025 edition, one paper is a review, another is a fusion study. We did some of the study on that, we downloaded some of the papers, most of them are plagiarized, fabricated, falsified and data manipulations. These are retracted or not, ये dead papers हैं, it doesn't matter to us, इनकी रिट्रैक्शन हो ना हो, क्योंकि वेबसाइट ही फ्रॉड है तो डेटा भी फ्रॉड होगा। एक दिन में पब्लिश होने वाले पेपर होते हैं ये। अब होता क्या है, इन इंस्टीट्यूशन जैसे पीएसयू, इन इंस्टीट्यूशन में चेकिंग नहीं है। यही लोग आगे प्रोफेसर, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर बनते हैं, पीएचडीज करते हैं, एंड देन दे एंटर दिस सिस्टम। नाउ व्हेन द सिस्टम इज बीइंग पॉइजन्ड, तो फिर वो आगे जाके वैसा ही रहता है, आप उसको ज्यादा साफ कर नहीं पाते। सर
यहाँ पे डीओआई इन्होंने 10 से स्टार्ट किया।
हाँ, कोई इशू नहीं है, हम यहाँ से इसको कॉपी करेंगे। वो बेचारे को पता नहीं था, उसने 16 से किया है। यहाँ से हम कॉपी करेंगे, वी विल गो टू doi.org and we'll put it here, submit. ये सब ब्रोकन लिंक्स होते हैं सर, ये बहुत टेक्निकल है। एक डीवाई को जनरेट करने के लिए तकरीबन एक पेपर पे आधा घंटा लगता है, क्योंकि इसमें ये देखिए एक एक चीज मांगते हैं ये, और फिर उसके बाद एक्सेप्टेंस जनरेट करने के लिए दे टेक अ लॉट ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, पूरा उसकी कोडिंग करके इसको वो बनाते हैं। ये वेबसाइट रेडी, कैमरा रेडी, सब तरह की टेक्निक्स इसमें लगती हैं। ये फ्रॉडस्टर्स ये नहीं कर सकते। फ्रॉडस्टर्स को ये समझ आ गया है कि भी एक डीवाई नाम की चीज है जो लगानी जरूरी है। पहले बिना डीवाई के आते थे, अब डीवाई वाले फ्रॉड आते हैं। क्रॉस रेफ उनको अकाउंट वैसे भी नहीं देगा, क्योंकि क्रॉस रेफ जब आपसे पैसे लेता है वो पूरी वेरिफिकेशन करता है कि ये स्टैंड लोन पब्लिशर है, ये एक यूनिवर्सिटी है। जैसे हमारा तो यूनिवर्सिटी है, तो वी गॉट इट, आपको भी मिल जाएगा क्रॉस रेफ अकाउंट बिकॉज यू आर ए यूनिवर्सिटी और आपका अच्छा इंस्टीट्यूशन है। वो पूरा चेक करके, वेबसाइट चेक करके देते हैं वो।
So is there any limits of 50,000 में how many articles?
हाँ, लिमिट है। हम एक छोटा यूनिट है, हम साल के 100 पेपर तक जा सकते हैं। वैसे 60 पब्लिश होते हैं हमारे जर्नल में, बट हम 100 तक जा सकते हैं। अब वाइली वगैरह में इनके बड़े यूनिट्स हैं, इनका ज़्यादा होता है। वो इंस्टीट्यूशन टू इंस्टीट्यूशन, पब्लिशर टू पब्लिशर उनका बिल आता है इस तरीके से। तो ये आपने अच्छा क्वेश्चन है जो मैं कई बार लेट में बताता हूँ, शुरुआत में बता दिया, दैट इट इज देयर, द फ्रॉड ऑफ डीओआई इज ऑल्सो देयर। थर्ड जर्नल दिखाता हूं मैं आपको। चाइना के 45 जर्नल हैं हमारे पास जो कि इस वक्त फ्रॉड कर रहे हैं। यू राइट टू देम, दे विल से दैट इट इज योर प्रॉब्लम। इन चाइना एवरीथिंग इज फाइन, क्योंकि चाइना में तो अच्छे से चल रहे हैं वो, लेकिन उनकी फ्रॉड वेबसाइट इंडिया में है। तो पहला जर्नल देखिए, जियान जर्नल ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। इसने भी इंपैक्ट फैक्टर 3.79 स्क्रीनशॉट लगा दिया स्कोपस का कि ये स्कोपस में है, और ये सारी इसमें चीजें। कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल आपको ब्लैंक मिलेंगी। पास्ट इशू में आपको जितने भी आप चाहें इशू मिल जाएंगे। 2025 का भी देख लेते हैं। ये देखिए, शुरुआत चेन्नई से ही होगी। शुरुआत तमिलनाडु और चेन्नई के पेपर से होती है, बिकॉज उस तरफ ये स्टेट टू स्टेट जाते हैं। इस वक्त सबसे ज़्यादा जो ग्रैपल स्टेट है वो चेन्नई है, तमिलनाडु है, फिर ये दूसरी स्टेट कर्नाटका में भी बहुत फैल चुका है ये। इट्स लाइक दैट। ये देखिए, ये वाला इंस्टीट्यूशन की मैं बात कर रहा था, सविता की। देखिए, एक पेपर, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10। तो unlimited papers by an institution in a journal is not unintentional, it is the intentional thing. Now what happens? Your number is increasing. And if you look only for peer reviewed or referred journal, तो वो कहेगा जब तक हम इसे कोर्ट में प्रूव करेंगे कि ये फ्रॉड है, जब तक तो वो रिटायर हो जाएगा. सो पीयर रिव्यूड एंड रेफर्ड जर्नल की कैटेगरी में चल जाते हैं. जबकि ये ओरिजिनल जर्नल, अगर हम अब ओरिजिनल जर्नल कैसे ढूंढते हैं? यू गो टू SJR. SJR में यू गो ऑन होम और यहाँ राइट हैंड साइड पे आप यहाँ पर आप जर्नल का नाम डालेंगे. जर्नल ऑफ जियान यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ आर्किटेक्चर एंड टेक्नोलॉजी डाल के सर्च किया. सिर्फ स्कोपस इंडेक्स जर्नल की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, वेब ऑफ साइंस को ढूंढने का अलग तरीका है. तो जब यहाँ क्लिक किया तो आपको पता चल गया कि चाइना में है. आपने इसको डबल क्लिक किया, आपको और इंफॉर्मेशन मिली और यहां पर आपको मिल गया होम पेज. SJR के पास होम पेज होता है, राइट, और ये क्लिकेबल होता है. सो 99.9% SJR का होम पेज आपको उनकी ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट पे लेके जाएगा. तो जैसे मैंने क्लिक किया, इट हैज ब्रॉट मी टू द ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट विच इज इन चाइना, पब्लिशिंग इन चाइनीज लैंग्वेज. इसका एक अक्षर भी आपको समझ नहीं आएगा, लेकिन वही इंडियंस थोड़े से हम वो हैं, हम इसमें पब्लिश करके ही खुश हैं. तो थोड़ा सा अगर हम डीप डाइव करें और इजी चीज को समझें, बिकॉज व्हेन समथिंग इज फ्री देन यू आर द प्रोडक्ट. तो अगर आपको ये जिंदगी में चीज समझ आ गई तो आप कभी भी नाराज नहीं होंगे और दुखी नहीं रहेंगे. जैसे ही आपको कोई 1 घंटे में पब्लिशिंग दे रहा है या 4 घंटे में दे रहा है या 10 घंटे में दे रहा है, आप एकदम से जागरूक हो जाएं कि वो कहीं ना कहीं फ्रॉड की तरफ ले जा रहा है. रिसर्च कैन नॉट बी डन ओवरनाइट. एंड अगर आपको क्रैक करना है, कोलैबोरेट. मैं मानता हूं कि इन एकेडमिक्स वी डोंट हैव टाइम. अभी 6 बजे के बाद कोई होगा जो घर जाके लैपटॉप भी खोलेगा, राइट, एंड इट इज विद एवरीबडी. आई हैव अ फैमिली, यू टू, एवरीबडी हैज अ फैमिली. सो कोलैबोरेट. I write the analysis part of the research papers. I do not look at the introduction. I know my team and I am collaborating with 4-5 people and we publish 2 to 3 papers a year in collaboration. I cannot write alone. You cannot write alone. And if you think कि आज रात से आप लिखना शुरू कर दोगे, वो भी नहीं होगा. Sit with like-minded people from different institutions also. Most of my papers are not with MIT. 1 or 2 is with MIT. Out of 30, 27 is out of MIT. I collaborate with a lot of people. Wherever there is an idea, I jump into that idea and try to see where we can fit each other. All that should be interdisciplinary only. I'm not into biology and all. Interdisciplinarity is there. And we have published up to the level of 20 site score and 10 impact factor in social sciences, which is a difficult task. But because of the collaboration. So do not lose heart, क्योंकि आप नहीं लिख पाएंगे, मैं भी नहीं लिख पाऊंगा. You don't have time. तो collaboration करेंगे. But इससे बचना है. We need to stay away from this fraud because this can come back and bite you later also because the digital footprints are there. अब क्वेश्चन मैम का ये था कि अगर क्लोन में छप जाए तो 2 चीजें हो सकती हैं. उस पेपर को या तो आप कहीं क्लेम ना करें. क्लेम करके अगर आप सीढ़ी चढ़ते हैं तो फिर बाद में मुश्किल आ सकती है. या आप इस मेल को लिखें पर ये ब्लैकमेल करेगा फिर आपको दोबारा, क्योंकि इसे पता चल जाएगा कि आप फंस गए हैं. तो पहले आपने 5,000 दिया, अब ये 10,000 मांगेगा. लेकिन वी विल सेंड हिम द लीगल लैंग्वेज कि यू आर अ फ्रॉड, वी हैव गॉट इट. तो आपको डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स हटाने पड़ेंगे पेपर के. अगर पेपर के डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स हट जाते हैं, यानी यहां से भी डिलीट हो जाता है, और गूगल स्कॉलर इंडेक्स कर लेता है इनको. गूगल स्कॉलर कैसे इंडेक्स करता है? गूगल स्कॉलर की कुछ टेक्निकल सिग्निफिकेशंस हैं. अगर वो टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशंस आप कर लेते हो, वो क्लोन जर्नल को भी कर लेता है, क्योंकि गूगल स्कॉलर को नहीं पता है क्लोन जर्नल है. तो जैसे ही मैंने यहाँ अदालिया डाला, अदालिया भी मैंने आपको फ्लॉड जर्नल दिखाया है, तो इसने मुझे अदालिया का ये पेपर दे दिया जो कि 25 बार साइट हो चुका है. अदालिया के फ्रॉड जर्नल में पब्लिश होकर बाहर निकल के हमारे पास आ गया. तो हमने माइक्रोप्लास्टिक खाया नहीं है, लेकिन हम सबके ब्लड स्ट्रीम में है. आप सबका ब्लड टेस्ट करेंगे, सबके माइक्रोप्लास्टिक्स है, खाया कभी नहीं है. सो इन्फेक्शन हम सब में फैलती जा रही है. तो रेफरेंसिंग जब हमारी गलत हो जाएगी सारी, जैसा सर ने बोला कि आप प्रेडेटरी में पब्लिश करोगे, हम रिजेक्ट कर देंगे, तो कहीं ना कहीं इट इज देयर इन द फॉरेन माइंड दैट आवर रेफरेंसेस आर बैड बिकॉज वी आर रीडिंग बैड साइंस, वी आर रीडिंग बैड रिसर्च, वी आर पब्लिशिंग बैड रिसर्च. दैट इज द पॉइंट. दैट इज अ डीपर लेयर लेवल. सर हैज सेड दैट कि ऐसा होता है, ऐसा सच में होता है बिकॉज द इंप्रेशन इज लाइक दैट. सो इस पेपर को अगर आप देखो 25 बार साइट हुआ है. इस पेपर को अगर मैं अभी आपके सामने खोलूंगा, आप लोग इस पे हंसोगे. 5 पेज का पेपर है, टोटल 5 साइटेशन अपने पास है इस पेपर में. इस पेपर ने खुद को 5 ही साइटेशन दी हैं. एक यूजलेस सा लिखा हुआ पेपर है, अंदर कोई इंटेक्स साइटेशन नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, और प्लेजराइज भी होगा. सिर्फ 6 साइटेशन है इस अपने पेपर में. पर 25 बार साइट हो चुका है गूगल स्कॉलर के थ्रू. सो नाउ यू हैव टू रिमूव द डिजिटल फुटप्रिंट्स विच यू कैन नॉट डू. सो इसको एज इट इज ही छोड़ देते हैं मोस्ट ऑफ द पीपल. बट कई केसेस हमने जीते हैं बिकॉज जिसकी पीएचडी का पेपर फंस जाता है, देन वी गो फॉर एवरीथिंग एंड वी सेव दैट पेपर विच वी हैव डन अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. वी हैव द आई हैव द हेल्पलाइन. मैं आपको हेल्पलाइन भी दूंगा. एक मेरा व्हाट्सएप पे चैनल भी है जिसमें मैं रात को बैठता हूँ 9 से 10. आई गेट अ लॉट ऑफ टिप्स फ्रॉम पीपल. सर इस जर्नल को देखिए, इसको देखिए. सो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ डेटा ऑन अवर ओन which we send. We send the early warning system also. I always send the discontinued list every month, and most of the time it matches the data which we produce. So there are 5 journals which we said will be discontinued and 10 discontinued. 5 हमारे थे, 5 उन्होंने अपने निकाले. वेब ऑफ साइंस में भी वाइली के 18 जर्नल बंद हुए हैं, वो भी सारे हमने पहले एक अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम से बता दिया था बिकॉज ऑफ अवर रिसर्च दैट दीज जर्नल्स आर रेड फ्लैग, प्लीज डू नॉट पब्लिश विद देम. कई लोग रिवर्स करते हैं, जानबूझ के उसी में पब्लिश कर लेते हैं ताकि, क्योंकि यूनिवर्सिटी नहीं बोल पाते कि हमें तो पता नहीं था. बट वी हैव द सिस्टम इन आवर यूनिवर्सिटी दैट वी टेल देम दैट वी हैव गिवन यू द नेम ऑफ द फ्रॉड जर्नल, यू डू नॉट पब्लिश. इफ यू पब्लिश इट इज इंटेंशनल. सो इट इज लाइक दैट. सो बोथ वेज द पीपल आर देयर, राइट. सो ये है वो ओरिजिनल जर्नल. ऐसे ही आप अदालिया ढूंढ सकते हैं. अदालिया के लिए यू गो टू द MJL, क्योंकि वो इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर लिखा था तो हम वेब ऑफ साइंस में जाएंगे. MJL यू कैन क्रिएट फ्री अकाउंट. यहां पर आप क्रिएट फ्री अकाउंट. MJL इज फॉर द वेब ऑफ साइंस. एक्सेस नहीं है, कोई बात नहीं, कॉस्टली है इसकी एक्सेस, सबके पास नहीं होती. सो यू क्रिएट योर फ्री अकाउंट. इट विल गिव यू द बेनिफिट्स ऑफ सर्चिंग अ जर्नल. उसके ज्यादा आपको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. मैं लॉग इन कर रहा हूं, मेरा फ्री अकाउंट है. आई डोंट हैव द एक्सेस, सो आई एम लॉगिंग इन विद माई Gmail ID इन फ्रंट ऑफ एवरीबडी. साइन इन and I will now have the limited access. अब ये limited access इतनी है कि मैं जर्नल को ढूंढ सकता हूं. तो मैं यहां पे गया, अदालिया लिखा, सर्च जर्नल, और अदालिया का एग्जैक्ट मैच मुझे मिल गया. तो अदालिया वेब ऑफ साइंस में है. यहां पर हम व्यू प्रोफाइल पेज एंड देन लेट्स सी विजिट साइट. यहां पर वेब ऑफ साइंस की खासियत ये है कि ये अंदर ही आपको ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट देती है. स्कोपस के लिए हमें SJR में जाना पड़ा, वेब ऑफ साइंस के लिए वेब ऑफ साइंस में जाएंगे. सबसे पहले देखिए, प्राइमरी लैंग्वेज ही टर्किश है, हमारा इंग्लिश पब्लिश कर रहा था, और ये एनुअल है, वो मंथली था. तो पता तो यहीं से चल गया कि वो फ्रॉड है. लेकिन विजिट साइट पे जरूर जाएंगे और एक टर्की घूमने का जो हमें मौका मिलेगा वो हम देखेंगे कि टर्की की ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट ये, आपको टर्की ले आइए. सो ऐसी लैंग्वेजेस, डच, जर्मन, फ्रेंच, पर्शियन, टर्किश, सारी लैंग्वेजेस के जर्नल्स को क्लोन करके तकरीबन 250-300 जर्नल इंडिया में चल रहे हैं. चाइनीज भी है उसमें सारे, क्योंकि इन लैंग्वेजेस तक हमारी एक्सेस नहीं है, इन तक डायरेक्ट हम पहुंच नहीं सकते. और हमें एक एक्सेस ये है कि भी एक दिन पेपर पब्लिश हो जाते हैं, तो जो हमारे मन में एक जो वो बना हुआ है कि दैट इट कैन बी डन इज लाइक दैट. नाउ एनीबॉडी एनी क्वेश्चन? फिर मैं थोड़ा सा और, टाइम थोड़ा कम है आज, लेकिन एनीबॉडी एनी क्वेश्चन? एनी जर्नल यू वुड लाइक टू वेरीफाई? कोई जर्नल आपने वेरीफाई करना, कोई नाम है आपके पास किसी जर्नल का?
Sir, this SJR is some official.
ये स्कीमैगो जर्नल रैंकिंग है सर. ये स्कोपस की ही है. इसी में आपको जर्नल्स की रैंकिंग मिलती हैं और कंट्री रैंकिंग मिलती हैं, H इंडेक्स पता चलता है और सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आती है इसमें. साल में एक बार अपडेट होती है, अभी अप्रैल में होगी.
So they are providing impact factor also, sir?
नहीं, इसमें impact factor का कुछ नहीं है. Impact factor is only web of science product.
Okay.
उसके लिए आपको JCR में जाना पड़ना, जर्नल साइटेशन रिपोर्ट्स में जाना पड़ता है.
JCR.
इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर, हाँ जी,
okay.
वो इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर है.
Okay.
ये साइट स्कोर तक ही रहेगी. इसमें आप कंपेयर कर सकते हैं कंट्री रैंकिंग, जर्नल रैंकिंग एंड एवरीथिंग. अभी लेटेस्ट मैं आपको एक डिसकंटिन्यूड लिस्ट दिखा देता हूं, जो भी जर्नल क्लोन के एग्जांपल के बाद हम प्रेडेटरी पे चलते हैं, टाइम थोड़ा कम है. तो जर्नल ऑफ इको ह्यूमैनिज्म एक जर्नल था, अभी डिसकंटिन्यू हुआ है पिछले हफ्ते. तो उसमें वी कॉट इट इन द अर्ली डेज कि उसने एक ही साल में, ये थोड़ा सा हैंग हो रहा है, उसने एक ही साल में 1300 पेपर पब्लिश कर दिए थे, विच इज अ बिग नंबर फॉर अ स्टैंड अलोन पब्लिशर जिसे कोई जानता नहीं है. तो वी क्रैक्ड इट एंड मैं आपको दिखाता हूं कि कैसे. अब हम प्रीडेटरी की तरफ आ गए, राइट. अब जो मैं जर्नल दिखा रहा हूं, इनकी वेबसाइट्स, इनका सब कुछ ओरिजिनल होगा, लेकिन कर ये भी फ्रॉड रहे हैं, बट इट इज नोन एज प्रीडेटरी. सो वी गो टू जर्नल ऑफ इको ह्यूमैनिज्म. ये लिखा हुआ देखिए, कवरेज डिसकंटिन्यूड। कवरेज डिसकंटिन्यूड का मतलब क्या है कि कवरेज इसकी डिसकंटिन्यू हो गई है। कंटेंट कवरेज पे आप जाएंगे, ये देखिए 1491 एंड 172। अगर हम डीप डाइव करें 1491 के, हमें कंट्री वाइज, पर्सन वाइज, इंस्टीट्यूशन वाइज सब मिल जाएगा। तो अगर हम देखें कंट्री वाइज, इंडिया का ये रहा देखिए 38 इंडिया के पेपर्स थे इसमें, राइट। अब इसमें ये प्रीडेटरी क्यों है, वी विल गो बैक। मैं ज्यादा डीप डाइव नहीं कर रहा, नहीं तो मैं ये भी बता सकता हूं कि किसके कितने थे, किस इंस्टीट्यूशन के थे। ये इसका आउटलायर बिहेवियर है, हम मैनेजमेंट में पढ़ते हैं आउटलायर बिहेवियर। ये आउटलायर बिहेवियर है, बिल्कुल ठीक चल रहा था, 2 साल ठीक रहा, फिर उसने अपनी आत्मा बेच दी और 1491 इसके आज सोल, अभी सोल लीडरशिप हुआ ना, तो इसने अपनी आत्मा बेच के, सारे जर्नल्स प्रीडेटरी जो होते हैं वो अपनी आत्मा ही बेचते हैं, क्योंकि 2 साल 3 साल तो वो ठीक रहते हैं। क्लोन तो देखो आए ही फ्रॉड करने हैं, उसकी तो वेबसाइट ही फ्रॉड है, पूरा फ्रॉड है। ये हैं जो अपनी आत्मा बेचते हैं, 2-3 साल 5 साल ठीक रहते हैं, 6वें साल 7वें साल वो हो जाते हैं। कई तो 15-15 साल ठीक रहते हैं और 16th ईयर में जाके फ्रॉड करते हैं। बट हाउ डू वी चेक इट, वी कीप अ ट्रैक ऑन द पेपर सिस्टम, वी कीप अ ट्रैक ऑन दैट। जैसे ही 100 से ज्यादा हुए थे, आई डिक्लेयर्ड इट कि ये प्रीडेटरी है, तो इंडियंस तो बच गए, हमारे 35 ही रह गए, पर बाकी ने नहीं छोड़ा। यहां पे गलती स्कोपस की भी है कि वो जब उसको पता है कि 14-16 के बाद 100 पे रोक देना चाहिए, उसने 1400 पेपर ले लिए। सो कई लोग तो स्कोपस पे भी कहते हैं कि ये भी प्रॉब्लमेटिक है, कि इसको रेड फ्लैग खुद कर देना चाहिए था। सो ऐसे काफी प्रीडेटरी जर्नल्स हैं जो इस तरीके का आउटलायर बिहेवियर दिखाते हैं। अब मैं आपको एक ईमेल आईडी दे देता हूं, दैट ईमेल आईडी विल बी हेल्पफुल फॉर यू। तो आप मुझे, ये हमारा ईमेल आईडी है, आप मुझे इस पे ईमेल कर सकते हैं। डू नॉट सेंड मी योर रिसर्च पेपर, वो पढ़ने का टाइम नहीं होगा, वो बहुत आने लग जाते हैं। जस्ट आस्क फॉर द क्वालिटी ऑफ द जर्नल। सो वी, इफ द जर्नल इज ऑन प्लैनेट अर्थ, वी विल सर्च इट फॉर यू। यस मैम। एक जर्नल का आपने नाम भेजा, हाँ अभी चेक करते, बताओ अभी चेक। अच्छा अभी नहीं है, इन फ्यूचर, फ्यूचर तो बहुत मैम ब्राइट है।
सर कैन आई गिव वन नेम सर?
हाँ सर, ये एक बार ये मेल देख ली सबने, राइट? ओके, लेट्स गो टू द जर्नल।
सर दिस इज AJET। दिस इज ऑस्ट्रेलियन जर्नल ऑफ एजुकेशनल टेक्नोलॉजी।
चलिए AJET पे चलते हैं, ऑस्ट्रेलियन जर्नल ऑफ एजुकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी। Let's see what is there. It's a Q1 journal as per the website, right? Scopus, Thomson and Reuters, थोड़ा डाउट हो रहा है क्योंकि थॉमसन राइटर्स लिखने की क्या जरूरत है, तो इसका नाम यहाँ से कॉपी करते हैं। स्कोपस, सोर्सेस, ऑस्ट्रेलियन ओपन एक्सेस 7.6 साइट स्कोर है, एजुकेशन कैटेगरी में है सर। नहीं, डिसकंटिन्यू नहीं है। हाँ, ये किसने पूछा आपने? हाँ, ये भी बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन है। 25 की लिस्ट में आने का मतलब ये नहीं है डिसकंटिन्यू नहीं है। मेरा जन्म भी 24 ही लिखा हुआ है। जब 2025 में पेपर ही नहीं आया तो 2025 क्यों लिखेंगे वो? जब तक उसके नीचे डिसकंटिन्यू नहीं लिखा जाता तब तक वो डिसकंटिन्यू नहीं माना जाता। ये सारी अफवाहें मेरे जर्नल के लिए भी फैलती हैं, क्योंकि जिनके मैं पेपर्स पब्लिश नहीं करता वो दुश्मन भी तो बनते हैं। अगर आप जिसका पेपर रिजेक्ट करोगे ही विल बी योर एनिमी, तो फिर वो ये फैला देता है यार तो जर्नल ही बाहर हो गया है, 24 लिखा हुआ है, 23 लिखा हुआ है, 22 लिखा हुआ है। फिर मार्च अप्रैल में जब अपडेट होता है, सेंड देम अ स्लैप कि देखो ये तो अपडेट हो गया, क्योंकि जब पेपर ही नहीं जाएगा ना 2025 का, तो 2025 लिखा नहीं आएगा। जितने भी जर्नल में 2025 लिखा जाता है उनमें 2025 के पेपर आ जाते हैं। कोई भी ऐसा जर्नल आप मुझे ढूंढ के बताएं 2025 लिखा और 24 तक लिखा हुआ है? नहीं, 2025 लिखा है अगर नीचे कवरेज ईयर में, तो ऊपर ऑटोमेटिकली अपग्रेड हो जाएगा। तो ये अपग्रेडेड नहीं है, लेकिन रिजेक्टेड और निकला हुआ जर्नल नहीं है ये। सो दिस इज नॉट डिसकंटिन्यूड। जब तक नीचे मैंने भी दिखाया ना डिसकंटिन्यूड लिखा हुआ था, जब तक वैसा लिख के नहीं आएगा आपको मिसकम्युनिकेशन नहीं करना है, आपको इस चीज से बचना है, राइट। तो ये जर्नल बिल्कुल ठीक है, Q1 है। साइड स्कोर इसका बहुत सही चल रहा है, ये देखिए ऑलवेज ऑन द अप साइड, एंड 7.6 से 8.5 हो गया रादर। सो इट इज अ Q1 जर्नल सर, इट्स अ गुड जर्नल एंड 93 परसेंटाइल है। मैं आपको अपने जर्नल का एग्जांपल दिखाता हूं, उसको भी आप देख के लोग यही कंफ्यूजन फैलाते हैं कि 2024 लिखा हुआ है। ये देखिए राइट 2024 लिखा हुआ है, लेकिन फिर ये साइट स्कोर यहां तक कैसे आ गया 5 फरवरी तक? क्योंकि साइट स्कोर ट्रैकर तो चलता रहेगा जब तक जर्नल कंटिन्यू कर रहा है। 2025 कब लिखा जाएगा? द नेक्स्ट एडिशन विच विल कम इन जून। तो जून तक इन अफवाहों का मुझे सामना करना पड़ेगा। तो कई बार हम क्या करते हैं, स्पेशल इशू निकाल देते हैं 2, 4, 5 पेपर का, ताकि 2025 जल्दी हो जाए। नहीं तो 2025 पता कब होगा? जुलाई में, जब जून का एडिशन पब्लिश होगा। अभी तो दिसंबर रिलीज करके आया हूं। अगर आप कंटेंट कवरेज देखें, अभी तो दिसंबर रिलीज किया हमने, और पेपर की क्वांटिटी देखिए ज्यादा नहीं हो पाती हमसे। मुश्किल से 20 पेपर इस साल, 2-3 और अगर आएंगे तो 25 पेपर इस साल निकल पाए हमसे। तो मतलब महीने के 2 पेपर की ये एवरेज रहती है, और साल के 2 एडिशन है। तो ये आप ये साइड स्कोर का ट्रेंड देख सकते हो, आप धीरे धीरे ऊपर जा रहा है। ये SGR में आप देखेंगे तो और इन डेप्थ डिटेल मिल जाएगी जर्नल की, कितने फीमेल, कितने मेल, कितनी सेल्फ साइटेशन, कितनी क्रॉस साइटेशन, कितने Q1 जर्नल। सो एज पर दिस डेटा अगर हम देखें तो हम इस वक्त हैं 2.9 पे हम लॉक हुए थे मई 2024 में, राइट। मई 2024 में 2.9 पे लॉक हुए थे, अब हम 3.5 पे हैं। और अगर हम 3.5 पे हैं और अगर हम ट्रेंड देखें तो 3.5 कहाँ आ रहा है? हम थोड़ा सा और ऊपर जाएंगे, लेकिन अगर मैं 3.5 पे भी लॉक हुआ तो मैं 77th परसेंटाइल में आ जाऊंगा। दैट मीन्स वी विल बी Q1, right? So it's a big achievement without the help of any publisher. We are not with any publisher, we are on our own, understanding the procedure, understanding the micro organism of running a journal, and then we are reaching to the level. Otherwise Sage, Wiley, Emerald and all, when you go with them, they're very good. It is quite sure that if you are good, they are good, you are in Q1. It is like that. We are not with the publisher, that is why we are struggling, and sometimes it is a lot of hard work, more hard work. It's like that. Right? Anybody, any question? और कोई जर्नल अगर आपने देखना है तो? हाँ मैम, जरा जोर से। कम्युनिटी रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट,
कंप्यूटर सर,
कंप्यूटर रिसर्च एंड ये इंटरेस्टिंग है थोड़ा सा। देखो देखने में एक क्लोन लग रहा है, ठीक है, 99% एक क्लोन है। 1% मार्जिन हमेशा लाइफ में हाइपोथेसिस में लेके चलते हैं कि 1% मार्जिन है। तो दिस इज एन एग्जांपल ऑफ अ क्लोन्ड जर्नल, ठीक है। इसको अब हम ढूंढते हैं, बड़ा मेहनत नहीं लगेगी, 10 मिनट में हो जाएगा काम। कॉन्टैक्ट अस में जाएंगे, खाली मिलेगा आपको, ठीक है। अच्छा आपने देख लिया। करंट इशू में थोड़े से पेपर्स देख लेते हैं, इंटरेस्टिंग होगा वो भी। ये पेपर है आपके लिए। DOI देखिए, PDF से DOI किया हुआ है। एनहांसेस डिमेंशिया डायग्नोसिस विद CNN। चलो ये तो पता है कि पेपर नकली है, इसको ओरिजिनल ढूंढ लेते हैं। SJR पे चलते हैं। आप इसी वेबसाइट की बात कर रहे थे, तो ये क्लोन्ड है 110%। लेट्स गो टू SJR। पेपर तो नहीं भेजा इसमें? वेरी गुड। जर्मनी का जर्नल है, राइट, और स्प्रिंगर का जर्नल है। वेबसाइट तो किसी की भी क्लोन हो सकती है। ये होम पेज है, लेट्स गो टू द होम पेज। ये ओरिजिनल जर्नल है। ये जर्नल बंद हो चुका है, तो उसने उसकी वेबसाइट बना दी। ये देखो ना, बंद हो चुका है ये। 2021 के बाद आया नहीं, लेकिन जो इसकी वेबसाइट है वो ये देखिए, सॉरी इसको तो बंद कर दें तो अच्छा है, ये क्लोन था। दोबारा बताना नाम, कंप्यूटर। अच्छा, अब ये जर्नल टॉप पे क्यों है बताओ मुझे, ये जर्नल पहले पे क्यों है? ये एससीओ लगाते हैं, फ्रॉडस्टर्स एससीओ लगाते हैं और फ्रॉडस्टर का जर्नल भी ऊपर आ जाता है। सो दिस इज अ लिंक टू अ क्लोन्ड जर्नल एंड 2000 रुपीज ही मांग रहे हैं, ज्यादा पैसे नहीं मांग रहे आपसे ये। हाँ जी मैम, हाँ हाँ वो तो सारा कुछ मिलेगा आपको, इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर भी होगा, बिल्कुल होगा। हाँ, ये स्कोपस इंडेक्स नहीं है, ये तो फ्रॉड है ना, ये तो जो मर्जी लिखे, चाहे मेरी फोटो भी लगा दे, आपकी और मेरी फोटो लगा दे, ये यही तो आपको बात को समझना है ना, ये तो आपकी मेरी फोटो भी लगा देंगे, किसी की भी पिक्चर जस्टिन सर, पॉल सर की शाम को लगा देंगे, इनको भी नहीं पता होगा। द पॉइंट इज दैट हाउ डू वी सर्च, आवर सर्चिंग स्किल्स आर नॉट टेकिंग अस टू इमेज। तो इमेज तो किसी की भी लग सकती है, नाम, आईएसएन, फीड, वो इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर, आई डोंट टेक, थैंक यू, इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर कुछ भी नहीं लगाना, जिसका मर्जी जो मर्जी लगा दो, बिकॉज दे आर फ्रॉड एंड दे आर फ्रॉड, दे विल डू एनीथिंग। इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर क्यों लगाया? ताकि आप और मजबूती से पैसे दे सको। स्कोपस क्यों लिखा? ताकि आप और मजबूती से इनके साथ जुड़ सको, नहीं तो सिंपल वेबसाइट बना के बोल दें, ये बात है। सो दिस इज द क्लोन जर्नल, एवरीबडी बी केयरफुल। ये मैं भी, हाँ जी मैम, जर्नल ऑफ ISTB प्रेस, यही है मैम लिंक, एक बार जरा देखो इसे। ये नया वर्ड सुना मैंने, फ्रीक्वेंसी कंटिन्यूअस, साइट स्कोर 8.7, SJR, स्कोपस होना चाहिए, गोल्ड ओपन एक्सेस बता रहा है। सो लेट्स गो टू स्कोपस डेटाबेसेस, गो टू सोर्सेज, हाँ जी, Q1 रिवीजन, यहां पे तो कहीं नहीं रिवीजन दिख रहा मुझे। ठीक है, अभी तक तो रैंक भी ठीक है, प्रोफाइल भी ठीक है, पेपर्स भी कुछ ज़्यादा नहीं है, बट इसका होम पेज ढूंढते हैं, अभी SJR से लेते हैं। जर्नल ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स का जर्नल है। यहाँ पे इसका होम पेज नहीं है हमारे पास, राइट? सो देयर आर डाउट्स दैट वेदर दिस इज द ओरिजिनल वेबसाइट और नॉट। देयर इज अनदर वे, लेट्स गो टू 39 डॉक्यूमेंट्स, जहाँ से 39 डॉक्यूमेंट्स आए हैं वो देख लेते हैं कौन सी वेबसाइट से आए हैं। व्यू एट पब्लिशर पर जाके 39 डॉक्यूमेंट्स देख लेते हैं, उसी वेबसाइट पे लेके आया है ये हमें, ये वाली पे ही। ठीक है मैम, ये अभी तक तो ठीक है। जर्नल ओपन एक्सेस पब्लिकेशन है तो कुछ इसने पैसे मांगे होंगे, APC मांगा होगा। कितना APC मांगा है? 5 ऑथर्स कितना मांगा है? अच्छा, अलग अलग मांगा है, ऑथर 1 का अलग, ऑथर 2 का अलग। अच्छा, टोटल कितना हो गया? थोड़ा सा डाउटफुल है क्योंकि इट्स नॉट ऑथरवाइज एंड ऑल, इट शुड बी एपीसी फॉर द फुल पेपर, लाइक सर का जर्नल भी है जहां भी फुल एपीसी होती है, ऑथरवाइज नहीं होता। जेन्युइन जर्नल की हाँ ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता। जेन्युइन जर्नल विल यू हैव द एपीसी फॉर्मेट, उस फॉर्म को आप भरते हैं, एपीसी चाहे एक दे चाहे सारे दें, दे आर नॉट वरीड। अगर ऑथरवाइज जा रहे हैं थोड़ा सा डाउट है। रेफरेंसिंग जिसके पास सर्टिफिकेट आता है वो चाहे आपस में डिसाइड करें कि क्या करना है। सो एट द मोमेंट द मैम इट इज लुकिंग गुड। साइड स्कोर 8 and 7 है। एक महीना और रुक जाओ अभी, क्योंकि अभी इनकी लेटेस्ट लिस्ट आने वाली है अप्रैल में, 31 मार्च को आ जाएगी। तो आप 1-1.5 महीना अगर रुक जाओ तो थोड़ा सा डाउट है इस पे कि पेपर तो इसमें सिर्फ 39 ही हैं, लेकिन वेबसाइट पे शायद ज़्यादा हैं। तो बाकी पेपर्स क्यों नहीं पब्लिश हो रहे या उनमें क्या प्रॉब्लम है? और इसमें ये कहना तो नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन जब इंडिया के पेपर्स बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं ना किसी जगह पे, तो वहाँ पे भी डाउट आ जाता है कि कहीं प्रीडेटरी तो नहीं है, क्योंकि एकदम से इंडियन पेपर्स का इन्फ्लक्स अगर हो जाएगा वो भी इट्स नॉट गुड। यहाँ पर अगर हम देखें आउट ऑफ 39 में से देखो 13 इंडिया के हो गए हैं। आप देख पा रहे हैं ना, ये देखिए, तो 39 में से 13 इंडिया के हो गए हैं, और ये वो यूनिवर्सिटीज हैं। तो थोड़ा सा भी आप रुक जाओ। राइट, एनीबडी एल्स, एनी क्वेरी, एनी क्वेश्चन रिलेटेड टू?
Sir, there is a journal, World Journal of Management and Economics.
ABDCC थोड़ी सी करप्ट लिस्ट है। ABDCC कोई कंसिडर नहीं कर रहा आजकल। A स्टार, A और B, वैसे भी उनका JQL आने वाला है। In March they are coming up with the JQL General Quality List, and in April they will have a new list. तो काफ़ी C कैटेगरी फ्रॉड जर्नल्स बाहर निकलेंगे। हमने भी उनको एक डेटा देना है, हमारे पास कुछ C कैटेगरी के फ्रॉड जर्नल्स का डेटा है। अब मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया से नहीं हूँ, अगर आपको उनको रिपोर्ट लिखानी है तो आपका पुलिस स्टेशन ऑस्ट्रेलिया या न्यूजीलैंड में होना चाहिए, तो FIR तो ही लिखते हैं। अगर आप यहाँ से भेजोगे वो नहीं कर, यही तो हर एक का अपना एक बायस सिस्टम होता है ना। सो ABDC को अगर आपने कहना है तो आपको वाया उनके पुलिस स्टेशन से जाना पड़ेगा। 2022 में करी थी लास्ट। आप किसी जर्नल को इतना टाइम दे ही नहीं सकते, आपको 1 महीने से ज़्यादा किसी को टाइम नहीं देना। वो 3 साल दे दिए एक जर्नल को, वो बेच के खाए जा रहा है। वो C कैटेगरी तो हाफ ऑफ देम हैव सोल्ड देमसेल्व्स। आपका क्या है वर्ड, वो C कैटेगरी है, फिर भी चेक कर लेते हैं। वर्ड जर्नल ऑफ
मैनेजमेंट एंड इकोनॉमिक्स।
मैनेजमेंट एंड इकोनॉमिक्स। सिर्फ ABDC में होगा और ये किसी में नहीं होगा। हाँ, सिर्फ ABDC C कैटेगरी है। फॉर द टाइम बिंग आप पब्लिश कर सकते हैं, यू कैन एंजॉय द C कैटेगरी, बट आप इसमें देखेंगे इंडियंस के बहुत पेपर्स होंगे, और $160 मांग रहा है, ये तकरीबन 16,000 रुपए के करीब मांग रहा है।
Yes sir, also if we visit the current issue page, it is not there.
करंट इशू क्या है, खुल नहीं रहा?
Yes sir.
बस ठीक है, यानी बिक गया, ये छोड़ दीजिए इसे आप। धीरे धीरे क्या करते हैं, वो वेबसाइट को एकदम से बंद नहीं करते, दे पुट ब्रोकन लिंक्स, कि भी आप वेबसाइट पे आए और आपको ये ना लगे कि वो भाग गए हैं। कभी कॉल फॉर पेपर को बंद कर देंगे, ब्रोकन लिंक डाल देंगे, कभी एडिशन पे ब्रोकन लिंक डाल देंगे, कभी कॉन्टैक्ट डिटेल्स पे ब्रोकन लिंक डाल देंगे। दिस इज देयर मोडस ऑपरेंडी। दे विल नॉट रन लाइक कि वेबसाइट ही बंद हो गई। तो एक दिन क्या होगा, जब सारे 500 लिंक बंद हो जाएंगे फिर ये निकल जाएंगे। अगर आपको देखना है, आप ABDC में जाएं और मेरे हिसाब से अगले 3 महीने तक सिर्फ ABDC को वॉच करें, क्योंकि ये इनका JQL आने वाला है, ये बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होगा, क्योंकि दे आर अंडर एक्सट्रीम प्रेशर। और ये देखिए ना, ये लिखा है नो रैंकिंग चेंजेस हैव बीन मेड सिंस 2022। सो 3 साल में बहुत जर्नल इनके फ्रॉड हो चुके हैं। सो अभी राइट टाइम है रुकने का, क्योंकि अगर आपने ABDC में पब्लिश किया, देयर चांसेस कि वो बाहर हो जाएगा। B भी हो सकता है, वो A भी हो सकता है, लेकिन आप अपने में शक ही रखें कि हम अगर पब्लिश कर रहे हैं कहीं बाहर ही ना हो जाए। तो अभी 2-3 महीने आप ABDC को ना छुएं। A स्टार A कैटेगरी इज गुड, वो वहीं रहेंगे। B और C वॉलेटाइल है, C तो बिल्कुल वॉलेटाइल है, B और C में थोड़ा सा वो रहता है जर्नल्स में। वो तो चला ही गया, इस पे अभी पब्लिश नहीं करना.
Yes, sir.
ठीक है, हाँ. Okay, anybody else? One last, because we are now.
Yeah, time is.
Okay, done. Usually I take 5 hours of the workshop for all the data, so we will come again. We will meet again, and then I asked Bhakar sir और मैं बैडमिंटन खेलते थे इकट्ठे सागर पैराडाइज ग्वालियर में. मैं 10 साल एमआईटी ग्वालियर में रहा हूँ, तो सर और मैं इकट्ठे एक ही सोसाइटी में थे. तो मैंने और सर ने मिलके एक्सपीरियंस से, मतलब सर सीनियर थे, मैं थोड़ा यंग था, तो हमने पूरी 2-3 साल सोसाइटी के टूर्नामेंट हमने ही जीते हैं. तो उनकी फिटनेस भी बड़ी तगड़ी है. तो मैं उनको बोलता हूँ सर आपको देख के हमें भी इतना फिट रहना है. तो दैट्स लाइक दैट. बट मैंने उनको बोला आज की दैट टाइम इज लेस, सर के लिए भी टाइम कम था, बट नेक्स्ट टाइम वी विल हैव अ फुल 5 hours ऑफ ट्रेनिंग सेशन वेयर आई विल शो यू मोर डेटा, मोर एनालिसिस, रिट्रैक्शन का सारा. और ईमेल आप मुझे कर सकते हैं. आई विल गिव यू माय मोबाइल नंबर. आई एम एक्टिव ऑन व्हाट्सएप, एक्टिव ऑन लिंक्डइन ऑल्सो एंड एवरीथिंग. यू कैन राइट इट डाउन एंड मैसेज मी ऑन व्हाट्सएप अबाउट द जर्नल. बातें आप बातें में कर लेंगे, लेकिन जर्नल का आप मुझे भी डेटा देंगे. माय नंबर इज 9560452625. हाँ, 9560452625. मिस कॉल कोई नहीं देगा क्योंकि कॉल बैक करनी पड़े. हाँ जी, मैं रिपीट कर रहा हूँ, वो मिस कॉल कोई नहीं. ओरिजिनल नंबर है 9560452625. सो आप मुझे जर्नल का लिंक भेज सकते हैं, क्वेरीज भेज सकते हैं, तो आई विल गेट बैक टू यू विद द ऑफिशियल एंड द ओरिजिनल डेटा. हाँ जी, एक बार और 9560452625. 9560452625. ये मुझे भी दे देना, ये वाली, ये भी मेरी भी तो बनाई हुई ना, तो मुझे भी दे देना ये. अच्छा, आपके पास है? वेरी गुड, वेरी. वो अच्छी लगी मुझे. थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी. थैंक यू.
That was another enlightening discussion, shedding lights on crucial aspects of research ethics and best practices. Now I invite Dr. Shumita Sarkar, Madam, Dean, Department of Liberal Arts, to share her valuable insights.
Okay. We start. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I just want to appreciate the few of us that still choose to stay in the audience and try to listen to Dr. Paul and Dr. Nerula. It's very, very overwhelming, I would say. And coming from the kind of background that as a social scientist, I would say that this sort of technical information, this is the first time I'm hearing, and it's a bit scary as well. Indexing, citation, and how to publish. Though Dr. Paul started with a very jovial note, but then he shared a kind of a potential content, I would say. And Dr. Nerula, it's a very, very helpful information you have exchanged with us. And both of them, I would say that it's really privilege for us to have such scholar who gives such an intense content and knowledge orientation to us. To both of them, Dr. Justin Paul, may I have your attention, please? Sir, hello. So I'm just going to say my last sentence over here. I thank both of you, Dr. Paul and Dr. Nerula, for being here and shared their valuable expertise and their knowledge. And I hope both of you would come here, would oblige here, coming here. And we'll have a much more extended session, as Dr. Nerula said, that maybe in a workshop form. And Dr. Paul, particularly for you, just don't travel on the same day and come here. If we stay here, we have a good accommodation. Stay here and have interaction with us. Okay. So thanks for the scholar committee. Very tiny of us are still staying here. And thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As a token of our appreciation for his valuable insights, I now request Professor Dr. Alok Bansal, HOD Computer Sciences and Analytics, to kindly present a memento to Dr. Justin Paul, sir. अभी मैं रियल में बोलूँगी. Sure, sir. Now, I invite Dr. Manisha Singhai Madam to present a memento to Dr. Sumit Narola as a gesture of our gratitude for his enlightening session. Ma'am. I request Shumita Sarkar Madam to join Manisha Singhai Ma'am for presenting the memento to Sir. Sure, sir.